Okay, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Creighton.
Here.
Campbell.
Here.
Betancourt.
Present.
Hagenbush.
Here. Here.
Oh, Hinojosa.
Here.
King. Menendez. Middleton.
Here.
Parker. Paxton. West.
Okay, members, we have a quorum. With that, I'd like to welcome each of you to today's hearing, especially our new members, some of the first hearings, and we are very happy that you're here. So excited about your input and welcoming you as members of the Senate. We have some housekeeping to do before we get into the policy of the day, and so with that, we will first be covering the rules adoption for the committee itself, but we have some opening remarks and some staff introductions as well. As all of you know, education from cradle to career remains one of the most important policy discussions that we have in this Texas legislature. I'm grateful to serve as chairman of this committee, now titled again Education K through 16, for another session. I certainly appreciate the Lieutenant Governor's confidence in me to serve as chair in what we have now as a combined set of K through 12 and higher education and workforce strategies and initiatives all together in one policy effort and one standing committee effort, so that we as a committee will not be working separately in silos, so that we can benefit from your testimony as you've waited a long time today already, and your expertise, your commentary, your individual walk through life and perspective on education and the policies that we should address and pursue. That's very important to us. And so with that being known, this committee is combined for those subjects and that subject matter jurisdiction. The committee is tasked with analyzing primary through post-secondary education systematically, and I think that every member of the committee will bring a unique perspective to that pipeline of reference. I would like to start by introducing my committee staff. Court Mansky is the committee director. Court's been with my office since 2019, served as my legislative director last session, and again now is the committee director for the Senate Education Committee K through 16. Abby Johnston is the Director of Higher Education. Abby is coming out of her role as committee clerk, where she served for the past several sessions. Carmen Fish is committee clerk this session. Carmen is a recent graduate of Texas A&M University. That always follows, right? Stephen Santoyo is the K through 12 policy analyst assisting Court Mansky. Stephen is a former educator from North Texas who holds a master's degree in public policy from UT Austin and a master's in education from SMU, where he studied classroom pedagogy and the school finance system in Texas itself. Lily Nikolova, is higher education policy analyst assisting Abby. Always need to make very close and careful and precise attention to our last names, right? And you'll find that we do that when you come up as a witness. It's very important to us. Lily graduated from Rice, where she majored in mathematical economics and gained experience in pre-K education research. Dylan Miles and is it Destin Biglery? Destin Biglery are both interns in the committee office. Dylan is a junior at Stephen F. Austin University, and Destin is a sophomore at Texas A&M University and a proud member of the Aggie Corps of Cadets. My committee staff is located in the Sam Houston building, room 440, so please contact them if you have perspectives or needs or a follow-up on the committee today and all of the discussion and exchanges that we have as members and for our witnesses. Please rely on our committee staff. They're there for you. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the committee to just maybe introduce a staff person that may be helping them or assisting in the education committee effort, and any remarks that our members would like to offer.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm very thankful to serve alongside of you, Chairman Creighton, as the Vice Chair for newly renamed Senate Education Committee K through 16. You are a proven champion of quality education for children. You've just worked tirelessly over the years to make sure the committee is not only strong and good and committed, but you've really listened to problems and you're a problem solver. Thank you for that. This committee allows me to support a cause that's near and dear to my heart, and that is that students can have quality education in the educational arena that best suits the child. With that, I want to introduce my legislative director, Jim Morales, who's with me today. And we'll change out occasionally if he needs to do something more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Members, any other remarks or comments? Senator Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and looking forward to tackling all the education issues this session. So many important things before us, and of course, there's nothing more important than investing in our precious children. They are the future of the state and the future of this country, and I look forward to lots of great conversation and thoughtful dialogue. We so appreciate your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to working with the people of Texas as we advance the education policies that are best for our children. I'll be staffed this session by Brennan Sierra on my team, and look forward to the journey ahead. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to working together.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously this issue impacts me personally. I have 4 beautiful children ages 4 to 17 in public schools, and this is something I'm looking forward to and thankful to be part of this committee to ensure that our voices are heard, and just looking forward to working with you, Chair, and all the committee. I'd like to introduce Alexis Williams. She's our policy expert as an intern here, and Alex Sprague, our general counsel, who will be assisting us on this committee.
Great. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator Hagenbooth.
Thank you, Chair.
You got it? There you go. Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to be on this committee. I asked Lieutenant Governor to be on, and I was very pleased to be on. I think there's nothing more important, maybe it goes without saying, to the future of Texas, but I really believe that. So look forward to working with you all. My staffer here with us today is Eric With.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it, Senator Hagenbooth. Senator Menendez.
Didn't have my light on, but I'll be happy to chime in. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your introduction, your work, your dedication to the state and to these things. Today's going to be a difficult day, as you know, the district that I represent, and so we'll be looking forward to working with you and your team. With staffing me today is Hutch Hutchison, and so I look forward to the debate and listening to. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I guess I have the privilege of being the senator that's served on education more than anyone. This is my 32nd year on education. And so where my passion is. It's in education. I want us to make certain that we listen to the people of Texas, because America's eyes are on us as we discuss issues concerning vouchers. That's the reality. And so I'm hoping that in the discussion, I know there are 2 Democrats on this committee and the rest Republicans, but we're all senators. I'm hoping that as we discuss this particular issue, we look at it in context. And what do I mean by that? Hopefully that we will look at the history of vouchers in this country, and that we will take into consideration all different perspectives. I recognize that we want to make sure that parents have options as it relates to their children. Needless to say, I wanted to make sure I had options when my children were coming up, and they get the best quality education possible. But as we look at this issue that the governor has asked us to take a look at, that we look at it and see what's happened in other states, and we learn from those lessons from other states as we inform this legislation. I look forward to participating in the debate, having input into the process as I had during the last legislative session, and giving you a perspective concerning a balance between vouchers, charters, and public schools. Our public schools must be maintained because they end up being the default for all of us, our children. In many smaller communities, they end up being one of the largest employers. And from that standpoint, the question is if for some reason we decide that public schools no longer need to exist, or we decide that taking funds from public schools will not impact the schools or the education of the kids, we've got to also think about the impact on the community. And so I look forward to working with each and every one of you on this issue. I am staffed by my able chief of staff who's been with me since she was about 2 or 3 years old, LaWanda Barton back here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also would like to thank the Lieutenant Governor for the opportunity to serve and look forward to serving under your able leadership, Mr. Chairman, and with each of my colleagues. As a former math teacher, as a former counselor, as a mom, a grandmother, and simply as a citizen of this great state, I believe that our children literally are our future. And I believe also that if we are going to keep our future free, that it is imperative that we provide options to parents so that their children can have the best fit, the best success that they're capable of. I am looking forward to doing just that with this committee and with the rest of the body and with our partners over in the House. And I'm so thankful to be staffed by Ashley Henderson, my legislative director, and who will be running point on this committee, and Danny Salazar, also in my office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Any other comments? Thank you, members. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your persistence on this. I know I had a number of special sessions, and you put in hundreds, maybe probably thousands of hours of work into this. And, you know, it's pretty simple. This is about empowering parents. It's about trusting the moms and dads in each of our communities to decide what's best for their children. And right now, only government gets to decide how the money is spent. We're just saying we want parents to get to decide how the money is spent too, if they so choose. So thank you for leading the charge on that, and helping me in this committee is Ryan Jones on my staff, and I'm looking forward to the hearing today. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking that I too, like Senator Hogenboo, were assigned to this committee almost 11 years ago by Lieutenant Governor Patrick. And so that puts me approximately 21 years behind Senator West in seniority, which I will not make up in this lifetime, I suspect. The history of this committee has been one of interest in school choice. As far back as 2019, I know Vice Chair Campbell and I passed a tax credit scholarship out. She was my joint author at the time. And while this committee has continued to look at school choice opportunities, we've migrated from tax credit scholarships now to the chairman's educational savings account, which is well established in other states. And I would just submit that as iron sharpens iron, so does a debate over school choice sharpen the entire education committee, and education system, and not just in this committee, but really in the results of our education and the state of Texas. Because really, what this is about is millions and millions of school-age children and the possibilities of the future that their education can give them. And I, for one, want to make sure that they get the maximum from their educational opportunity. And And so with that, I want to introduce, not that he needs introduction, Bradley Hunt, who used to be the clerk of this committee, who has migrated to the far right stage over here, supporting me, as well as my chief of staff, who, like LaWanda, has been around here since Senator West was 2 years old. But more importantly, I look forward to the excellent debate, which I know we have, because we have debated this bill and passed this bill, if we go back as far as 2019 in various forms, a dozen times. But I think this year, as iron sharpens iron, that this will be a year of action, not just a debate.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say it's good to be back, and I just wanted to introduce Madison Huerta. Madison, she worked with us in the House quite a few years ago, and then she went off to go to law school at SMU, which was great, but I didn't really understand why she didn't go to A&M, which was really just down the road a little bit. But that's okay. She went practice for a few years, and we're excited to have her back. She's going to be here to keep me on task. Thank you.
Okay, members, appreciate your comments and your introductions. My team and I, we look forward to working with you and all your staff. We spent some long hours together, and these next 5 months through the regular session, which in 23 we left December 9th, but hoping this time that we're much more efficient in our work effort and what we produce. We're going to accomplish some wonderful things this session. We'll talk about this legislation today, but this legislation is not being considered in a vacuum. So it's important for everybody to know the multiples and multiples of bills that we have to lift up public education with unprecedented funding, support for teachers, not just with unprecedented compensation increases, but safety, respect, and a lot of the things that will give them the protections they need and have sought to keep their heart and mind and their purpose and their focus in the profession, which is why they entered it in the first place, right? So many of the things we'll talk about today, you may find that we're not mentioning other things. That does not mean that we're not addressing it and covering it. And I'll mention a little bit more of that as there's overlap in these subjects today through the discussion of the policy. A few housekeeping items for the members of the public. We'll hold public testimony at the very end of the hearing after our initial witnesses finish their testimony. The public will be given 2 minutes total to provide his or her testimony, and anyone wishing to testify or submit written testimony must register using the kiosk system outside the hearing room, and you will be able to do so until 2:30 today. Anyone interested in submitting written testimony during the hearings should also submit 15 copies to our staff up front with your name on each copy, and your testimony will be distributed to each committee member, their offices, and their staff. And we take those submittals in writing very, very serious. So don't think if you don't testify verbally or you don't have everything you need with you to provide to us that you can't get it to us, because you most definitely can, and we look forward to that. Finally, I'd like to note that there's an overflow room in E1016. So it's perfectly fine to stand in the back, but if you need to sit down for a little bit to rest, you're not going to miss any of the hearing, and you can certainly come in and out as it's possible with the room that is allocated. With that, let's move on to our first order of business, which is adoption of the committee rules. Members, the most significant change to the committee rules, which you all supported these rules last session, the most significant change is that higher education is not designated as a subcommittee. It is one standing committee with these subject matter jurisdictions all combined together. And that will be the change in the rules. Everything else is consistent. You were sent a copy of the proposed committee rules in advance of the hearing. I want to obviously provide opportunity for anyone to ask a question or provide comments. You can also do that with our committee staff. But if there are no questions or comments at this time, then we will make a motion for adoption. Any comments? Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the committee rules. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the rules are adopted. Thank you, members. I'll be passing the gavel to my vice chair, Senator Campbell, while I lay out Senate Bill 2.
The chair recognizes Senator Creighton to lay out SB2.
Thank you, Vice Chair Campbell and members. Today I'm laying out Senate Bill 2, the Texas Education Freedom Act. This legislation, it feels familiar, and it should. The Senate passed this legislation 4 times in 2023, but here we are again, and I appreciate your focus and attention because the students of Texas deserve it. Senate Bill 2 finally brings Texas in line with 32 other states, both with Republican and Democrat governors and Republican and Democrat legislatures in those states, offering expanded education freedom to our students and our families. I often say the future of Texas beyond the dinner table with family and faith and conversation and instruction from parents first. The future of Texas begins beyond that in the classroom. And that remains true. If we're being honest with ourselves as elected officials and our constituents, we know that a one-size-fits-all education does not work for many of our students in Texas. Too many families find themselves trapped by their zip code or have a special need that would otherwise allow them in a different educational setting to thrive and advance. Because at the end of the day, many of our Texas students need options and variations on their learning environment, options that suit their needs the most. And we see that day in and day out now with the current options that are available in Texas. As we all know, that we have, many times it's been said, we have many choices now. Senate Bill 2 will serve more students this time around with more funding than ever, allowing nearly 100,000 students to receive an education savings account that would be larger than any other state's school choice program in the first year of operation. So, for instance, we would be 25 and 28 years behind Florida and Arizona, respectively, in their school choice options where they valued their students at the top of the priority list for the available resources that could be given to them, and we haven't. Senate Bill 2 builds upon the last version of this legislation from the 88th Legislature special sessions that we all supported. Well, many members on this dais supported, some did not, right? Want to be fair about that. As a result, the key provisions that we've worked on, like our anti-fraud provision safeguards, mandatory criminal history checks for any vendors, rigorous reporting requirements, and robust data protections, they're retained or expanded. And we'll explain a little bit more about what that exactly means. Just as prior iterations of this legislation, parents can direct their students' approved funds to pre-approved providers, but never have direct possession of the dollars themselves, and no reimbursements are permitted. That is why you can call it a voucher, and I understand the nomenclature is easy and it rolls off the tongue, but it's not a voucher. It's an education savings account that's not just political terminology designed to sound better or different. It's not a voucher. The reason why Florida has a voucher and an education savings account, the reason why Florida has both is because they're different. Otherwise, they wouldn't have both, right? So Senate Bill 2 is fully universal. So there's $200 million appropriated in Senate Bill 2 for a fully universal population in and of itself. A fully universal on eligibility population in and of itself. And then beyond that $200 million universal population, which in and of itself would be close to the largest launch in American history for a school choice plan. Beyond that, there's another $800 million for special needs and free and reduced lunch eligible certain poverty level threshold kids that need help. And they are the priority set at the top of the weighted funds available within the framework, as it should be. If the number of applicants do not exceed the available revenue, then everyone is approved. Because we have a certain framework and we're expecting a certain amount of demand, but we're not sure about that. We don't know that the number of moms and dads that we expect to need and want these choices on behalf of their students will apply. And we've got a great framework set up through the comptroller with funding to not only promote the program to families so they'll know that it exists, but we've got an incredible framework to support those families once and if they're approved. The approval would be by a lottery pick because, again, we're not the federal government, right? We don't print another $1 trillion every time we have a problem, right? So there will be some today that think the program should be larger. I think we're going to have a witness that says that today that all 6 million students in Texas should receive a $10,000 ESA immediately. That's a $53 billion funding effort for 1 year. And the capacity and the operational logistics to even fathom that would be impossible to carry out. So, but there will be testimony today for such a thing. We work within scarce dollars. And speaking of that, the funds for the education savings account, they don't come from public education. In fact, we have a separate bill with an incredible historic lift for public education that, just like last session, for 90% of the regular session in the Senate, had no connection whatsoever to the school choice effort or the teacher pay effort. Many of you haven't heard that one, I'm assuming. So we're being consistent in keeping those subjects separate, and our efforts to lift up public schools and public school teachers, especially with my Teacher Bill of Rights that last session the House killed, but other states modeled it all across the country, and it was graded as a bipartisan bill by many organizations. But I guess for some reason, it wasn't a priority. It will be this time around for us. If applications don't exceed available revenue, all are admitted. If applications are beyond available revenue and beyond 100,000 in number, then we will go immediately to a priority set. And that priority set is weighted for 80% of the funds in the school choice ESA Education Freedom Program to be allocated to special needs, students with disabilities, and a certain threshold within the poverty level itself, so that the most vulnerable Texans will have these opportunities way before anyone else. And with such a gigantic percentage of priority within the whole program, that it will be very clear where the Texas legislature stands on who we're really working the hardest to help here and serve here among the most vulnerable Texans. The students accepted into the ESA program will initially receive a minimum of $2,000. So think of our homeschool eligibility, right? And that would be for a homeschool family capped at that point at this time. We're listening to the homeschool families that will be coming up today, and they will be, as well as statewide organizations, and we will be listening to their preferences about that policy. But that number is 100% higher than the number that was passed in the last iteration of this bill. It was $1,000 at that time, and it was fully supported by the statewide homeschool organization groups, mainly talking about the fact that they don't as much have tuition costs, but they have curriculum and tutoring costs. I talk with my hands, I'm going to hit this mic again. So curriculum and tutoring, sometimes transportation to tutoring, those would be examples of the limits of what that ESA might provide. Beyond that, if families choose to enroll their student in an accredited private school, they would receive $10,000 for the education savings account. And if that student has a disability, that student would receive, and this is coming from a public school, they would receive $11,500 if that child has a disability designation. Parents can spend these funds on an example of a different set of menu items. And again, this money doesn't go to the parents like a voucher. So you can't go to Rooms to Go and buy furniture if you have $1,000 left over, right? This is an education savings account with the strongest anti-fraud provisions in the country. The money would be directed from the framework at the comptroller's office, right? The comptroller is our money man for the state of Texas, not through TEA. And then that money would be directed to the providers that were already approved. And then whether it be a homeschool family choosing their own curriculum and then customizing that curriculum afterwards, that'd be fine. Or if it would be a private school effort for a student going from public to private, and if there's a delta or a difference or a gap on the tuition for that private school, it's still a $10,000 number for most of these ESAs. And through private philanthropy or scholarships within that school or the community, they would need to find a way to fill that difference, as is the case today. Parents can spend these funds again on tuition, instructional materials, higher education courses, trade certificates, assessment costs, different therapies, tutoring, and transportation as examples. Just as in SB1 that we passed prior in the special, the participants are required to take a norm reference test annually. Most private schools offer that already. There is no imposition of the STAR test on private schools. There are no strings passed along to homeschool families or private schools through this testing effort. So you look at many private schools offer the Iowa test today. Public schools offer norm reference tests to seniors in high school. They're called the SAT and the ACT. So these norm reference tests are in public and private and in the homeschool world. That's the legislation as it calls out for those tests to be administered for those that hold the ESA. Previously, we had a hold harmless provision for small public schools in the bill. We passed that a couple of times. Members weren't really fired up about that provision. The bill still passed with it in it. The public school stakeholders all around the state, including in our public hearings, rejected those provisions and said, among many other things, we don't care about that. And the House, through those signals, rejected that policy several times over. So we pulled that provision out of the bill. There's not another school choice plan in the country that offers a hold harmless provision. So in other words, if a child or a student leaves a public school with an ESA to go to the private school, the public school would receive money for that child either way. That provision was rejected last time around by many public school and teacher organizations and stakeholders. So it's gone. Senate Bill 2 removes that provision and keeps the program straightforward and focused on empowering families. It's our first of many bills, again, to unleash this session to bolster the potential of Texas education and to bolster the potential of our students and our schools. And that includes our public schools as well. Many of you watched the Finance Committee meetings yesterday. looking at the commitment of over $96 billion for public education, funding current formulas, enrollment growth, and an additional nearly $5 billion for public education as new money, that there are 3, 4, 5 states in America, maybe more, that don't even have a total state budget of the new money that we are allocating towards public schools. Not old money, new money. We did that last session as well, though, and that was also rejected by superintendent organizations, teacher organizations, and many public school stakeholders. That testimony was that it was okay to kill all that new money for teachers and public schools if they had an opportunity to get rid of 40,000 education savings accounts for special needs kids. That's very confusing testimony for us as we listen and we try to work out solutions for the future of the state. And yes, that's true. By investing in our teachers and our parents, we give future generations the greatest chance at keeping this Texas economic engine alive, which after the 08 and 09 subprime crash saved America. This economic engine. But if we don't make changes fast, and it might not be in your school district, and we all love our school districts. I don't hear anyone say anything different. The narratives you get through some of your emails definitely says something different. But we show that through our actions, and the political process is brutal. 31 million Texans, y'all have fortitude, backbone, experience, a never quit attitude, and an absolute strong opinion. I'm proud of you for that. I'm proud of us for that. But in this building, it's tough sometimes to land the plane. And we're determined that our Texas students deserve it this time around. Thank you for your consideration, members. I know that was an extended layout, but I wanted to cover some of the problems that have been buzzing around through narratives that don't have anything to do with the actual policy of the bill. And it's important with our media watching that we have those types of clarifications covered. You know, and I'll finish with this and open up to questions. It's fascinating to me that last year, in 2023, not last year, we had a public hearing on school choice, and we had almost every public school stakeholder in the state of Texas in overflow rooms waiting to testify against. And that's okay. It's everyone's right to testify as they see fit in their heart. In Washington, D.C., you can no longer, as a private citizen, testify on a bill unless you're invited. That is tragic. So we make sure everyone has their say, but we've got to keep decorum and make sure we're respectful and keep your cool if you don't hear what you like, right? Don't even think of us in that situation. Think of everyone else waiting to testify next. We have to give everybody the same amount of time. But with that testimony that we had last session, it was very clear that with all of these different opinions, we have incredible misunderstandings within the bill that I think some of you might have questions about today. And so I'm going to open up the commentary among our senators to help exactly with that, to make sure the audience and those watching in the media can cover it. When we had those hearings last in 2023 on the ESA, all those education groups and the media showed up. A few months later, when we had a hearing on public school student outcomes, how are our students doing? What can we do to do better for public school students? Not one. I don't mean to say only 3. Not one camera, not one public school superintendent organization, not one teacher organization showed up at the hearing. Not one. When we have a hearing on student outcomes soon, please come. That's important. Okay, members, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Senator Creighton, for a good layout on SB2. Members, at this time, do you have any questions? Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir Creighton, thank you for your comprehensive layout. On page 2 of your bill, where it says low-income household,
Yes.
I think I have not seen it in any other agency where it's defined as 500% of the federal poverty line. Is that? I was just curious. How did you choose the low-income household to be 500% of poverty?
Yeah, last session, we had two different metrics in our same iterations that we passed. We had a 350% and we had a 500% in the framework. The 500% is essentially a teacher and a fireman with a few kids in their household, okay? So we have these rigid definitions and formulas that, you know, refer to poverty levels and refer to income levels and on, and we really don't have a lot of flexibility outside of those references. So because it's a uniform type of reference, that's the number we ended up at to make sure that if a teacher and a fireman that are working hard every day to just make life make sense and they have 3 or 4 kids, that they would be eligible within the framework and prioritized first,
So,
along with disability.
so you have, I think, $200 million in the bill set aside for universal for anybody who applies, right?
That's right.
So $200 million, and I think, is the bill saying that the ESA amount currently is going to be about $10,000? Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. And within that 200 million fully universal population,
Right.
the other 80% of disability and within a certain range of the poverty level, they're also eligible within that same
200
lottery.
million, right. That's where I guess my confusion comes, because that's about 20,000 children, if I do the math correct. So then what I don't understand is if the lottery priority is supposed to be for low income household, and you set it at as high as 500%, but there is no other program, like free lunch benefits are at about 130% of poverty. And so it almost seems like it doesn't really have a priority because the amount of the 500% of poverty guideline is so high. And I'm just wondering if you might be willing to amend the bill so that it really would be a set aside for people who are really the poorest. Because one of the concerns that I have is the $10,000, I'm not sure that will cover, in many schools it'll cover possibly tuition, but it may not cover uniforms, transportation, lunch, books. In some schools they have to buy books. And so if the parents can have this 10,000, but they can't afford to make up the difference, then are they really eligible? What are they really eligible? It's just like almost like a bridge that's 3/4 of the way built. It's not really good enough for them.
It's a great point. We have some incredible testimony today that will come forward to talk about the private philanthropy through organizations that already exist in Texas, among others. And they're going to present some staggering numbers that will, in a very positive way, shore some of the gaps and concerns that you might have on, is $10,000 enough for tuition? Last session, we were at $8,000. And we have some very good data showing that in the upper 7,000, low 8,000 range, that would cover much of the tuition for a large majority of the private schools in Texas. Well, just as we're addressing with public schools, costs go up, right? So we made adjustments there on those numbers, and we added an additional bump for students that have a disability.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that your plan is that we will also be investing in public education moving forward. My question would be, are we looking to make it the same level of investment? Because if the program that you're proposing today is successful with as many educational opportunities as possible, the fiscal note on the program shows that this would triple in size in 2 sessions by 2029. Unfortunately, public education has not received any significant increase in their funding mechanisms in the last 6 years, aside from the 30-cent raise that we did to the school safety allotment and the $15,000 per campus. So my concern is that we're setting aside $1 billion for this new education savings voucher, but I haven't seen the same level of investment in our public schools. And I just think it concerns me that we're creating a tilting of the playing field in terms of our public schools.
Yeah, we put $39 billion new dollars into public education in the last 10 years, Senator Menendez. I don't know that the trajectory you're talking about, and we have LBB here, they can comment. There's no escalation in the legislation. There's no escalation. So if they're extrapolating, if the Legislative Budget Board, for those watching, they do a lot of number crunching for us up here and give us good advice. The escalation of the growth of the program and the bill, that is fun to see how they would extrapolate the numbers, but we as a body would have to approve the growth of the program as appropriators and on the Senate floor before those fairy tale projections beyond the $1 billion plan that we're talking about now would be anything but a cartoon.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Creighton, for this great bill. I've been looking at it very closely, and I have a lot of folks in my orbit that are very interested in it for a lot of different reasons: public school, private school, homeschool, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into this.
Thank you.
From what we started with, how far has this bill come? From what we started with when we first began considering this legislation?
Well, it depends on what we mean by beginning this path. Senator Betancourt, for years, carried an incredible tax credit opportunity that many states offer today. Florida, as an example, has a very successful program there. And we've had different iterations of small school choice efforts over the past, I would say, 4 sessions for sure. Maybe since back to 2015, but how far have we come just working through 2022, the long year of 2023, the 24 interim, and where we are today? I think that we've been very diligent from sitting in public school classrooms with teachers all over the state to talking to the brightest minds that crunch the numbers, to talking to families, moms and dads that are just talking day to day about their specific needs for their kids, and they're seeing what all these other states are doing with all of this success, and they're struggling. And we've got so many incredible workforce projections and education gaps at the same time on the progress that our students are making, or the lack of progress that they're showing, especially through the COVID years. But I think really COVID just shined a bright light on the fact that even up to 2022, less than half of the 8th graders in Texas were performing at grade level in our Texas public schools, and many of them were 2 grades behind. So we've tried to in tandem, bring incredibly bold public school reforms and support, teacher support, and changes to make their lives better. And on this school choice front, I think we'll have the best plan and the boldest launch in America.
Is the ESA bill tied to you addressed this a little bit, but I'd just like you to make a really clear statement on this. Is the ESA bill tied to teacher pay raises or funding for public schools?
No, it's not. Again, for 90% of the regular session, the media did not report on this, but for 90% of the regular session, the Senate kept school funding for public schools separate, teacher pay and teacher rights and safety separate, and the education freedom and school choice effort separate. In mid-May, after we had started in January, the House kept signaling to kill those bills separate, so we took the hint. And we took a House Bill 100, that had a broad education caption. That was all that was left. And we poured all the subjects in together and sent it back on that signal, and they killed that bill. So we were working off different signals. We were doing the best that we could, but our priority set was to keep these subjects separate.
Thank you. In the section 29.358, which is the section that describes the requirements for pre-approval for different types of education service providers,
Yes.
public schools are also listed as a potential provider. Does that mean that a student would be able to use their ESA to take a class, say, a la carte from a public school?
No, the student, if they were relying on a public school campus, they couldn't be part of what would qualify them for average daily attendance. If that school has a chemistry lab and the school is open with a mindset that all kids should learn and our available assets and resources should be available to them if our current public school kids aren't using them, then those opportunities would very much be available on a public school campus, and that's what that means.
Okay. In that same section, charter schools aren't specifically named there, but since charter schools are also public schools, would that also be true for charter school students?
That'd certainly be my intent.
Thank you. I've also heard examples of micro schools, co-ops, learning pods, and other innovative models of families coming together to educate their children. Could a family use their ESA to help pay for this while staying in compliance with the requirements of the bill?
They could, but if the micro school is not yet accredited, they would only be eligible for the first tier of the $2,000 that would be available in the ESA. If they're, as a lottery pick submittal, if they were chosen, that's the level that they would come in at, just as picture a homeschool family that gains eligibility through the ESA framework and they're awarded $2,000. They're also not accredited, right? So in that unaccredited category, 2,000 would be the maximum, and it'd be very, very regimented and approved on what that could be spent on. It wouldn't tell them, what curriculum to purchase, but it would make sure that safety is a factor and that legitimate companies are a factor. And, I'm trying to think, for instance, that a tutor would have to pass a criminal background check to be able to participate in the program. Hope that answers your question.
That does. That's good. So a micro school could be kind of it could either be treated as a homeschool or a private school, depending on what the micro school chose to do.
Yes, a micro school or a homeschool pod, any unaccredited related, they've still got to be registered with TEA, and it's still got to be or registered with the framework itself. Depends on what the comptroller rules and how they put that together, but it would not be at the higher category of the dollars in the ESA. It would be at the lower.
And I think maybe sort of associated with that, could you speak to the purpose of section 29.368, which regards program participant, provider, and vendor autonomy? And specifically, what I'm going at is, just to clarify, this bill would not allow for government interference in religious beliefs, would it?
No, we had an email flying around yesterday creating a lot of doubt on that. That provision that's mentioned in that particular part of the bill, it's called a compelling government interest provision. The Supreme Court has held it could only be invoked if a serious question about health and safety was at issue. Again, I mentioned that if it was somehow discovered that a tutor was on a violent sexual predator list and it wasn't caught, some sort of immediate action that had to be taken. But that provision already exists in our Civil Practices and Remedies Code. So this is just a restatement of what is already in law.
Well, I appreciate that, because I know that religious belief is at the center of why many families choose to homeschool or private school, and it's important to our public school families as well. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that, because I'd seen some of the same rhetoric going around.
Thanks for asking on that. The act that it's actually found in the Civil Practices and Remedies Code is also known as the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act. So That's actually where that provision was found before this legislation. We'll have the Catholic Conference of Bishops up and the Texas Private School Association, the Texas Homeschool Association later, and again, neither of them either object to keeping it in the bill or removing it because it already exists in law.
I've got one final question. Since this is a universal ESA, could you speak to the purpose of the language regarding 80% of recipients being former public school students who are either low income or have a disability, specifically on the fact that they were existing public school students, and attached to that, would pre-K students and kindergartners be able to receive an ESA under the lottery in this bill?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to many members door to door and visiting with you in your districts and just working through this process for years. Obviously, on all of our hearts and minds is the largest number of students in Texas today are in our public school system, right? I mean, the average of 74 school choice plans in America today across 32 states represents less than 2.7% per program of their public school students that left for an ESA. Our program is 1.7% on a launch. This program is still 10 times what Florida launched with 25 years ago. And I believe it's 100x factor or more on what Arizona began with. But for 20 plus years, those two states respectively, they started out with a focus of public school students needing an option that might involve a private school opportunity.
And how does that affect pre-K or kindergarten students?
Pre-K is included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your attention to those things, and again, your careful attention in crafting the bill, and look forward to working with you.
Oh, thank you for your excellent questions, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Chairman Creighton, thank you for all your hard work on this bill. You mentioned how the bill is universal, which is important, of course, to a lot of our parents in our districts and community. And I was wondering if you could kind of expound a little more on how SB2 is a universal education savings account bill.
Yes, so thank you for that, Senator Middleton. For $200 million in SB2 is committed to a fully universal population based on eligibility. So that would be public school, private school, homeschool, right? And so many states around the country have different versions of school choice. They have tax credits, they have vouchers, they have ESAs, they have other programs. But we specifically are working on an education savings account to be created. And so that fully universal population would be served within those dollars. And again, if that was just in and of itself, the launch, it would be maybe the largest launch in the history of the country for any state on a school choice effort. But we also have $800 other billion to serve the most vulnerable kids.
And it's all families are eligible. And
yes.
And on the funding mechanism, it's as you sign up, essentially. I mean, I don't recall that we have ever in any program put 100% of the funding as if 100% of all citizens of the state will sign up on day one. I don't think that's ever happened in how we appropriate or administer any state program, right?
Yes, I mean, it's unfortunate that Texas is not leading on school choice, right? We're number 30. We would be number 33, right? We don't want to lead in, I mean, we don't want to follow any other state in the country. But if we are following, we want to launch the best program that we can available, and this will certainly be it. So you're exactly right on your remarks.
And it's a big number. It's double last session, and I think this is another important point that we considered is there are a lot of states that have school choice programs, and we can see the exit rates.
Yeah.
And that's typically 1 or 2% a year. So the number that we've got for this appropriation is about that, right? So
yes, we'll have testimony today where we will have requests to include all 6 million students in Texas immediately for a $10,000 education savings account. That would be a $53 billion number just for this year, not to mention the impossibility that it would take to even set up an operations framework that would support that. Look, in Texas, to lead on school choice and to have the best program available, we have to launch an initial framework and then show success. And we're going to. And I think the rest of the nation, as it's seen its own success, we will see with this framework that we've at least had the opportunity to take what others have done a pretty good job with, and we've improved upon that. And our kids will benefit from it, and our workforce.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Bittencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Creighton, first off, you've mentioned repeatedly the 32 states that have already implemented some version of school choice. I'm assuming we'll hear today a substantial number of data points, studies, et cetera, about the success of those. And you used to quote some interesting numbers about how the success percentage of those studies was quite high. True?
That's true.
All right. And because, again, what gets measured gets fixed here, we're putting in a specific allotment of money that we believe will handle about 100,000 students. And you make a point about starting a program even as robustly as this one starts. 100,000 students is an awfully large number, because I believe there's only about 70 some odd thousand current openings in private school capacity. Is that true?
That's what we'll have testimony on today. I believe you're right.
Right. So when you size a program like this, you want to size it for success, because there's also stratified channels to market. There's private schools. We'll be hearing from parochial schools. We'll be hearing from school choice. There's a whole variety of not just charter schools in the public sense or the public school system itself. And when you look at what's happened in the past, especially the fact that there's been decades of usage of these programs, whether it's an educational savings account or tax credit scholarship, there's been problems with fraud in these other states, has there not?
There's been problems with fraud, and there's been issues with implementation on trying to serve too many students at once without a framework supported by funding. And we're going to be best in class on both of those.
So we've learned from that. You mentioned that some of your bills have already been model ALEC bills, but I want to ask a couple specific questions. You've got provision in here that parents agree to use pre-approved educational service providers or vendors of educational products determined by the comptroller. Now, why is it important for providers or vendors to be pre-approved?
Well, we need to, certainly with the use of tax money, right, we have to make sure that, we don't push any strings or undue burdens or requirements on private schools or homeschool families. But at the same time, we need to make sure that tax money is being used for a school that's actually a school, right?
Right.
So a private school that's submitted as a choice for the use of the ESA, and the submittal says they're an accredited private school, but they're actually not a school at all, there would need to be some sort of a watch on whether or not that submittal was accurate to protect the tax money. Second to that, for instance, homeschool families can choose their own curriculum and they can customize it like all homeschool families do today. But we need to make sure that if it's Amazon or if it's Barnes & Noble or if it's a certain online effort or an entity that's being ordered through, that they're legitimate and not taking advantage of the family or the taxpayer in an unscrupulous way. There's been some fraud on that in other states.
Right, and sometimes substantial, quite frankly. So it's important that the Texas plan starts off on the right foot on this. There is simply no provision in the bill or any legislative intent or any fact or supposition of fact that this bill would restrict a private school or vendor's curriculum, would it?
No.
And the fact that that we're upfront addressing fraud and is really just a recognition of the obvious of what's happened in the other states. So we're attempting to bring best practices to this plan because this is $1 billion, and we do. Along with Senator Mendez, we'll have some questions on that fiscal note because as far as I can tell, $1 billion a year times 2 is $2 billion, and so I'm sure we'll have some questions about the fiscal note as an inflated number. But it's important that a lot of thought has gone into making sure that this, because it's not a voucher, because it's a savings account, that the destination of that money not be end up in fraudulent hands.
Yeah, and some that hold the ESA, they may think it's intrusive that there's a requirement, for instance, for pre-approval for a tutor to simply not be on a sexual predator watch list. Okay, they may just think that's incredibly irresponsible to make sure that doesn't happen or that child's protected. We have to have certain parameters in this bill for criminal background checks and pre-approval of vendors and providers that are used. We don't find another program in the country that leaves those behind and just leaves it to the will of outcomes, right? So in those aspects, and with your question, Senator Betancourt, we've been very thorough, but we're not encroaching or passing strings on to homeschool or private school families.
Well, this is part of the questioning, Madam Chairman, I am going to make with the witnesses later to ask them if these safeguards are enough. And I want to point out that once again, this committee led quite substantially on stopping what was referred to by a senior member of this committee as passing the trash long ago to stop basically inappropriate student-teacher relationships, and we built on that every session with databases and involving, at the request of private schools, access to it. So once again, these are all lessons learned that are trying to be rolled into this major piece of legislation at one time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. And the work that Chairman Creighton has done on this is very thorough, and he's really checked every box. So we appreciate the thoroughness you've done.
Thanks.
Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Creighton, thank you for your leadership and working so hard on this very important piece of legislation. Just a couple of comments, and we've covered some of it. But look, I know that you, like myself, and those of us here on the panel, are passionate about the importance of protecting public education in Texas and are proud of our public schools. We've got so many exceptional ones across all 254 counties. And I know that you've spoken today already about the fact that the funding for this ESA program in SB2 is separate from the funding needs of public education. And I know you've also commented about the appropriation process, that we as a body recognize the horrible inflationary effects of the last administration's spending and its impact on everybody, be it school districts, businesses, families, all of that, and that we're addressing those issues obviously here in the course of the session. And so I guess specifically, I think the fact that we have a unique element here with this ESA where we're addressing this issue pertaining to hold harmless. Maybe just elaborate on that for another moment or two, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. So yes, in prior iterations of the bill, specifically with signals from the House's concerns, West Texas concerns about very small school districts that could not scale a particular loss of a student or two or 4 or 5, however many that might be the case, we had a hold harmless provision in the bill where for the first couple of years they would still receive money for that student, whether or not the student left the school for the use of an ESA. That provision, even though supported by the Senate, even though there's not another plan in America that offers it, that would provide public schools with money, even though the child's not even in the school, was rejected by public schools. So knowing that, we can't continue to tell our taxpayers that we're imposing provisions onto legislation that are rejected by the very stakeholders that we were trying to lift up. And after a couple of different rounds on the Senate floor and a lot of encouragement by myself and many of our colleagues, they continue to say no thanks.
And Mr. Chairman, switching topics from public education for a moment, talk about homeschoolers. I know we've gotten some feedback from homeschool families that are concerned in their initial read. Can you just maybe give your thoughts on that to reassure the homeschool families out there about the bill and what the intent is structurally and the implications for them and their families?
Absolutely. I mean, we have specific provisions in the bill to protect the integrity of what homeschool families covet the most now, which is that there will not be any strings or imposition of the heavy hand of government on directing their curriculum or any of those types of concerns. There won't be a star test imposed on, homeschool families or some way, shape, or form uprooting what is a very successful Texas model for them. And we'll have soon the Texas Homeschool Coalition statewide organization coming to testify for the bill, as they've worked very closely to protect their homeschool families and helping us craft this legislation.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator King.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Creighton, this is really a question in response to a lot of emails I got and questions after we finally adjourned for the last time and year before last. And the question is, have you considered restricting the ESA program to U.S. citizens or lawful residents?
Yes. Absolutely have. We've worked all through the interim on this subject. There is one state in America that has a requirement for an ESA holder to be lawfully present. And we have talked to counsel with Ed Choice, who is in close communication with that Senate author in Alabama and Alabama's Attorney General, that have great concern that that entire school choice program is at risk through litigation by including that provision in the bill. Now, that bill could be separate from this bill, but I think what we intend to provide is there's a Supreme Court case, Plyler v. Doe, that very clearly states that public education dollars for education purposes cannot be withheld specifically for citizenship reasons, and that's the highest court in the land that's decided that. So I think what we plan to do on the Senate floor, that case is Plyler v. Doe, is we plan to put a trigger amendment in this bill to where if General Paxton or the Attorney General brings a case that for some way, shape, or form, we've seen the Supreme Court overturn a lot of historical decisions that they then determined to be based on bad legal precedent and reasoning. And if that case were to be overturned, then that provision in this legislation would trigger and that it would be active. Look, in 74 school choice programs across America, we've done the deepest dive, forensic dive that you could possibly do. We don't see undocumented families waving their hands up in the air saying, please let us fill out all of this paperwork and notice us and let us apply for an education savings account for a private school or homeschool opportunity. We just don't see the evidence of that, but we still want to be resolute in knowing that, first and foremost, this would be a Texas first agenda for the very finite resources and scarcity of dollars. And that would be, as we approach the floor, our intent to include that language by amendment.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great work on this bill. just have some questions regarding some of the data that may be associated with some of this. As you've noted, we've modeled this off of successful programs in other states, and we've hopefully taken and learned a lot from what did not work in other states, and we're hoping to do it better. Do you happen to have data on the percentage of children or families that actually utilize an ESA as it's been introduced in other states, that would actually take advantage of this program?
I mentioned something earlier, and I'm not sure that it answers your question, Senator Hinojosa, but first of all, I'm very glad you and Brent both are on this committee. You're going to really enjoy the purpose behind what we cover. From 74 school choice programs currently across America, 32 states, there is an average of, I know, what says 2.74% of public school students in those states, respectively, are using an ESA if they have such a program. So that's not exactly the percentage of what you were asking, but you may be able to extrapolate from it.
Actually, I've heard something kind of similar. I just wanted to kind of reiterate that.
We're below that. We're at 1.7% with our launch. And again, Arizona launched with 300 students, and Florida launched with 17,000 students. And they're, 25 and 28 years ahead of us, respectively. Bad news is we're following. Good news is we can learn from their mistakes and build. I've relied on 162 empirical national studies for the success and the scrutiny of school choice programs across the state, across America, and only about 5 of them have a net negative. There's about 10 of those programs that have a net neutral because they're new. And the rest of them, in the 140 plus range, I'm a lawyer, so I can't add, were absolutely just astonishingly net positive. So I'm excited about being on the next round from Texas.
No, thank you. And I've heard similar. I guess my point being that we've had a percentage of people utilizing the program. And in those states, public school has not fallen apart. It's actually been a supplement to the children in those states.
Yes.
I have some rural communities in my district as well, and so speaking to them also about that and trying to alleviate those fears that they may have regarding that. It's important to know some of that statistical information. But
there's been no exodus from public schools that have threatened the sticks and bricks of public schools across the country. Those are manufactured narratives and saying that school choice opportunities that are reasonable and lifting up a public school system and public school teachers in harmony, doing all of that on behalf of our students, instead of talking about elections and power and institutions and control, instead of talking about all that, just talking about the kids.
Absolutely.
It's been incredibly successful.
Well, and that's the point I was hoping you would elaborate on. That's exactly what I believe as well. And to those children and those families who decided to take advantage of those ESA programs, is there data out there on how successful those outcomes have been for those students?
There is, and that's part of those empirical studies that I'm referencing. I can get you copies of that. Senator West and I worked together on the Senate floor last time we were in debate to add to the legislation some demographic information also that's going to be reported. It's not tied to individual identities, but it's in group, right? To just understand who's using and relying on and succeeding from the ESAs in all kinds of categories. And that helps us to understand from a metric standpoint, where do we need to make adjustments? If we grow the program, how can we show the public success, and any fear related to it is just not founded.
Thank you so much. I completely agree, and I think that is something to the point that I think a lot of us realize up here is that it's offering, I don't think anybody really has questioned, the educational value of a student taking advantage of an ESA. they're more worried and concerned about what would happen to the public school institution
Yes.
as a result of it. It's not, well, the child is going to get a bad education by utilizing an ESA. But I think we, rightfully so, should be concentrating on the education of our students.
That's exactly right. We have tremendous funding initiatives with the border and Medicaid and with heavy infrastructure and water and the grid and so many different things that we have to address. This money, like those monies, are coming from our surplus, and we're using surplus dollars for public school new dollars as well. But our kids are worth it. You name all those other issues, and what's our greatest natural resource in this state? It is our kids, and what kind of education we can give them, what kind of future we can give them, and all of us are aligned on that. It's just about the details, and can we agree on building something that we all believe will work? And I have the utmost respect for my colleagues that have concerns. And iron sharpens iron. We have to continue to ask the tough questions and vet this program, and it will be, I believe, the best in the country.
Thank you for speaking to that, especially for some of my rural concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator West.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I've listened attentively to conversations here, and I've been involved in most of these conversations over the course of the years. The die has been cast. The fact is, it's going to pass. The question is how do you make it a better bill? Several questions. The comptroller is going to be responsible for screening the ESOs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so rules will have to be promulgated by the comptroller to determine exactly what the qualifications of these ESOs are.
Yes, those education assistance organizations for the audience are the support providers that would help prop up the program, help it, be strong enough and stable enough as an infrastructure itself to serve families.
One of the concerns that I have over the course of these last few years here in the state of Texas, we've had a bunch of data breaches, correct? As an example, in the comptroller's office,
Yes.
I think it was in 2011, there was a significant data breach at the comptroller's office, resulting in about 3.5 million Texans having their Social Security numbers stolen by hackers. Cost the state approximately $2 million. As we look at this issue, several other agencies, Health and Human Services, 61,000 people, Texas Medical had about 1.4 million people. What are we doing to make certain that the infrastructure, let me back up, persons getting involved in this particular program will have to turn over pretty much sensitive information in order to be considered correct to be a part of the lottery?
That's right.
Tax returns, I don't know what else, but a bunch of sensitive information. What are we doing to make certain in this bill that there is sensitivity to the issue and it's going to be addressed?
Yeah, a great question, Senator West. We've been very consistent with the providers, vendors, and any outside organizations and the sort of the a la carte menu on the services provided to make sure we have the strongest anti-fraud provisions in the country. But separate from that, to your question, we've added some cybersecurity provisions as perfecting amendments to the bill to address data breaches and protections for our individual identities and those participants.
And what have you added to the bill as an example? Not a whole list, but as an example.
It's on page 4 of the legislation, and just as a summary, the comptroller would establish cybersecurity requirements for those exact education assistance organizations that you mentioned, so that best practices developed under certain sections of the government code would protect the individuals relying on the program. That was a new provision in the bill.
Okay. As it relates to, I'm going to go back to Senator Menendez.
Senator West, may I interrupt 1 minute? Just for those who have not, who wish to testify, give public testimony, you must register at the kiosk in the back. We're going to close registration at 2:30, so you have about 9 minutes. So if there's anybody within the sound of my voice that's here and wishes to offer public testimony, please register at the kiosk before we close at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you, Senator West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, in previous iterations of this particular bill, vouchers, education service accounts, we talked about making certain we prioritize certain populations, those that were in impoverished situations, and those that were in academically failing schools. Why does this bill make no consideration of those factors?
And tell me again the specific factors you're mentioning.
Well, being in failing schools and in impoverished conditions. As an example, you define low income as $500,000, 500% above the federal poverty guidelines for a family of four, as an example.
Right.
That ends up being roughly $156,000. Okay.
Yes.
And then the average income, a median income in the state of Texas for a family of four is about $76,000. Okay, and so this does not prioritize, at least I don't see it, this does not prioritize the lowest income in our state, or those, I don't see anything in there about prioritizing kids coming from academically failing schools.
Yeah, those provisions, Senator West, are up to that threshold. So it would be any amount up to those percentages. And we talked a lot about, and we considered in prior versions of the bill, exactly how to establish the metrics. But at the end of the day, hearing from so many of our moms and dads, it wasn't just DNF failing schools that we were talking about with our parents and our guardians. It was bullying, and it was the heavy influx of one time you try and you die fentanyl. It was certain aspects of just the learning environment itself in schools all across the state. There's 8,161 schools in Texas. There's 1,200 school districts, and parents had different reasons for hardship and what their students needed. And I believe if we listed all of those hardships, we may not be able to print that much. There's a lot of concerns. So we ended up going to a threshold up to that amount.
So all hardships are equal, that's what you're saying?
We try to make sure we respect everyone's challenges as they approach us, yes, with great respect.
And so you're putting bullying on the same, I guess you could say equal platform as low-income schools. Someone coming from low academically.
Well, I personally know families who've lost a child to suicide because of bullying, and so I could.
You're the author of the bill. I understand.
We could visit about the priority set, but looking into a mother's eyes on her hardship, you and I both. I'm not going to tell her one problem is more important than another.
You're the author of the bill. And hopefully we can discuss that. Yeah. It would seem as though that up to leaves a great deal of flexibility, and we could put something in this bill that, with all of this talent that we have around us in terms of staff,
right, something
that considers those factors, prioritize those factors in consideration of the individuals up to that particular.
It's great points that you make.
So let's make certain that we look at that. As it relates to the administration of the program, I understand that we're going to be having reports, and that's fine. And those reports will be annual reports going from the EOSs to the comptroller.
That's right.
Correct? Okay, and then the comptroller will turn around and provide a report to the legislature.
Yes.
Correct?
That's right.
One thing that concerns me is that the ESOs will be audited each year. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And if any violation of the statutes are discovered, the comptroller should be notified. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. However, this section in the bill doesn't require that the results of the audits be made public, but generally reported. It's only generally reported to the comptroller. Why?
Well, I think that as we have oversight over all state agencies, and our families and these providers are going to be given input into, the managing entity of the framework itself, it's going to be our responsibility to get the information that's provided and make decisions.
Well, I understand it, but what I'm saying is that if you have an ESO that audits ABC private school that has kids in it, do we get, as legislators, an opportunity to view the audit itself?
Well, I was trying to say that in my last response, but yes, our oversight over the comptroller would be that we get to see the results of the data.
Then we're not on the same wavelength. I'm saying the audit itself. I mean, do we get the opportunity to actually look not only at the results but the audit that was conducted of ABC School?
We'll be able to see every aspect of the framework the comptroller develops through rulemaking.
Well, as you well know, if we give specific parameters, then that would be considered. But if we don't give it, it won't be considered. And my question is whether or not we want to be able to see the audit. Should it be subject to open records? Audits being done, should it be subject to open records?
As long as the privacy of those families and those individual
Sure.
students is protected, and I'm we need to make sure that that's very clear.
Okay, so
right?
we're on the same.
You just asked a question about the importance of preventing a data breach, and then you just asked a question about the importance of seeing the intricate details of what comes with these
That's
students.
the very reason why we're stopping right, so you can understand what I just asked you.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't ask you to see the intricate details
Of the audit.
I just said, can we see the audit? Not the individuals that were students.
Right.
But the audit
The
itself.
audit results. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So being able to do that. The intersection, you know what my concern in part this is. Vouchers, when we look at it historically, started, I think, and maybe some of the witnesses will be able to testify to this, started right after the end of the Civil War. Okay. And Texas obviously participated in it, gave monies, state dollars to persons that didn't want to be in school with black people. And they put them into religious schools. And I know we've come a long way from that. Because this particular program that's being set up is not based on the color. But when you look at the empirical studies, what you see is this, a couple of things. And correct me if I'm wrong, because you've done a deep dive into this. When you look across the country at these programs, what I've seen is that, like Arizona as an example, over 60% of the students that take advantage of this program is already individuals that were already in the program in the first place. So frankly, we're subsidizing students that were already involved in the program. Am I correct about that?
I've seen,
And it's not on Arizona, but other states.
I've seen some different data on Arizona, but their weights are different than our priorities. Our 80% weighted framework for the use of the funds is going from public school to private school.
Okay, and when we say public school, does that also include charter schools?
Yes.
So if a student was involved in charter school, that's a prerequisite to be involved in this particular program.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Public school.
Yeah. For the 80%, not the 20% full universal. So
The universal, all right, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yes.
So if you're in the 20%, then you don't have to have been involved. It would not, a prerequisite is not being at a public school. You can just be involved in it.
It would be both. It would be all included in that 20% population for fully universal, and by lottery pick, it could be a significant number of those students in that hypothetical you mentioned. It just depends.
Let me make sure I understand your response. If you're in the 20%, if you're trying to get in 20% and there's spillover, there's no prerequisite that you've had attended a public school. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. So you can just go into the program. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to get in the 80%, you would have had to attend a public school.
That's right.
And why the differential between the two?
And those submitting applications that would be qualified within that 80% are also qualified to be considered in the 20%. They're qualified for both. But separate from that, there's an additional expansion on that eligible population that doesn't tie requirement to public school first. It could be already in private, as you mentioned.
And if you're already in private, you can get in at a 20%. Okay, I got you.
Gotcha.
All right.
Because some of those families barely making it by, they might have made that jump 2 years ago or what have you, and they're doing the best they can to survive. But we're creating a framework that's universal in eligibility for those reasons. But we've got weights to make sure the large percentage of the dollars used will help from public to private opportunities through that ESA.
When you say weights, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that you would consider prioritizing different students in the 80 percentile based on circumstances.
I thought that's what you were probably asking me, and I will continue to work with you on any suggestions.
I look forward to that also. But again, looking at the data,
Yes.
Arizona, Indiana, Florida, states like that, most of the kids that are being subsidized by taxpayer dollars were already in private schools. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, there's been 28 years of Arizona students served, and that program has grown from 300 students from that time to now. There's been so many different data points and iterations. We could snapshot on, you say it's 60% today. I think there's been ebbs and flows and ups and downs and evolutions in all of those types of students served for a third of a century in that state.
So the answer to the question is what?
That was the answer to the question. I believe.
Okay,
I believe if you take a particular snapshot of it as of last year, that might be the data point, but it absolutely might not be accurate for 28 years of review of the program.
Well, based on what I understand, it is, to be honest with you.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's
I stand to be corrected.
let's share in that. I'd love to look at it, and
Not only in Arizona, but other states also.
but again, we have 80% weights for the origin to be public school. In the use of the ESA on to another opportunity. In Arizona, they don't have those weights. They don't have that priority set. So it's very interesting to look at what other states are doing, but hopefully we've built something that will serve who needs help the most, have the best launch that we could possibly have among the states, and show great success in how public schools thrive. And ESA holders also thrive.
Well, I recognize we have a lot of people that want to testify, so we'll have an opportunity to debate this later on. So I appreciate your responding.
Well, always
Senator.
appreciate your questions. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Higginboo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chairman, I'll be brief because we want to get on with these folks, so I'll participate. Just one comment and one question. In terms of the comment, I also want to just commend you. Thank you for the effort and thought put in this. This discussion has been helpful, and I believe I love the fact that first and foremost you're putting the kids first and thinking about them, and that's why I'm on this committee, and really why I'm a senator, is thinking about my grandkids and all seriously, and all the kids of Texas. Appreciate the effort to try to balance between the idea we have to have audits and those kinds of things as taxpayer dollars,
Right.
but by the same token protecting the freedom of private schools and the home schools. And it seems like you've struck that balance pretty well, but I want to listen and hear some more about that as we go on here.
Yeah.
I am concerned about this point you just brought up. Here was Senator West about open records. I don't think private schools or home schools certainly would want to go too far with, but be careful how much information they have to share.
That's right. I think that would be wholly confined within the application of the ESA itself, and it's not about opening up the books or accounting of private schools and all their other endeavors. It's specific to the ESA.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. The one question is it provides for up to 3% to administer the program, which 3% on $1 billion is about $30 million. And curious, just talk a little about how you determine that amount. I think you were alluded to it in that a lot of these other states didn't have sufficient administration to make sure that you weren't holding people up and there wasn't too much, that the system ran well. When you applied, it didn't take forever to get it approved and that kind of thing. So talk to that for a minute, if you would.
That's exactly right. So if we passed budgeting appropriation for the school choice plan itself, and it just dealt with what money does the ESA student receive, then we would have no framework whatsoever to make sure those students were successful and that we could build the infrastructure and manage and prop up and operate a plan of that significant size. And if we can't do that, then we're setting ourselves up for less than success, right? So the percentage of 3%, for instance, as you mentioned, and there's another percentage of 5%, comes out of the total appropriation. So that would deduct from the amount that the Senate Finance Committee puts forward for us in the bill. That would deduct from that amount, and it allows for a prevention of what we've seen in other states. I mentioned over 160 empirical studies across the nation from all these school choice plans, and there were half a dozen that showed a net negative response. There were about 10 that showed net neutral, and all the rest of them were incredibly impressive. Those programs that showed a net negative response, they didn't set up a framework to serve the program. And so those dollars are specifically tied to the efficiencies of making sure that we can operate what 100,000 families would need to rely on in a timely fashion. Are the reimbursements running quickly? Are they waiting on a reimbursement 15 days? Or are they waiting on, the families don't get reimbursements, but the providers that they're relying on do. Are they waiting on that reimbursement 15 days, or are they waiting on that reimbursement for 7 months? You know, this is education, right? We've got to make sure that all of these students are placed and they're not stressed or worried about their new placement. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. There's a lot of families have been waiting a long time for this, so having a good system run as well is important. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Well, I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Senator Higginbooth. Members, are there any other questions for Chairman Creighton? Senator Menendez, and thank you.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Sir Creighton, I've been thinking a lot about students with disabilities, and I know that prior versions of this bill, parents and students with disabilities would have had to have waived their IDEA protections and their free and appropriate education accountability and dispute resolution of appropriate services. And so the question is it true that they could be denied admission to a private school or dismissed from the private school based on their disability? And if that's the case, what recourse do the parents have if these protections are not in place?
Yeah, it's my understanding, Senator Menendez, that private schools across the state, they cover a wide array of services and supports for certain types of student needs. At the same time, they have to base their admissions and their acceptances and rejections on whether or not, based on the needs of that particular student, if they truly feel like they can serve them, right? They'd be doing a disservice to them if they accepted them and then months later into an ESA use, they had to pivot and reverse that. So you and I have had some great conversations on this. There is a difference between legitimate and reasonable rejection because they fear they can't do a good job, and then bias, and then discrimination, and then maybe worse. So it's because of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. If a private school is relying on a tax exemption, if it discriminates based on race in the admission standards, it could have serious implications for that private school.
Well, I appreciate that concern and that you looking into that. Is there a reason why the 504 students are not included under the definition of disability? Because my understanding is this leaves out children with dyslexia, anxiety, and other health issues that may require additional needs for flexibility and other accommodations. I think this is on page 1, the last line, where it includes disabilities that are included are audio or visual impairments, physical disability, intellectual developmental disability, emotional disturbance. learning disability, autism, speech disability, traumatic brain, but you did not include 504 students. So I'm just curious, is there a reason for that?
We did include dyslexia separate from the list of disabilities, and right in this legislature in the past session, we made some incredible changes for our parents with students with dyslexia pertaining to public schools and those definitions. Dyslexia is included in the bill, but 504 is very broad. I mean, it can be temporary migraines, it can be a peanut allergy. I think that if you and I could work together on the specific concerns for the class of coverage rather than necessarily relying on 504, I would appreciate that, and I know a lot of our moms and dads would.
I appreciate that. I agree, and we can definitely work on that. You know, we've talked a lot about the families, and I appreciate that because, I mean, we all represent families. One of the concerns that I have that I haven't seen, especially because their need is so great and because their condition tends to propagate the highest, promote, or they end up being in the highest numbers of homeless is our foster kids in Texas. They don't have parents who would, if we're the state and we're the wards of these foster kids, if maybe they're not exactly with foster parents, who would apply for them? Is there any way that we could put them in some sort of category where we give those children a chance to realize that someone cares about them, the state cares about them, they've set aside these dollars and they want to do something? I mean, I'm just thinking as you've tried to create these priority lists that we could take into account foster kids.
You know, we have worked so hard to make sure that this is a launch, right? I mean, this is building a brand new program that Texas has never had before, and serving those kids, those foster kids with opportunities would be the highest priority for me in my office. We have a lot of work to do, but to launch a program and that we know that can be successful to serve you know, the kids that we've been talking about today across all categories, and to know that the classification of those kids and those students could continue to broaden. I would just hope that you would support the ESA overall and the legislation overall, Senator Menendez, so that we could continue to stand up for kids exactly like you're mentioning with those needs.
You know, I would be more than happy to support something innovative as this is after we fully support our public schools. I mean, that would be the priority for me.
So help us with expectations there. If it's full formulas and enrollment growth and a multiple X factor on what we've ever provided public schools as new money before, if those are the requirements, because those are historic and that's not good enough, please get me the rest of the framework, because we keep setting records here and we just can't quite impress you enough.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Members, are there any other questions? Senator King.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on the issue about disabilities with Chairman Creighton. And I say a little bit personal because I've got two grandchildren that have Downs, and they're in public school and in a small school district and just flourishing, really. But that may not always be the case. Now, I know in their case, their parents at some point might consider looking for an alternative, and I know without any doubt that they're not going to try to put a child in a private school that doesn't offer the specific services that child would need. They're just better parents and smarter than that. So, first question, am I correct that that's your presumption in this, that parents are pretty smart, and if they've got children with disabilities, they're going to, whatever that may be, that they're not going to try to place them in a private school unless that private school can demonstrate that they have the ability to meet that child's needs? I'm assuming that's kind of the baseline presumption that you have.
That is absolutely the purpose of the bill. Education freedom itself, the legislation's called that because our moms and dads are going to make the best decisions, much better than government ever would, on if it's public to public school transfer or public to charter school. or homeschool or a specific private school that would meet the needs of your grandkids.
And are you also kind of assuming, because I am, that over the years to come, we're probably going to see some special needs private schools or hybrid schools that would work with homeschooled kids or kids that are wanting full time in some private school? Are you expecting there'll be some creative opportunities that may come up where a school may say, "Hey, we're going to be a school district just to serve families with down kids, and we're going to tailor that program maybe to meet their needs on a day in and day out basis that maybe come and go a lot of things that you can happen with kids with different needs, whether it's low function autism or whatever it may be."
That's
Are you
right.
anticipating there'll be a lot of creativity and maybe some schools open up that specifically are targeting using this legislation serving special needs?
I am anticipating that, and I think we may have testimony today that will refer to more of those opportunities.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator King.
Okay, with that, members, are there any other questions? If not, we'll go on to our invited testimony. Thank you. We have two panels, plan to call up one panel at a time. There are 4 invited witnesses on each panel. They will each have 5 minutes. With that, the chair calls up, and if I mispronounce your name, I'm going to apologize in advance. Arif Panju, Russell Withers, Robert Enlow, and Nathan Cunin. We're going to use the line, correct? So, let's see, Robert Enlow, you have a flight that leaves in soon? Oh, yes, okay. And just for your knowledge, we have a total of 130 for public testimony, just so that the audience will know. Members of the panel, we will be using a color-coded timer system. So you do have 5 minutes for your testimony. At 4 minutes, the yellow light, that's right, correct, 4 minutes. At 4 minutes, the yellow light comes on to give you warning that you've got 1 more minute. Do speak clearly into the mic. Please state your name and who you represent. With that, and members, I would like us to have, as I said, have all the invited witnesses give their testimony, and at the close, we will then ask questions of all of you, okay? Is there any questions about that? With that, let's get going, and because you do have a flight, even though it's at 5:30, Mr. Enlow, I will have asked you to go first, please. It turns green if you smile and push the button at the same time. And maybe we give you a little help. Help. I don't think it's harder. I think it's... Okay, hang on. We need somebody that come to triage and help us here. So I'm not going to ask how loud you can shout because we do want a decorum here, but give us just a minute. Do we know who else? Tech, Austin, do you know who we can get? He's pointing to Lavender. Are you pointing to Lavender? Well, it's nice to know that the mics are not tied to behavior. No facial expressions or anything like that.
And this morning in Senate Finance,
Yeah, we had the same problem this morning.
this morning in Senate Finance, the microphones weren't working in the committee room, but they were on the live feed. Yeah.
So, Lavender, what do you think? You're going to text. Would you like to go ahead with? Do you want to stand at ease or just go ahead and? Okay, may interrupt you and we'll stop the clock. But all right. So, Mr. Enlow, speaking loud, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and state who you are for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Robert Enlow, President. Here to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 2. EdChoice is the oldest national organization dedicated solely to understanding and advancing universal educational choice. We're the legacy organization who started our foundation with the simple notion that the way to create the most effective, efficient, and equitable way to provide education to all children in separate the taxpayer financing from the government running of schools. Milton and Rose believed that their parents should be free to choose where to educate their children, whether it was in our traditional public school, a private school, a charter school, online or at home, or any other way we haven't figured out yet. They believe further that parents should control the education dollars set aside to educate their children, and that the benefits of educational choice would accrue to all children, but particularly to children from low-income families and children who needed it most, like those who are bullied or have special education needs. Moreover, they were deeply concerned that our current structure of K-12 education was, instead of bringing people together, actually exacerbating the stratification of society. It's one of the deepest. When I first visited the state in 1997, and have been here every 2 years and every year since, not quite as long as Senator West, that was the message that the Free wanted to get across. Thankfully, we know, in the testimony you guys have been talking about, we know what's happened in the interim 28 years since we've had that first conversation. 1997. In 1997, there were only 7 small school choice programs operating in 6. 3 of them were individual small tax credit programs. 2 were the brand new programs in the cities of Milwaukee and Cleveland, serving only low-income children from public schools. And 2 were the historical programs in Maine and Vermont that were passed in 1873 and 1889, respectively. Roughly 15,000 children were attending those. The first publicly funded voucher program was actually in 1973, and it was supported by the Teachers Union in California at Alum Rock, called the Alum Rock Experience, and it was done in 19. Fast forward to today, 28 years later, there are over millions of children that have benefited from school choice. There we go. Thank you very much.
Let me interrupt 1 second. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. While Texas has been debating this issue every 2 years, 74 programs have been enacted in 27 states, additional to the ones we know beforehand, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. Today, there are 1.2 million children using choice programs. There are 17 states that have enacted 19 education savings account programs, the type that SB2 would create. Those programs serve almost 500,000 children nationally, and we know that it's the fast and growing type of choice. There are 13 states, D.C. and Puerto Rico, with school voucher programs, 17 states with tax credit scholarship programs, 7 states with individual tax deduction or tax credit programs. Moreover, many states have enacted multiple programs. Once they've passed programs, in the 28 years since Texas first started discussing this issue, Ohio has enacted 8 programs. Arizona and Indiana, Louisiana, and Wisconsin have enacted 5 programs each. Florida has enacted multiple programs and has the largest number of choice students in this country. From this, one could only conclude that choice, once it is enacted, becomes more popular than ever before. Another important point to make is that prior to 2020, there were 0 universal educational choice programs, and most of the programs required prior public enrollment. So to say that every child went to a private school prior to that is not the case. Most of the programs originally started with prior public school choice programs. But today, 5 years after the little state of West Virginia led the way, there are 13 states that allow all families to choose educational options. The trend is definitely towards universal choice and definitely towards education scholarship accounts, which is what the state of Texas has learned from, and is why SB2 is such a good opportunity. It is not just the number of programs enacted and the number of children served that has grown exponentially. It is the knowledge of school choice and how it impacts students, public schools, taxpayers, and parents. Since 1997, as you've heard, there's been literally hundreds and hundreds of studies. There are actually 188 studies all in. And they show that students do better, students attain at higher rates, public school test scores get better as a result of choice. This is actually something that is almost no research that's serious disagrees with this. Public school, in states with school choice, public school test scores improve at faster rates. This is something almost all researchers agree with. There's tons of studies looking into the civic effects, the idea that children who are in voucher programs are more tolerant, they get more involved in their school, they talk to their teachers more, they're more engaged in their parents vote more. The last 28 years have provided mountains of data for school choice and positive stories like the folks from Nathan, who you'll hear from shortly. What this means is that Texas lawmakers can vote for school choice with confidence, knowing that both immediately and over time, SB2 will have positive impacts on the lives of at least 95,000 students, and Texas will benefit from the learning so we've had.
Thank you very much. You overcame challenges, and we got you finished.
Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to the next. And if you still need to go ahead and catch a flight, or members, is there a question for him since we do need to let him go, or are we good with the others? All right. With that, sir, if you do want, you can stay and wait for questions at the end, or you may leave.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In your name.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Kaneen, and I am the Texas State Director for the American Federation for Children, testifying in favor of Senate Bill 2. School choice changed my life. Before I moved to Texas, I was a school choice scholarship beneficiary when I was growing up in Florida. My family couldn't afford to send me to private school, but it was very important to my parents that they get me an education that aligned with our values and met our academic expectations. I actually have a letter that my mom wrote to her elected officials when I was a baby, asking them, pleading for some sort of mechanism that would allow her to send me to a better school. That wasn't something that my family was able to do without school choice. And thankfully, for 11 wonderful years, I was able to receive a scholarship that not only gave me the education I deserved, but led me to become the first in my family to graduate from college. Every single student in Texas deserves to have that exact same opportunity that I had. For that matter, every student in the United States of America deserves to have that same opportunity that I had. Since graduating, I've had the privilege to work on school choice and to advocate for students like me around the country in a full-time capacity. I had the privilege to aid the efforts to pass school choice in Iowa and in South Carolina, and I'd like to share some of the things that we've learned from other states that might help contextualize the debate about this bill. I'm pleased to say that, in my opinion, this is one of the best school choice proposals that I've ever seen, and assuming a $1 billion appropriation, it would create the largest day one school choice program in the history of America. I think we should all be very proud that things continue to be bigger in Texas. I'd like to contextualize some of the criticisms of this bill, because I'm sure we will continue to hear them as people testify after me today. Some people will say that this bill hurts public schools and public school students. As Chairman Creighton clarified, this bill does not take a single dollar from public schools. As Robert clarified, there is a tremendous body of academic evidence that shows public schools do better when they are exposed to competition induced by private school choice. There will be people who say that this bill will blow up the budget. They will cite the state of Arizona and argue that that is defunding the state because of the school choice program. They will conveniently leave out that this represents clear parental demand for school choice and the fact that Arizona currently has is projecting a $500 million budget surplus. Last I checked, surpluses do not cause budget deficits. Some people will argue that this is a vendor bill or a secret plot by the government to take over private schools. That's not true either. This proposal maximizes freedom for families and students while placing common sense guardrails for providers, vendors, and the EAOs that would help administrate the program. Guardrails are not the same thing as strings attached. Numerous school choice programs around the country have had similar accountability measures as these for decades, and not in one instance has that led to the government takeover of private schools or the further regulation of homeschoolers. I would encourage this committee to be incredibly clear with their language and making it clear that this program will not attempt to infringe on the protections placed on private schools and students. Some people will argue that this bill isn't accountable. That too is a myth. Chairman Creighton has clarified already the annual audit provisions and the requirement that providers and vendors be pre-approved to participate in the program. But beyond that, the greatest form of accountability is parents having the right to move their kids to the education environment that's best for them. That's an option that most low-income families do not have today. That's an option that I didn't have when I was growing up. This bill will give them that freedom, and every single student in Texas should be able to take advantage of that. School choice will open the doors of opportunity for students who need it and create healthy incentives that will lead to a stronger education system. I thank you very much for your time and urge you to pass SB2. Thank you.
All right, next, Mr. Russell Withers.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. My name is Russell Withers. I serve as General Counsel and Director of Policy at the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute. I'm here testifying in favor of Senate Bill 2. SB2 is a good bill. It checks a lot of the boxes in terms of recommendations that TCCRI has made throughout the interim. In terms of universality, the amount of the contribution, the expenses allowed, testing. And we like that it's a clean bill, not coupled with bargaining chips like hold harmless provisions or public school funding increases. Things that we don't oppose in a vacuum, just we don't think should be connected to the bill. I want to use my time today to step back and say a few words about the larger discussion that you're going to have today. There's so many contours in the debate over school choice that I could pick any single one and talk for more than 5 minutes. I could talk about the successful programs around the country. There are many. I could talk about the false narratives in the arguments against school choice. There are many. I saw a new one over the weekend, if anyone would like to ask about that during Q&A. A lot of the other panelists, I think, will touch on those things. So I'd like to touch on something that I think gets lost in the debate that you're going to have today. And it's this message. School choice is not a battle between traditional public schools and private schools. It's not a fight between traditional public schools and school choice. TCCRI has always supported the public school system. We may have policy disagreements, but we want the public school system to be as good as it possibly can be. And I know you all feel the same way too. You all support the public schools in your districts and in the state. I should note that my kids attend public schools and my family is quite happy. Given the nature of the work that I do, my wife and I often talk about whether we would even use an ESA, and it's not a foregone conclusion that we would. But not everyone feels that way. It's simply not possible for a system as big and vast as the Texas public school system to serve the individualized needs of every kid in Texas. There are kids with special needs whose needs aren't being met. There are kids with specialized interests whose public schools aren't able to cater to those interests. There's also the unfortunate reality that more than half the kids in the state aren't testing at grade level, and parents don't have the luxury of time to wait around while the schools figure out what the problem is and try to fix them. So whatever the reason, kids need alternatives. How many might that be? We've touched on it a little bit. I want to frame it within the context of the nation's 2 biggest ESA programs. So Florida's Family Empowerment Scholarship Program, that's one of 4 programs in Florida. Nearly 3 million students are eligible. Roughly 136,000 students are enrolled at the last count. That's roughly 4.5% of the population, and that's only one of the programs in Florida. Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account ESA is one of 5 private school choice programs in Arizona. Approximately 1.2 million students are eligible. Roughly 76,000 are enrolled. That's a take-up rate of about 3.6%. And again, that's only one of many programs in Arizona. SB2's proposal is modest in comparison, and all these other states started out that way. So with $1 billion in the first round of funding, but it would be $2 billion per biennium. It's estimated to serve about 100,000 kids. And at full take-up, that would be about 1.8% of the school population in Texas. In terms of funding, spending in Texas per TEA is about $92 billion a year. So SB2's $1 billion proposal per year is about 1% of total state expenditures on education and is funded totally separately. So spread across the entire state of Texas, a maximum take-up rate poses no threat to the traditional public school system. And quite to the contrary, Robert mentioned this earlier, and so do my colleagues sitting next to me, there's a mountain of data showing that public schools improve when choice enters the equation. 29 empirical studies have looked at this. 26 of them show modest gains in test scores for the public school students who stay in public schools, even if they have a public school choice program available to them. So the public schools in Texas should welcome that challenge. Anything that's going to drive improvement across the board should be something that they welcome. So my message today, that I hope you'll remember when you hear hours and hours of testimony and hundreds of people in here, is that this is not an adversarial proposal. It shouldn't be viewed that way. This should be viewed as a proposal to create a system that benefits kids, that creates lots of options, and will make education in Texas better moving forward. So I thank you for bringing this bill forward, Senator Creighton, and I hope your colleagues support this bill as enthusiastically as I do.
We were going to save questions to the end, Senator.
Okay.
So the last speaker on this panel is Mr. Arif Panju.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Chairman, Senators, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of SB2. My name is Arif Panju with the Institute for Justice. I'm one of the constitutional litigators at IJ, and I am the managing attorney of the Texas office just down the road here. From the very first days of the Institute for Justice in 1991, educational choice has been a key part of our law practice. We're a public interest legal center. We work in a lot of areas, but school choice, since its very beginning of IJ, has been central. And we have successfully defended school choice programs around the country over the course of those 30 years. And that has taken us to the U.S. Supreme Court 4 times, where we've won all 4 school choice cases. 3 of those that I'm going to talk about today are relevant to today's discussion. Based on our review of the applicable constitutional provisions in the U.S. and Texas constitutions, it is our opinion at IJ that SB2 fully complies with the U.S. Constitution and with the Texas Constitution. With the Texas Constitution, I'm referring to the Education Clause, which is what you hear about often. So I'll address the federal Constitution first and then turn to the Texas Constitution. Let's start with federal and SCOTUS. And for most of these 30 years, legal arguments against educational choice once programs were passed, beginning with the Cleveland program, have turned largely on religion, claiming wrongly that for some reason giving parents who want a religious educational option, somehow violates the Establishment Clause or somehow would violate a no-aid provision or Blaine Amendment in a state constitution. These are provisions that prevent direct aid to religious institutions. Now, at the outset, it's important to note, educational choice programs are individual aid. They're aid to parents and children. They're not institutional aid. I'll get back to that later. So in 2002, the U.S. Supreme Court took up a case, Zellman v. Simmons-Harris. This is the Cleveland program that was at issue there. And the Ohio legislature correctly created a program to help these inner-city kids because the outcomes were just dismal. They invited out-of-district public schools to participate. They refused, but plenty of private schools signed up, including religious schools. But the program was challenged under the Establishment Clause, and the U.S. Supreme Court rejected that challenge. And it rejected the challenge because in an individual aid program like a school choice program, like the ESA and SB2, 2 main things need to be there for to avoid an Establishment Clause issue. The one thing is that it has to operate on genuine individual choice of the parent, so you don't have the government either favoring or disfavoring religion. You just leave it up to the parent. And the program has to be religiously neutral. It doesn't favor or disfavor religion. And that choice program in 2002, like this one being proposed today, checks those boxes. You leave it up to the families to make their decisions. It's not an establishment issue. So what happened after Zellman? And Zellman was probably the most important education case since Brown, because there you had a challenge by the establishment of the public school, trying to stop parents from picking schools that work for their kids when the schools they were getting were completely unacceptable. But it took a couple of decades to deal with the Blaine amendments, because even though we could defeat them in state Supreme Courts, some states were still relying on them, including in Maine with an old program, and also in Montana in a tax credit program. And the idea was this. These states believed that they could have school choice programs or tuitioning program for Maine, but prevent educational options that were religious from participating. The problem there is, and they would claim an interest in separating church and state even more than is required under the Constitution. The problem there is that the Free Exercise Clause is also in the First Amendment. So both of these things have to coexist. So first, in 2000, Espinosa v. Montana Department of Revenue, a Supreme Court case that involved Montana's program, the U.S. Supreme Court held that discriminating with parents and providers that are religious is a violation of the Free Exercise Clause. These programs were religiously neutral. They operated on individual choice of parents. The government's not making the choices. So when the government decided to discriminate against religious status, that violates the Constitution. And 2 years later, in a follow-up case challenging the state of Maine's exclusion of religious educational options, the U.S. Supreme Court extended Espinosa and said, yes, religious status, religious use, wanting to separate more church and state than is constitutionally required, you're going to trample on the Free Exercise Clause. And once again, 6-3 struck down that religious exclusion from Maine's program. So what's left? Well, what's left with opponents is education clauses, and they like to weaponize a state constitution's education clause, which requires a very simple thing, creating and maintaining a public education system. It's just a mandate. These things, per the text in Article 7, Section 1 of our state constitution, are not prohibitions on the legislature's power to create additional educational options. The Texas Supreme Court has held that decades ago, and the plain language of the provision says as much. As long as there's a public school system before and after the program, we're fine. There's nothing stopping the legislature from enacting SB2. We're happy to take your questions and commend you for advancing this bill. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator West.
Just one question. Thank you very much for your testimony. As it relates, I'm sorry, your name, sir, is?
Russell Withers.
Russell. As it relates to your experiences, is $10,000 enough in order to have a substantial program?
I think it is. Like any marketplace, you're going to have schools have products that cost more than others. $10,000 will pay for tuition at a lot of schools in Texas. And even if it doesn't, let's say you're a single mom who's paying for, you could afford $8,000 a year to pay tuition for the private school your child is attending. All of a sudden, you have the ESA program, and now you can afford one that's $18,000. You can get your kid into an even better school. So it makes things a whole lot easier for a lot of people. So yes,
I'm thinking about a parent in public school, okay, that has a couple of children. Whether or not that would be enough for that parent to be able to afford a private school education, given tuition and all of the other costs associated with it.
I think it would. I think it would give that parent a lot of options.
Okay, and you've seen that around the country. You being
Senator, if I might hop in here, I think this is a wonderful question, and I'm glad that you've asked it. This was something that I dealt with when I was growing up. When I was a kid in the early mid 2000s, the Florida school choice amount was only $6,000 or $7,000. I have two siblings. We were all attempting to use the school choice program. I think you have a very valid concern that is difficult for many families. There were some years where we needed grandparents to help out in order to make sure we could buy books and supplies and those things that you referenced earlier today. But I think the message that I would leave with you is, one, anything helps. There are thousands of families in Texas that are low income or middle income that are struggling to pay for private school out of pocket already. There's many more that just need a little bit of help. And this $10,000 amount here in Texas is the most robust dollar amount for an ESA in the entire country. You guys are starting out in a tremendously strong position to make sure that the maximum amount of families can benefit from this. And I think that's a really wonderful thing.
I would only add, Senator, that Florida's average scholarship amount is $8,100, and there are well over there are 500,000 kids in that program, and many of them low-income families, if not most of them. The same thing is true in Iowa. The same thing is true in Indiana. The scholarship amounts are less than $10,000, so you were starting at a very robust level. If you were saying the state of Texas is willing to give more money to families to have more freedom, I would say yes. But the state of Texas is offering an SB2 a very generous amount that would cover most private school tuitions.
All right, you tell us what's been the criticisms that you've heard about these programs. You've told us about the positive. Have you heard any criticisms about these programs?
Senator, I will answer that question. The criticisms we hear nowadays are that the programs that are out there, the friction between the fastness of how a parent gets paid or how quickly you can approve a vendor. Some of that friction takes a little too long. I think Texas's bill does a great job of ameliorating that problem. But in other states with ESA programs, which you've seen a little bit of, but not so much, and those states are now getting past that. Like a state like Florida is now looking at using debit cards. A state like Arizona has gone to a risk-based auditing system. So the initial friction between how quickly a parent can get a choice program and how quickly a vendor can get in is getting solved, and it's definitely solved in the Texas bill.
So the only thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I think just to add on to that and to some of your earlier comments, a lot of the criticisms that we hear about these programs tend to be sensationalist and looked at in a vacuum. We have a sensationalist media that likes to jump on the first sign of trouble in a new program, and I think when you zoom out, there's a tremendous amount of data that school choice programs are overwhelmingly successful, and that data often confounds some of the myths and criticisms that are commonly thrown at this program. I'll give you an example, as you were referencing some of the Arizona numbers in regard to switchers. First of all, I would like to clarify that I think just because someone is enrolled in a private school doesn't mean they're an affluent family. There's thousands of families that are, struggling to put their kids through private schools. I don't think we should just lump them in with the wealthy. But we have seen data that in the first few through years that Arizona went universal, there was a higher percentage of kids that had already attended a private school before. And as time has gone on, more and more public school students are learning about these opportunities and taking advantage of the ESA program. The most recent numbers that I've seen is as of the second half of 2024, 62% of the students that were taking part in the Arizona ESA program had previously attended a public school before. When we zoom out and look at these things in a broader lens, a lot of the criticisms are debunked.
Are there any substantive criticisms that you want to discuss? Have there been any substantive criticisms that you feel are valid?
Well, frankly, Senator, I appreciate the question. No, I think school choice is a moral imperative. I think it's important that we give, families the options. The purpose of education, the purpose of education funding is to educate the student. And that's what I think SB2 is trying to do.
Yeah. Any response from the lawyers?
I just say, I represent these parents. I have two parents in Tennessee right now. They're ancestral hair braiders in Memphis. There's nothing they wouldn't do for their kids. And those schools there, at one client, their kid is at a school that's 90% below grade level and extremely violent against their son. They had to get him out of there. And they no doubt will work as hard as they need to pay the extra couple grand they need to for the school they found. Likewise, I'm in Utah. Utah's school choice program is not the biggest program. Utah fits all scholarships. The applications for that, and this is where the real data is, 3x the number of applications for the number of scholarships. So parents know what's best for their kid. It's not rocket science. And if they have to find an option that works best for their kids, they'll fill the gap, whether there's a choice program or not. But choice program changes everything for those parents.
What do you say about some of the data that we've looked at, where you may very well have a high minority county, and then you look at the private schools and they're overwhelmingly Anglo? Have y'all seen that? No, yes, no?
Choice programs in Florida significantly represent minority families.
No, that's not the question I asked. Have you seen around the country where you have minority counties, as an example?
Oh, I see.
Okay, and then the student body in the private schools is overwhelmingly Anglo. Have y'all seen
the
that?
evidence, sir, is very clear that when you have choice programs enacted, you create more integrated private schools. Right? There are at least 7 studies that have looked into this and have found that when you have a choice program, you actually integrate private schools at a higher rate. You'll hear, I'm sure, from the Catholic Conference that we'll talk at length about that.
Okay, what's been the experience on the others?
Senator, I think this is another example of, zoning in on really specific instances. I think if you look at county level data, you're going to see a lot of data points that show a huge variance on this point. But when we zoom out and look at these choice programs at state levels and on national levels, to Robert's point, we find that there is an integration effect from school choice, and that primarily low-income students are the ones who benefit over time and on a broad scale.
So as attorneys, y'all have no issues concerning these particular programs ultimately leading back to a separate but equal type analysis?
Yeah, I reject that characterization. I think choice unlocks liberty of the parent. And ever since Pierce v. Society of Sisters in the early 1920s, the U.S. Supreme Court has held that parents have a fundamental right to direct their child's education.
That's not the question I asked you, though. Do you have any concerns about separate but equal?
I'll take that.
Yeah.
If I saw a credible accusation that schools were discriminating on the basis of race, I would take that very seriously. Right. But the data that I have seen that Robert has cited, that you can read in Ed Choice's reports, show that school choice programs tend to have positive racial integration effects.
And I'd be interested in seeing some of that data.
I'll happily share that with you. One of Milton Friedman's biggest concern was that the way we've set up our system of K-12 education by housing value and housing price does in fact exacerbate those exact concerns you have, and that choice would break those boundaries and actually lead to more integration. That's one of the reasons he started the idea of educational choice in the 1950s, because he said you cannot continue with the way we have a zoned system that is creating income segregation and for many years also created racial segregation.
I'd be very interested in seeing that.
Yes, I'm happy to share that with you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Paxton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the panel, so anyone that might have some thoughts on this, but regarding the EAOs, the Educational Assistance Organizations. Based on how this type of bill, the Texas bill that's before us now, has been implemented in other states, What kinds of functions do the EAOs carry out?
Sure. Well, in the bill, of course, there is a number of, there's a list of things that each EAO may be required to do, and at least they must satisfy in part those requirements. The EAOs, in my understanding, and the chairman can easily correct me if I'm wrong, is attempted to create a robust infrastructure to help families and administer the program in a way that's accountable and robust so that we can educate families about their options and get them successfully integrated into the system. That starts with the comptroller's office, who will be administrating the program, and the comptroller's office is going to need to define parameters for what's allowed and not allowed. There's inevitably going to need to be some sort of technology platform that enables that. But I think what excites me most powerfully about the EAO concept is this idea that there can be parent navigation organizations that can help parents understand what their options are and how to take part in the school choice program. One of the data points that we've seen from other states is that it takes families about 2 to 3 years to really recognize that these options exist and that they can use them. And that usually takes a little bit longer for lower income families and students with special needs. So I think one of the roles that the EAOs can play is educating families about their options and also sitting down with them and answering questions and walking them through the application and explaining what the rules are. I think that that can be a very powerful tool in combating some of the issues that we've seen in other states as it relates to implementation.
And Senator, you'll hear from our friends in Utah that actually manage that program, and you'll hear what they do, which is a lot of the marketing, a lot of the information for families. They approve every single expenditure in Utah. In New Hampshire, Kate Baker approves every single expenditure. We heard a conversation about potential fraud in Arizona. There was a special audit of the program in Arizona, and they looked at 168,000 transactions and found one unapproved transaction for $30. That's a misuse of funds rate of 0.001%. Compared to the federal government-wide misuse of funds rate of 7.2%. The fact is the state of Arizona approves every single expenditure. I say this all the time, and this is what this program will create. You will know where every single dollar goes at every single minute of every single day in this kind of program, because that's the kind of level of complexity that comes with these programs and these platforms. Now you have to decide where you want them to go, but you'll know. And I doubt you'll be able to have that same level of transparency with other government programs.
Kind of a follow-up on that, in the other states that have these kinds of programs, do the schools have to report to the EAOs in any kind of an oversight capacity?
Every state is different. Florida requires the students to take a test, and it's reported to the state. Every state does it differently. The state here is looking at all those programs, and Senator Creighton has done the best job possible of getting the right mix for the EAOs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator King. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you have anything? Chairman Creighton?
Mr. Enlow, I was just going to ask quickly, you mentioned growth and performance related to student performance and low-income students. Could you just, in a concise way, talk about students with special needs and disabilities in that same category on their growth and performance?
So that's a great question. There are not, frankly, a lot of studies into the special needs kids who are receiving scholarships, but the ones that are out there show positive gains, and were done by Jay Green in Florida early on. There are currently, I think, 13 or so choice programs that specifically serve families with special needs. Indiana has an ESA program. Florida, of course, has a program. Arizona's ESA program started with that. There are about 100, and I think about 10% of the kids nationwide in choice programs are special needs, and schools are starting just to ensure that those families are getting their needs met. And what we do know outside of test scores, that those families are far more satisfied, right? That those families are, their children are engaged in learning in a different way. You'll hear a story, for example, potentially in Arizona, of a child who had special needs that couldn't walk and couldn't read, but the ESA program, through a program called Horse Equine Therapy, helped that child learn how to walk and read in a different way. And so that kind of customization, that kind of power of choice of families has created a level of quality for every individual student in a place like Arizona. So we've seen some data showing general gains, but not not like test score gains, because many of the programs that serve special needs families look for different quality measures like satisfaction, like a child having different metrics like being able to walk, being able to read, and those are important things for programs like this.
Do you have any suggestions for our framework as a launch to serve those families in any particular way that's different? If so, continue to work with us as you have, but thank you for all the time so far.
Thank you. I think you've done a great job, Senator, of trying to make sure everything works best to get the most accountability possible.
Appreciate that.
Could I add something, Chairman Creighton?
Yes.
It was something that Senator King mentioned earlier about kids with special needs and how this program we think about these programs in terms of what's currently available and what parents might go out there and access. But with a program like this, you're going to get new services that pop up that are unexpected, that are deliberately tailored to serve these needs that are not currently being met. And that's one of the exciting things about creating a program like this.
Yeah, that's
Senator.
And then I just had one more question as a follow-up. We've had some concerns in an email pushed around over the past day or two that somehow, some way, my comments about the framework protecting homeschool families and private schools related to no strings being pushed upon them. It's even in one of these emails that the bill doesn't allow homeschool families to choose the curriculum they would prefer to choose. I mean, all of that is unfounded. And so what would you say just to the framework we've allowed for autonomy in the legislation?
I don't read the bill that way. So what they're referring to is a provision that has language in it that has it's what's called the strict scrutiny test that courts apply when government does something to infringe on a fundamental right. So I think people are reading the bill, seeing that language in there, and they're viewing it as a license for the government to infringe on people's rights if they do these things. Yeah. But if rights were to be infringed and participants in the program were to mount a legal challenge, that is the test courts would apply, regardless of the language that's in the bill.
And you and I both know that exact provision already exists in Texas case law and Texas statute under the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act. So it's already in law. And so if, for instance, there was a discovery that a tutor that was already approved was a violent sexual predator and somehow it just had missed everyone in scrutiny, then there could be action taken to make sure that everyone was notified and intervention took place, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Here's the good news for the 28 years of school choice. The most comprehensive review of how private school regulations schools have been impacted with choice programs through regulatory environments has shown that private schools have not had their curriculum changed. Private schools have not had their admissions policies changed. Private schools have not had more regulations added to them as a result of choice. In fact, it's been the opposite. They've had more freedom to grow and change.
Okay. Senator Creighton.
Just the last question. Do you feel that there would be 32 states in America offering expanded school choice if those types of overreach and government intrusion examples were prevalent?
Absolutely not. I would not see the growth of choice programs in Indiana, in Arizona, in Florida. Private schools are growing in each of these states as a result of these programs.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Looks like we have a couple more questions from Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Arif, I had a kind of follow-up on your legal take on this. So I guess just to kind of sum it all up, constitutional arguments against this bill are essentially meritless, right?
Correct. As they relate to the religion clauses or education clause, there's nothing about this bill that comes anywhere close to violating those.
And a lot of that used to be challenged with the Blaine Amendment, which was thrown out. Blaine Amendment, by the way, was a racist, anti-Catholic amendment that was put in a lot of constitutions to prohibit public funds to religious-based entities. And then under the Espinoza case, I think, that was overturned and essentially voided it. Even though it is in our state constitution, it's been nullified by that case, correct?
That's right. Espinoza v. Montana Department of Revenue said discriminating on the basis of religious status violates free exercise. And so Maine kind of pivoted halfway through to get around Espinoza and said, well, we're just discriminating against religious use, like using a Noah's Ark hypo in class, religious use. And Supreme Court took up Carson v. Macon and said, no, discriminating against status, discriminating against using religion is discrimination all the same. It violates free exercise. So Texas does have no aid provisions, but if they were going to be enforced at all to stop a choice program, that would violate the free exercise clause. And so those have been put to bed vis-a-vis choice programs, again, because choice programs are individual aid to individuals who have free exercise rights.
And then of course, our state constitution, says an efficient system of public free schools, but it doesn't say government-run public free schools, right?
Right. It says you have to create a system of public schools that are efficient and maintain that system. That's a mandate. But as you know, state constitutions, because we don't enumerate power under a state constitution like we do in the U.S. Constitution, there's plenary power. So you look for the restrictions on power. That's why Article 1, the Bill of Rights, restricts plenary power. Article 7, Section 1 is a mandate just to create a system. That's it. It's not a restriction on the legislature's power at all to create additional educational options and tailor a great program like SB2. And so that argument falls flat right out of the gate. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Texas Supreme Court interpreted that clause decades ago, I think in the 1930s, in Mamie v. Murr, and held exactly that. So the education clause is a mandate. You got to satisfy it. But both before this session started and after it ends, the public school system will remain firmly in place. Correct. And that's all that's required for the education clause.
And, the state did used to fund religious academies. That was part of our state system many years ago before ISDs. That eventually transitioned out because we had the superintendent, we had a statewide elected superintendent, and each 254 counties, the county judge was the superintendent. And then when they transitioned to ISDs, somehow those were eliminated. But this would not be the first time that the state has funded religious-based academies. We've done this before, and of course it was constitutional then, just like it is now.
And on that point, Senator Middleton, in Carson v. Macon, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the SCLC, Martin Luther King's Legacy Org, filed an amicus brief because there was a 14th Amendment claim in that case as well, explaining that the federal government, in the wake of emancipation, funded religious orgs to go into the South and teach newly freed slaves to read and write because no one else would. And so the idea that using public funds to fund institutions that go and facilitate the education of folks, and even if they're religious orgs, does not offend the Constitution. It actually has deep roots in our history and tradition, including with the second founding of the 14th Amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Bittencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, appreciate your comments. You've been asked if there was any criticism of this bill or before by Senator West, and I thought your answer was really exceptional. Also, you answered Senator Creighton's questions. So I'm going to go up a notch and say this, that I actually knew Milton Freeman. He came to Texas A&M with Paul Samuelson 45 years ago, and they established the Free Enterprise Institute. Now, his comments about school choice were revolutionary at the time, and while we have been here for 28 years now in the United States passing school choice plans, there is some advantage to being late to the party like Texas is. So my question is there anything that we have missed in this rollout bill? You said it's robust, Robert. Artie, if you've described the legal counsel gentleman, is there anything that you wish that we had added a bell or a flourish to?
That's a great question, Senator. You're asking if you want a perfect universal choice bill. I mean, there's no such thing as that right now. I think Texas has done a great job in SB2 to get as far as you can with all of the lessons learned to get us to the next step of getting parents more educational freedom. Look, always the one thing I would caution and to think about is every program has to make it easy for families. Right? Every program has to make it easy for schools to get involved in. So anything you do to make it easier for families and easier for schools and easier for vendors to get in so that they can provide the services to families, the better it's going to be. So the only thing I would say is if there's any way to continue to do that in the rules, that's the best way to do it, and you guys are thinking about that.
Gentlemen, other comments?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. I think my only recommendation, as I talked a little bit about earlier, is when I was a kid, The scholarship that I received was only $6,000 or $7,000. Now today, as Robert shared, that same scholarship in Florida is about $8,000, about $8,100. And
But
the
Chairman
reason-
Creighton's giving you 10.
That's correct.
If we could
And
just
that is-
rewind the clock.
That is a wonderful starting point. My father is livid. He's like, why couldn't you have been a kid in
All right,
Texas?
well, thank
at
you for
2025?
that. Members, oh,
It's serious,
go ahead.
serious
Let you close
follow-up.
out.
Gentlemen, anything else?
Senator, that was just to say that one of the ways that Texas could look to improve this bill is to allow that dollar amount, $10,000, to grow in future years to adjust for inflation.
Thank you.
That's my only
Senator
comment.
Bittencourt, do you have another question?
No, I just want to make
Directed
sure
to
that there's any other comments while we've got them.
No, I was going to make a similar comment. It's not a criticism of the bill, but the one thing I was surprised to not see in it was some built-in growth like we saw in some of the bills last session. But Chairman Creighton, you make a very compelling argument on why it's crafted the way it is. It makes a lot of sense, and you have to crawl before you can walk.
Well, it's okay, gentlemen, because the fiscal note already has built-in growth. I've just read it. So your request has already been
Okay.
granted by the
All right.
LDB.
So anything more? Because we're getting ready to change panels.
I think one of the best things you've done with SB2 is been mindful of what's worked and not worked all across the country as school choice has gone gangbusters. And you're going to deliver Texans one of the best strong bill on day one. But as we continue to grow and learn more things, just be open to being innovative and to growing the marketplace and empowering parents. So we're proud of you guys to have a really strong bill on day one and a big bill. And we encourage you to pass it.
Thank you. I did miss seeing Senator Menendez's slide, who covered for me while I stepped to the back.
I'll make
Thank
it a
you.
quick question. Mr. Cooning, you mentioned something a few minutes ago. You said that you felt every single student in the state deserves the same opportunity you had, and I may be paraphrasing. Taking that into account, would you agree that in saying that you meant every student deserves to attend private school if they want to, for their parents?
Senator, thank you very much for the question. That is not what I meant. I am fully supportive of public school options, charter school options, private school options, homeschool options. I think what I was trying to say is that I want every student in Texas to have the opportunity I had to get the best education that's right for them. I actually didn't get into this today, but I started in a private school with the help of a scholarship, went to a public school, didn't have such an easy time, and then returned to a private school with the help of the scholarship. And school choice enabled me to try different options and to see what worked for me. And that's what I hope every Texan is able to do.
I think you hit on one of my concerns, though. You talked about you started at the private, went back to the public, and then went back. My concern that this bill does not guarantee that if you receive this scholarship that the private school has to accept you like the public schools do today. That's my concern.
Senator, this is a great question. I'm glad that you've asked this. I think it is a misnomer to assume that students are automatically accepted into the public school that they want to go to. As you well know, public schools have attendance zones. You are only able to attend a public school if you live in the residentially assigned area. Texas does have an open enrollment law that's on the books, but they allow districts to opt out at their discretion, and in some cases allow districts to charge tuition for students that want to transfer. So I'm not agnostic to this concern, but I think the way to best address it and to make sure that students do have a wide variety of options is to have a robust school choice program, to have a robust charter school system, to have a robust open enrollment public school system, so that families do have a wide variety of options, which will incentivize private schools, public schools, and charter schools to open their doors to the maximum amount of students.
Senator, we're seeing that in places like Indiana, Florida, a robust system of educational options, whether they're public, private, charter, at home, or online. In my home state of Indiana, the largest choice program is the public-to-public program. Families going across district lines. It's over 90,000 kids.
Yeah.
There are 75,000 kids receiving scholarships.
Thank
there,
you.
20,000
Thank you, Mr.
going
Enlow.
elsewhere.
You're finished with your question to Mr.
Well, I guess what the bottom line is, though, even though very good responses, the bill does not guarantee that any private school must accept any child. Like the public school, if the child lives in that district, does have to accept them, that by federal law. That's all. That's fine. Thank you, Madam
Did you
Chair.
get it all?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right, panel, thank you very much. Pleased to have you. The chair now calls up the second panel, and then after that panel, we do have one more invited witness. The chair calls up, oh, I may mess up your name, Matt.
I know.
Okay.
You're good.
Tiskus.
My parents' fault.
All right, there you go. Matt. Carrie Molinetto. Jennifer Allman. Forget her. Norton Rainey. Good is that you get the opportunity to pronounce your name correctly in the mic. Okay, again, 5 minutes, and we will ask questions afterwards. Start with the green light. At 4 minutes, the yellow one comes on. At red, please close your statement, your thought. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead with Norton. Or, no, let's start at one end. Go ahead. What's your
You don't want to say my name?
No, I've already failed once.
I'm just kidding. Senator Creighton, honorable members, thanks for having us today and for holding this meeting. My name is Matt Tiskus, and it is my parents' fault for giving me that name. And I'm a volunteer board member for the Texas Private Schools Association, representing the 941 accredited nonprofit Texas schools who serve more than 300,000 students. I'm here today in support of SB2. At the outset of my testimony, I want to affirm on behalf of our members that we appreciate the work that public schools do, and we consider them to be partners in educating the next generation. For 9 years, I served as head of school at a small private school in North Texas, and today I serve as a regional director for a nonprofit. I'm not a highly paid lobbyist or some big donor, nor do I represent one. I'm just a guy from small town Texas who believes that every kid deserves a great education, and that a great education can change a child's life and the future of our state and country. And no doubt this is something all Texans agree on. But I'm here today to share with you that the time is now for the Texas Senate and the Texas House to pass a strong school choice bill. The time is now because parents have spoken loud and clear in support of school choice in the voting booth and in polling, like from the University of Houston, which showed that school choice is supported by nearly 2/3 of Texans, including a majority of Democrats. Parents have made it clear that the time is now. The time is now because we know school choice works. We have over 25 years of history from other states. There's more than 1 million students, about 81 programs across the country, and it's undeniable that it works because we have data. We have approximately 200 studies that have been done on various programs across the country, covering everything from parental satisfaction to test scores to fiscal effects, and better than 80% of the studies show positive effects of school choice, with 10% showing no impact and 6% showing negative impact. The small percentage of negative impact was primarily from places where the program was overregulated and did not meet the needs of students or families, which is what we initially saw in Louisiana. But the overwhelming results of these studies show the positive effects of school choice. And we know this because many of the programs open with a wait list. Why? Because any sane parent will move heaven and earth to do what's best for their children. And the parents identify these choice programs as something their kids need. The naysayers have been wrong about school choice every step of the way. And we can look to the success in other states to see that that's true. The time is now because school choice works and we have over 25 years of history to prove it. But the time is now because we've got a strong bill in SB2. The bill affirms the TPSA stance that private schools who participate ought to be accredited and offer a nationally norm-reference test. Accredited schools complete a rigorous self-study process that allows parents to have confidence in a school's quality. Regarding testing, accredited private schools already offer norm-reference tests to their student body. With numerous testing options available, this is a reasonable expectation for a participating school and one that they already offer. The autonomy and religious liberty language contained in the bill is exceptionally strong as it conveys to participating schools that they are free to carry out the mission of their school with no impact to curriculum, admissions, or hiring, and that a participating school is not a recipient of federal financial funds or a state actor. There is one change we would like to suggest to the program, and it relates to the likely scenario of receiving more applications than available positions for the program. We would like to recommend that the requirement to have attended public school the previous year be removed, but we very much support the prioritization of low-income students. We do have families that work many jobs and sacrifice greatly to be a part of our school community. We hate for them to be left out if they fit the low-income prioritization. We would also hate to incentivize a family pulling their children from schools in order to qualify for an ESA in the future. We'd like to see a program that prioritizes a cohesive educational experience for students and doesn't force difficult decisions. We are educators wanting to improve the educational experience for all of Texas students. The time is now to pass a strong school choice bill because the parents and the voters have spoken, because school choice works, and because SB2 is a strong bill. As a former school leader, one of the most difficult parts of my job was realizing that in spite of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that my small school offered in grants and scholarships, there were still some families that we were unable to serve due to financial constraints, even though those parents felt that our school was the best option for their student. The time is now. The members of the Texas Private Schools Association thank the Senate for moving quickly on this issue to make sure that parents have the option to choose the best possible education situation for all Texas children. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt Tiskus.
Well done.
Norton Rainey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you today. What a privilege it is. My name is Norton Rainey, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ACE Scholarships, a nonprofit organization that has been promoting and providing school choice to lower-income families for 25 years. ACE operates in 12 states, including Texas, and since our inception, we have delivered more than 100,000 scholarships to needy families. In my 23 years at ACE, I have witnessed the transformational impact of helping struggling families gain access to a great education, a learning environment that best fits the needs of every child's needs. I am passionate about school choice because I know it works. My son Jack was diagnosed with autism when he was only 2 years old. My wife Karen and I very quickly learned that a one-size-fits-all model doesn't fit for everyone, particularly our son, where traditional schools would not work for him. I know firsthand the weight a parent faces and carries in their heart when they doubt whether their child will ever be self-sufficient or successful. It's devastating. And while we were fortunate to have the resources to give our son Jack the attention and academic environment that he needed, I am acutely aware that many low-income families do not have that option. Those are the parents and students that we serve at ACE. Because all children are unique, with unique learning needs, they should be empowered to choose the school that is right for them. We also believe strongly that no child should be trapped in a failing school because of their zip code. It's no secret that our country's education system is struggling mightily. America is the leader in the free world, yet we rank 28th in math and 12th in science, and we spend just under $1 trillion on an annual basis on education. The fact is, we have an academic crisis on our hands. School choice is not about politics or partisanship. It is about progress and about performance, and the status quo is unacceptable for far too many children. Our research shows that social mobility of ACE families improves. Students in our program graduate at a 99% rate. Their college entrance exams are high. Most persist at college, and we that most will graduate from college. And I'd like to also point out that most of our families tend to come from minority families, and they do incredibly well. These families are likely to graduate and have good paying jobs, and they're less likely to commit crime. We have a saying today that we think every major issue in our country, they flow downstream of education. There's nothing more important than the education of our children. And for Texans right now, we also know that surveys are showing that the majority of Texans, including rural communities, want school choice. As the program manager for the Utah Fits All ESA Scholarship Program, we have seen the power and the need for education savings accounts. The demand was so great when the program launched that we had 10,000 students in year one with more than 27,000 applicants. ESAs are wonderful because they are tailored to students' unique needs. The power of freedom is remarkable, but the suffocating effect of a lack of freedom is devastating. I want to tell you about a mother from Fort Worth named Greta Alexander. In her words, the public schools in our area are not great. She feared for her youngest son's life daily when he left for school, and it was in that school that her son was introduced to crystal meth and marijuana. On August 1st, 2023, Greta's boy died as a result of his addictions. She wants something better for him, but did not have the means to offer this to him. Greta's youngest child is a girl aptly named Miracle. Greta found freedom for Miracle through an ACE scholarship, which has enabled her to attend an ACE partner school where she is supported and thriving. Miracle is a National Honor Society student who aspires to become a doctor, and she is well on her way toward that dream. Greta's son and daughter were both raised by the same woman, in the same household, in the same neighborhood. But only one had school choice and the freedom, whereas the other was failed. Miracle is just that. Miracle is a miracle. And today and over the next couple months, you have an opportunity as a Senate and elected officials to do the right thing and make sure that all children, regardless of their income level, are able to go to the school that is right for them, whether it's a public school, a private school, or a home school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Now, Ms. Molinendo.
Yes, Carrie Molinetto.
Thank you, Carrie Molinetto.
Yes, I'm with Texas Autism Academy.
Thank you. Go ahead, 5 minutes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Senate Bill 2. My name is Carrie Molinetto, and I'm one of the co-founders and director of Texas Autism Academy, a private school located in Magnolia, Texas. I have been a public school teacher and an administrator for more than 15 years, and the director of Texas Autism Academy for 8 years. The mission for Texas Autism Academy has been to expand educational opportunities to children with autism and their families. We opened our doors in September of 2017. We have served more than 50 students on the autism spectrum to provide them an exceptional and individualized education in a safe, loving, and small group environment. Our goal has been to empower families by advocating for their children and giving families the voice they deserve. According to the most recent CDC statistics, say that 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism. However, the state of Texas is proving to have higher rates. In 2021, the CDC estimated that 1 in 28 children have been diagnosed with autism in Texas. In the 2023-24 school year, Texas had over 5.5 million students, pre-K through 12th, enrolled in public schools. Using the 1-to-28 ratio puts an estimated count of 178,571 students who have been diagnosed with autism and attending Texas public schools. Let me put this into perspective. In order to get a better mental picture of this staggering number, let me share this. The largest school district in the state of Texas is HISD, with 189,000 enrolled students in 22-23. Well, an estimated 178,000 students statewide with autism could almost fill up the entire enrolled population in HISD. Looking at it from this perspective, you can grasp the magnitude of how many students have autism in Texas. I would like to share a story with you. In October 2017, we enrolled a student named Zion. Zion was attending public school at that time. He had been in public school since the age of 4, starting in the PPCD program. He was diagnosed with autism by the public school. Zion was sweet and a very well-liked child by his teachers and his peers. He had no behavioral issues, he followed the classroom rules, and was overall a great kid. Zion came to Texas Autism Academy as a 4th grader. He was at least 2 to 3 years behind grade level. He was reading on a DRA level of a 20, which is beginning of 2nd grade, working on a math level at beginning of 2nd grade, and writing on a 1st grade level. He came to us unable to recall information that was just presented to him, and his anxiety level was so high, it literally took him 20 minutes to write his name on his paper. Zion's regression in school became so bad that Mom received an email stating that he would probably not be making any more academic growth. Well, I am proud to say that after attending almost 8 years at Texas Autism Academy, Zion will be graduating with mastery in all required Texas course credits with a high school diploma in spring of 2027. All of our students have their unique story to tell, but the one commonality amongst most of our families is their child had one time or another has attended Texas public schools. And just like Zion, most of these students we enroll are at least 2 grade levels behind and even further behind socially and behaviorally. The need for an accredited specialty school like Texas Autism Academy is essential for children with autism and their families to thrive and become independent and productive citizens. Texas public schools have proven over and over again that they are not equipped to educate children with autism. This is where Senate Bill 2 will play such a crucial role for the lives of children with autism and their families. None of our families are wealthy, and for most of our families paying tuition, it is hard to them financially, but they make it happen because they know where they're getting the best education. Passing Senate Bill 2 and allowing the ESAs will help relieve the continuous financial burden and will empower the parents to make the best educational decisions for their children. Children with autism turn into adults with autism, and thousands of families, their burden of costs goes beyond just education. The financial strain placed on these families will never end. Empowering these parents to make the right educational choice will only improve the lives of these children and their families.
Thank you, Ms. Molinado. Ms. Alman.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Allman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 2. This bill meets the bishops' criteria for supporting parental choice legislation because it includes accountability through accreditation and administration of norm reference tests, strong religious liberty and private school autonomy protection, prioritization of the poor and vulnerable if funding is insufficient to cover all applicants, while also leaving a universal pathway for all families if funding becomes available. The primary obstacle that prevents parents from choosing the best school of their choice is cost. We believe it is essential that the program prioritizes access for families with the greatest financial and academic need. This bill accomplishes that goal in general. We appreciate these significant improvements to prioritization compared to last legislative session. We are still concerned that some poor families are going to be left behind. As the Private School Association mentioned, those families currently struggling, working 2 jobs, borrowing money from grandparents to afford private school may be left out. So if on the floor you could address that by adding in some protections for the low-income families currently struggling to pay tuition, we would appreciate it. We also appreciate that the bulk of the EASA funds are available for families to choose accredited private schools. All schools should be held accountable to ensure high academic standards. The Texas Private School Accreditation Commission, known as TEPSAC, coordinates with TEA to ensure quality in private schools by monitoring and approving accreditors for non-public schools. We are concerned that the bill may have some accreditation loopholes that need to be addressed, and we're happy to work with members to address those. For example, Section 29.358B leaves out critical language requiring accreditation for private schools that has been included in every Senate bill that has passed the Senate since 2000. We'd like to see that return to that section. We also believe that because Senate Bill 2 allows the $2,000 of flexible spending that can take place in a variety of provider types for teaching services, textbooks, curriculum, testing, there still provides a great deal of flexibility for innovation. And so we appreciate that portion of the bill as well. In terms of the religious liberty, it's been discussed quite a bit. We are very happy with the religious liberty language in the bill. Would be happy if it remains the same. If there's a need to address the belts and suspenders approach of the language from the Civil Practices Code, we're fine with addressing that as well. Senate Bill 2 also has some really strong elements for implementation and the practical needs of implementation. And so we want to thank you for the July 1st start date of payments going into the ESA account. That's also a big improvement because many private schools start collecting tuition in April or May of the preceding year because the beginning of the year school costs start in July. And so for the cash flow of the private school being able to have what we need when that student arrives on August 15th, it helps to have the payments by July. So thank you for that. Catholic schools in Texas are growing and are ready to serve. We have opened 2 new Catholic schools per year since 2021, the year right after COVID. And we're on track to open about 2 new schools per year for the next several years as well. Because our Catholic schools in 35 states have been participating in some level of school choice for decades, we are ready to be early adopters, early implementers, and especially focus on the outreach to the poor and vulnerable to ensure that among that priority population, poor families know how to apply and can access the funds. We estimate that 90% of our Catholic schools in Texas will participate, and we have the capacity to add an additional 25,000 students in the 26-27 school year when this bill is implemented. Our average K-8 tuition is under $8,000 in Texas. Our average high school tuition is under $12,000. In addition, the church pays for, supplements, provides parish and diocesan subsidy on top of the tuition amount charged for all students. And so the cost to educate a child in our schools is closer to $15,000. 48% of our current student body is on tuition assistance. The average amount currently provided is $3,400. 84% of our Catholic schools serve students with special needs. The bottom line is we can simultaneously support public schools as the predominant method of receiving an education in Texas while also providing greater access and alternatives for some children who need something other than their zoned public school. We thank you for the tremendous work that has been put into Senate Bill 2, and we look forward to continuing to work with the committee and the full Senate on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Almond. Members, now questions. Senator Bittencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, you mentioned that you've got a subsidy for students as well as your estimated cost of $15,000 per. Given this bill structure at this point in time, what do you think would happen would be the most effective way in providing more assistance for parents in this situation that are struggling financially?
So, the way that we will proceed with this is we will do outreach to the families who receive financial assistance from the church in a variety of ways, not just the kids in our schools, but through our Catholic Charities agencies, our parasocial ministries. We're on the ground serving the poor and vulnerable throughout the state of Texas every single day. We know these families, we work with them, and we'll make sure they know how to apply and access if they're interested. But we want to make sure we're not pushing it. It's if they're interested. We also will leverage our financial assistance dollars. If a family has traditionally received financial assistance from us and they are one of the families that qualifies for the ESA and uses it, then their scholarship money becomes available to another student. And typically our schools will be under the tuition amount, including room for those fees or extra things that are added on. So we're committed to being a partner and helping ensure that the poor are truly prioritized in the program. That's a commitment we make as the church.
And your total enrollment is roughly how much now?
I believe it's about 65,000, but I'll have to double check with our education department.
Right, so that would be a significant capacity to help not only the existing enrollment, but also future enrollment as well.
Yes, as I mentioned, we're adding about 2 to 3 new schools per year, and most of these new schools are very innovative. The school we just opened in Galveston, Houston Archdiocese is St. Peter's, and it's a career and tech school focusing on construction where you have a pathway to do college with architecture or straight into construction work making $80,000 a year right out of high school. So it's really designed to meet the needs of the community in that zip code because it's an inner city school.
And final question would be, because of this, the way this bill is, quite frankly, Chairman Creighton's put so much effort and thought into this and best practice, you're looking at really an explosion of permutations of what possible outcomes are because of just the school that you mentioned. Because that's just your response, not counting everyone else's response at the table or everyone else that's out there right now listening. True?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bittencourt. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Allman, I was reading your text and I appreciate your testimony. At the very bottom, you have a little asterisk under the review and the criteria explanation where it says, for a family of 4, the federal poverty level is $32,000, 150. So it says 400% would be $160,000, right?
That is my understanding.
So do you feel, as I feel, it sounds like it might be a concern of yours, that the 500% that's in the bill of the federal poverty level, which would be 5 times the 32, it doesn't seem like it's actually prioritizing the poor, does it?
I think it does prioritize the poor significantly better than last year's Senate bill. And one of the things that we appreciate about the bill is there's a lot of working poor that fit into that category that is above the poverty level but can't afford this choice. And so we think that number is acceptable. If we were drafting the bill ourselves, then there would be various categories within that prioritization, starting with the lowest income free and reduced lunch first. then another category, then another category.
Right.
But we are a little concerned if we go that route. If there's too many levels, the implementation for the comptroller and the EAOs and the parents might become too complex. So this is acceptable to us, but there's a couple of ways that we would totally support amendments that would improve the prioritization for the lowest income, and especially for those low-income families that have really struggled to pay the tuition because as parents, they believe it's best, and then to watch a neighbor next door who did not struggle to pay tuition suddenly get a free ride is going to be frustrating for them. So we'd like to see some support for them as well, which is mentioned in our flyer.
Yeah, I mean, a free ride, or it feels like maybe they're just getting a discount on what they're already using. I mean, that's because part of the bill also, it allows for people who are currently
The
not in public
20%,
school. Yeah.
yes, but again, because what we're talking about right now was the 80% in the prioritization
Right,
category,
right.
which is for the poor. None of those students would be currently attending. All of those students would be transferring from public school, charter school, or entering pre-K or kinder. And the pre-K is only if they qualify for free pre-K in the public school. It's not for all pre-K students.
Right. 20%, that would be about what? How many thousand kids would that be? Have you done the math on the
I think Senator Creighton mentioned it in his layout, but I don't recall the number. It was 200 million and I think
So it's
20,000.
20,000 kids?
Be the math.
20,000 kids who are currently in private schools that would just be getting a state.
Potentially, but you have to remember that 20% is totally universal. It isn't exclusive to kids currently in private schools. So those families who don't make it into that category number one because, say, there's 80,000 in that category, the 80,000 students that could potentially be funded. Say 200,000 kids apply that fit that categorization. The others go into that 20%. So there's no assumption that 20% is automatically the wealthy private school student. We hope that in that 20% will be many families that are currently enrolled and struggling and win that lottery. Could it be done differently? Yes, we would support different mechanisms, but this mechanism is acceptable to us.
And then the last question is your accreditation. You are concerned and you recommend that all participating schools be accredited by Texas Private School Accreditation Commission or TEA. Is that correct?
That is correct. That has been in every bill that has passed the Senate chamber, I believe forever, but certainly since 2000. And we'd really like to see that back in the pre-approved provider section for private schools because it still leaves the flexibility for homeschool families or other innovative learning pods and teaching services to get started in that 2000 range. But if you want the larger amounts of money, we believe in the transparency and accountability of the Private School Accreditation Commission. We receive taxpayer dollars at Catholic Charities for the Thriving Texas Family Program, for programs to support pregnant women, and there's accountability for that. And so we think accreditation provides that strong accountability, so we encourage that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Certainly. Senator Menendez, did you have something to add to that?
You know, if I was going to add anything to that, I think what I would say is that it's really important for people to understand, once again, that there's a misnomer out there that private schools are flushing cash and that they're all these rich institutions. That is not the case. And I think you alluded to that in your Catholic schools where the average tuition is around $10,000 per year. And having done this now for 25 years, our private schools are great partners with families. And it doesn't mean they're flushing cash where they can give every family as much money as they want. They want them to come to the school because they care deeply about them and they want them to be educated. So they're very innovative in how they accept families. So that's the one thing I would add on to this is that $10,000 will go a long way for these families in private schools and create a very healthy environment.
What about the school? The state of Texas has 254 counties. I think half of them don't have a private school. What about those children?
Well, that's the beauty of an ESA program is that you've got the flexibility for homeschool families. And we're seeing a lot of interest in homeschool families. I believe in Texas you have over 500,000 homeschool families to date. And every year 80,000 families are leaving public school to homeschool. So this ESA bill is wonderful because it's now giving that opportunity for those families to still educate their kids in a homeschool environment if a private school does not exist.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator King.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Could y'all walk me through what the accreditation process looks like for a private school?
I'd be happy to do that. Let me make sure I get my notes here correct because it's an extensive process. Essentially, it's a quality improvement process that involves a review by an accrediting agency not affiliated with this school itself. And so in the Catholic Church, we have an accreditation commission, the Texas Catholic Conference Accreditation Commission. And so here in the Diocese of Austin, schools would be visited by people outside of the Diocese of Austin who are not affiliated with the diocese or the school in order to conduct a visit. Later in the hearing, we have an accreditation commissioner who will be testifying. And in that visit, they are monitoring compliance with state and federal statutes, as well as effective administration and governance, which is really important because some have been concerned about pop-up or fly-by-night schools that some states have had when they don't require accreditation. And this accreditation visit makes sure that their financial stability of the school is present as a part of their accreditation. It requires the annual administration of a norm reference test, which is why Senator Creighton in his layout made reference that private schools already do this. If you're an accredited private school, you're required to administer these tests to begin with. So you're not adding any new regulation by having that in the bill. It also makes sure that the teaching of a curriculum is balanced and appropriate. We have to meet or exceed all TEA standards for curriculum. And that's really critical and important for making sure that there's accountability in what we're teaching. But it still allows the flexibility of curriculum choice at the private school level.
As what you're describing, is that kind of common for all the accrediting entities?
These are the accreditation standards for all accrediting agencies. So this is not just that the Catholics do it this way. We have about 240 Catholic schools, and there are 940 accredited private schools. And there's 19 accrediting bodies currently. But new accrediting bodies can be added at any time. So as we've been talking about innovation and new schools and new approaches, if there's something that some organization wants to see more of in Texas and they want an accreditation that specializes in that, they could form a micro school accreditation commission, apply for accreditation status, and participate in this program.
Okay. And Senator King, if it's okay with you, I see two of you taking notes, feverishly taking notes regarding the question he's asking about accreditation. Can you give us a short story of what your
Sure
notes
can.
are?
I'll keep it brief. Only if you say my name the right way, though, then we can.
Tiskus.
Thank you. It's like a giant research project on your school, is what accreditation is. You're putting together what's called a self-study, and it looks at standards. Different protocols have a different number of standards. Ones I'm familiar with have 12 standards. So you're looking at every aspect of the school, from curriculum to finances to physical plant to safety and security, on and on and on. And it is basically looking at, okay, where are we strong in our school and where do we need to improve? And so then a team of peers, as Jennifer mentioned, comes to your campus and reviews this giant research project that you do on your campus. This self-study process at a school, if done well, is collaborative. It involves every stakeholder, and it drives improvement really in an incredible way. So I think Ms. Allman did a great job describing what that process looks like. But that is what I have witnessed personally. And typically accreditation lasts for 5 to 7 years, typically.
Thank you.
And just one
Go
last
ahead,
question.
Senator
So we keep talking about norm referenced testing. So talk to us about that and how that kind of relates, or in this case doesn't relate to STAR testing, and what the difference is. What is norm reference testing?
Sure.
As spoken of in the bill.
Yeah, norm reference tests are not a pass or fail type test for schools to take. They are a test that shows where a student is based against the standards that school has for their curriculum. There's over 20, I believe, different norm reference tests that are available for private schools, as has been mentioned, they're already taking these tests. This is already part of what they do. Different than the STAR test, which tends to be more of a pass-fail.
I'd like to add to that, it's really important. The STAR test is a criterion reference test that tests specific knowledge points. A norm reference test is comparing this student's learning to all students in the United States on that scale. The most common norm reference test in Texas is the MAP test by NWEA. 800 and something public ISDs take the MAP test and pay extra money to take the MAP test because it's a better measure and it has a correlated STAR score.
Thank you, Ms. Ong.
So you can compare.
Okay. Senator King, more
That's it.
questions?
Thank you.
Senator.
I have to say that Matt's a constituent and a city council member in Weatherford, and did a great job of running Victory. Did Victory go through accreditation while you were there? Okay. Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I think this is important where we have Norton with ACE and Jennifer with the Catholic Conference, where we kept hearing, well, what if it's not enough? What if 10,000 is not enough? What if 11,500 is not enough? Well, you're looking at how we can help with that, right? So ACE is tuition top-up scholarships, and the Catholic Conference. You'll have to refresh me on the total amount of dollar figure for scholarships per.
About $18 million per year throughout Texas.
18 million a year, and then ACE is at, I forget their statewide numbers.
Well, our statewide numbers right now, we're at 25,000 students being served at this time in our 12 states.
Wow. So, this is an example, and it's only for low income, by the way. ACE is only for low income. I assume it's the same for.
The $18 million is for low-income scholarships, but the $3,000 to $4,000 per student parish subsidy is for all students.
Okay. And so that's where we make up the difference, right? I mean, there are tools here before this committee today, or when someone asks, is that enough? Well, if it's not, ACE and the Catholic Conference are there to provide it. And not only that, if we have this $10,000 a year or $11,500 following each student, you can scale that, right? I think that's something that we haven't really talked a lot about, is those scholarship dollars go much farther and can serve a lot more students when you have that base state money following each child, and you can serve a lot more students actually in that process. And there's some here that aren't here today. Actually, I toured a Jewish school 2 weeks ago, Yeshiva Torah Emet, and it's 70% of students are on scholarship there. So there's schools all over the state that, and they, by the way, they would like to expand, like a lot of private schools. Just like, Holy Family is since 1847 on Galveston Island. They would like more students, more families would like to go there, but they can't go because they can't afford it.
Right.
And those are the examples where we could grow these schools. The parents want to go there. If we have money, follow the child, and then we also have, if needed, these tuition top-up scholarship monies. So this is Exhibit A, right, of kind of how we all work together to provide these better academic outcomes for kids.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. I would also add that the average income of families we serve is approximately $65,000 per year, and the average family size are 5 members in every household. So these are not rich families, but the average family contribution is approximately $2,500 on an annual basis. Mm-hmm. What that goes to show is that they have skin in the game, that they care deeply about their kids' education. They will move mountains to ensure their kids have access to a good school. And the same thing can be said about these private schools, which once again, it's really important for everyone to understand. These are not rich, affluent private schools as a whole. These are normal schools where this money is having a tremendous impact on their financial situation. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear, because I do hear this over and over again in these committee meetings, that there are critics who say that they don't need this money. They do, but more importantly, the families are committed. And when you've got a family who's got skin in the game, you'll do great things.
Thank you very much. Senator Higginbotham.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First off, I just want to thank you all for lending your expertise to this hearing today. Thank you for the statistics you've shared with the success of the private schools and the example of the autistic child. I also want to thank you for acknowledging that this is by no means to take away from public schools, but only to give parents a choice. The question I have is around something we discussed at the outset of the meeting, which is the balance between audits and making sure the programs are checked and that kind of thing, but by the same token, making sure there's freedom for the private schools and the home schools. Is there anything that you all, let me maybe start with Matt, since in your position, and by the way, thank you for being on the Council of Weatherford too. That's my district, so appreciate that. Anything you would add to help us sort of make that balance and make sure that there's no concerns by private schools and home schools of the level of sort of privacy and protection that they have?
Can you remind me of what the requirements are for the audit? Is it auditing the private school, or is it auditing the educational?
It's the educational assistance organization that's audited, not the private school.
That's what I thought. So from a private school perspective and an audit of the educational assistance organization, I don't see any issue with that.
And an annual audit is a part of accreditation. So we are audited as a part of our accreditation process. We're very satisfied with the bill as drafted related to provider autonomy. We're very appreciative of the language and very grateful for how strong it is.
Okay. Norton, did you have anything to add?
You know, if I was to add anything, what I'd say is that our relationship in Utah managing the Utah Fits All ESA program is we take our role as program manager very seriously, recognizing that these are taxpayer dollars that we are distributing to families. And so we want to ensure that those monies are going for education expenses, which is why we've invested so heavily in technology and a customer service team. And also, I would say for our relationship working with the Board of Education Utah, that's really important because you want to be a good steward of those dollars to ensure that money is going where we've committed to the state of Utah or, in that matter, any ESA program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Higginbotham. Senator West?
Let me follow up on that question. As it relates to, you have an ESA organization in Utah, is that what you just said?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have conflict of interest policies?
Can you elaborate, please?
Do you have conflict of interest policies? I mean, I don't know.
Do we have conflict? I'm not aware of that.
Do you think these organizations should have conflict of interest policies?
Well, in what regard, though? Can you elaborate further, please?
In regards to working with different private schools, as an example.
As far as a program like ours working with certain kind of private schools, should we have a conflict? Or a conflict of interest policy?
Right. If you have a conflict, let's just say there's a nepotism issue. You have someone in your family that works for a private school. Should you be serving that private school?
Yes, I believe so. I think in our program in particular that the money follows the family, so we let the family choose the school that's right for them.
Okay, all right. As it relates to your definition of low income, what is your definition of low income?
That's set by the state of Utah. It's a percentage, and there's a Tier 1. 97% of our families fell into Tier 1.
What is Tier 1 defined as?
350%.
350% of poverty.
Of the federal poverty level, that's correct.
What is it as it relates to the Catholic Charities?
We use all of the federal poverty levels for our various programs, so it depends on the program being served, which one they use. But typically, we hover around the free and reduced lunch rate, which I think is either Senator Menendez today said 130%, but I thought it was 185%.
I thought it was at 185.
I think it's 185% of federal poverty, which I believe would be about $80,000 for a family of four. And so, you know, again, it goes back to, are you so poor that you can't subsist without any self-sufficiency? You need total assistance, or are you working hard but need a little help? And we think this bill is for both categories and does a good job of including both categories.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, any more questions? If not, thank you very much. It's good to see you again, Norton, and I see John on second row over there. Safe trip if you're headed back to Utah. Oh no, you're in Weatherford, I think he said. Okay. Safe travels to anybody. Okay, we do have one more invited guest. We'll ask Dr. Scarborough to come to the table, please, for
I have one copy.
Dr. Scarborough.
Just one copy.
See you 5 minutes. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up Pastor Dave Welch. Where are you?
He's in the overflow, I think.
Okay, we're going to give him just a minute to get here. And Dr. Scarborough, you'll have 2 minutes, but I think there's a question or two coming at you to let you finish up. But we'll go ahead and no, wait.
Well, in the first place, I've been quite impressed with the panels preceding me. Very intelligent and knowledgeable people.
Okay, Dr. Scarborough, I'm going to have you hold just a minute, sir. Going to wait for Pastor Welch to come up. No, I'm going to go ahead. Sir, you've got 2 minutes. We'll ask you questions after you finish, if you don't mind. State your name for the, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but Pastor Welch is here, so I'm going to set you both at the table at the same time. Thank you very much. Good is that your mics work and you both have smiles. Okay, now, testimony is for 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record and go ahead and begin. We'll start with Dr.
My name
Scarborough.
is Rick Scarborough, and I'm head of an organization called Recover America, and also the Texas Judeo-Christian Caucus, which you'll hear more about in the days to come. Senator Creighton, thank you for the privilege of addressing this austere committee. Some, like Senator Bettencourt, I've worked with for years, and Senator Paxton once attended a church that I pastored, which I didn't know until she told me. She was young and I was old. This committee must never forget what Scripture teaches. Proverbs 9:10 says, that wisdom is the beginning of all knowledge, and that without it, you can't arrive at wisdom. In 1992, I was made aware of a high school assembly being conducted in the local high school on GRIDS. That's what AIDS was then being called, Gay-Related Immune Deficiency Syndrome, conducted by a young lady that I would venture to guess was no older than 25.
You've got one more minute.
When I opened the refrigerator door, I preached for 5. When the light comes on, off I go.
Come on, we're using up some.
Let me just simply get to the bottom of this. It amazes me that anybody could be in opposition to this bill. 2 years ago, I was disgruntled and disappointed that nothing got through. But, so oftentimes, that kind of defeat results in great victory. And Senator Creighton, I commend you for the vision, the bold vision. We're living in an opportunity now, unlike anything I've seen in my adult lifetime. President Trump has called these next 4 years the golden age of America, but this should be the golden age of education in Texas as we boldly step through this door. Do not, I urge all of you, do not let special interests subvert what you're trying to accomplish. Stand with backbone, stand strong, and Texans will come alongside of you.
Dr. Scarborough, that's a great closing statement. I think Chairman Creighton has a question for you.
Yes, Dr. Scarborough, thank you for your testimony and traveling and patience and waiting on your time to come up and speak. For those that would, be backed by special interest and that would be coming forward to oppose the bill instead of finding, like all of this great testimony before you, these incredible highlights showing that it's best in class, best practices for the country. For those that would say that it's not good enough, that it's not expansive enough, that there's not enough money in it, that there's not enough people served, that it just should be for 6 million students in Texas or nothing. What would you say to those individuals?
Never let perfection keep you from accomplishing what's doable. This is a doable bill, and I would say to all of them that we ought to march through this door and give God time to reveal the wisdom that all of you have invested in this. Because if he's in it, it's going to be blessed, and I believe he is.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask a question. So, are you able to point out any specifics in school choice that keep this bill from being bipartisan? Meaning, what within a school choice bill would make somebody not want to support a parent having the right to choose the educational arena they want their child educated in, or benefit for the child?
It is likely the bias with which they read the bill. We often color whatever we read by what we preconceive, what we think it's going to say. Those who look for fault will always find fault. This is not a perfect bill. I would to God that we could give money to every family, let them educate their kids, and just be done with it. You go back to earlier, the founding of this country, it was the schoolhouse that was also, the church house, which was also the schoolhouse. They learned their ABCs by quoting scripture. And now we've come so far that we've got a product of our education who now sits on the Supreme Court who cannot define what a woman is. We're in a real spiral down that this seems to arrest and helps us head back in the other direction.
You have such wisdom. Thank you so much for that answer. Is there one statement, short, that you would like to impart on us on the dais?
Yes.
Keep in mind. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Don't back down.
And that is concise. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Scarborough. Thank you for your drive down here. Safe travels on your way
Madam Chair?
home. Yes, sir.
I have a
Senator
question.
West.
I have a question now. You asked a question about bipartisan participation. Now, let me give you a perspective. I think parents should have a right to participate in their children's education and provide direction. All right, let's start off that way. Here's the issue, though. The issue, one of the issues. The issue is whether public schools, which we are constitutionally required to do, are getting the same resources, number one. Number two, when we look at vouchers, and this is not towards Creighton at all, because I pretty much know his heart. When we look at vouchers, we look at the history of them. And we have to make certain that we're not developing another system that was born in racism, which, that's what these vouchers were used for initially, when whites didn't want to go to school with blacks after the Civil War. All right? And this is not the case here, but we've got to look at that. And then the development of separate but equal, Plessy versus Ferguson, those are, which was a constitutional case. And legislatures, state legislatures, put in place these particular programs. And so we that are kind of, I guess you could say, somewhat cautious about these particular programs have to kind of take that into consideration, because state legislatures develop these programs. And you look at the journals of the Texas legislature, they were right involved. They were involved in it, not wanting to go to school with black kids. And then when we look at some of the issues in terms of programs around the country, what we see is that in areas that are predominantly African American or Hispanic, then most of the kids that are taking advantage of these scholarships or vouchers end up being white students in areas that are predominantly minority. Those are the issues that we're having to look at. Now, the votes here to pass it? Yes, just like they were back in 1865 and 1866.
Oh, come
on. Okay?
That's a little far.
Well, no.
Senator West.
You said, well, you may think it's far. It's a perspective.
I'm telling you, that's way beyond what's taking place with this committee.
No.
And I think an unfair statement.
Well, and you can have your perspective on it. And I can have
And I have it.
All right, fine. I know that's not his heart, okay? But that's what we have to take.
But let me give you a perspective. May I do that?
Sure, you can. Go ahead.
And this country has been imperfect from day one. But as you look at the progress we've made with race relations and the rest,
I agree.
It was led in large measure by preachers who preached the gospel. It wasn't done by politicians.
Exactly.
It was a move of God in people's hearts. But you need to always remember it was a majority of whites that passed those laws that reversed all that.
And
so if you're not careful, you're going to throw a wedge in this thing and corrupt it.
Hold it. I'm not trying to throw a wedge.
Hang on.
Okay, and you are right. I mean, when you begin to look at the persons that marched with Martin Luther King, okay? But what I'm saying is that that's why we've got to look at these issues. You look at some of the I guess you could say, advances that have been made in race relations across these last few decades, okay? I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. But we've also got to look at the issue that many of our public school systems now have a majority-minority public school systems. And the question is whether or not they have the resources to do what they need to do. I understand a parent should have the right, and I agree with you, to make educational decisions. I just need to make sure you understand my perspective when I look at this. Not as though this man right here has any ill will, or any member on this committee has any ill will at all. But I've got to make certain that I analyze it based on that perspective.
Thank you.
I want to, Senator West, I want to ask something because I think I've misheard. Did you say that previously, or you have a concern that in a predominantly minority neighborhood, school choice opportunities seem to drift toward white folks?
I'll give you. No, this is what I've said.
I knew I misunderstood that.
There are empirical studies that basically say, and I think one's from the Wall Street Journal, when I think of it, that in majority minority counties, okay, that as it relates to private schools, the majority of students go to those private schools end up being Caucasian. That's what it says.
Is that with or without a school choice
With school choice.
scholarship or something?
With school choice scholarship.
Well, I don't understand. I guess I need to read the
I'll-
Wall Street Journal and then remember.
No, what I'll do is
Wall
this, and I'll make sure I make it available to everyone. We need to make certain, and let's make sure we get that information and provide it to the entire committee.
And then, of course, know that we're reading a rag, a newspaper.
Well, okay, well, however you want to interpret.
Well, I just want to make sure.
Well, I mean, you
that-
call it a rag, and, you know,
Newspapers in general.
some people say it's a rag, some people say it's authoritarian. I mean, it's
So I hear what you're saying. I'm just thinking I'd rather have studies or that can support that because I haven't heard that.
okay.
And I'm going to. Do you have any other points to add, Dr. Scarborough?
No, ma'am. I think debate is good, but I also think that we need to be very careful to recognize the lens through which we look at anything. Because no matter what we hear, if we have a lens that taints what we're talking about, we'll arrive at the wrong conclusion. Texas needs for this committee to come out of this thing unanimous. And then this committee needs to have the strength to push it forward. I've got many friends who told me, I've gotten all kinds of emails and texts today about what's wrong with the bill. But I'm looking at what's right with the bill. It's giving parents the power to make choices. My own son has twins. When they turned 16, he took them out of public school and put them in a private school. $3,000 each a month, $6,000. You don't make that kind of money. I even had to sell my motorcycle to buy one of them a car. I mean, everybody in the family is sacrificed for those twins. But this bill he would shout if it were to be passed. And I believe the majority of Texans, once they understand it, if we don't pollute the message through the press, will rejoice and applaud the outcome.
Thank you, Dr. Scarborough. Now we'll turn to Pastor Welch. 2 minutes, sir, if you. And of course, we'll ask questions, and then after that, we will take up more public opinion. Go ahead.
Right. Mr. Chairman and Honorable Committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dave Welch. I'm the president of the Texas Pastor Council, and we represent over 1,000 pastors of churches of sizes from 50 to 50,000 across the state of Texas. We're one of the most ethnically diverse organizations in the state of pastors. And I wanted to start there because this is really very simple. We've provided you a statement that you have a copy of, which you can reference in detail. We strongly support SB2. We've long been an advocate of parental empowerment, and that's, I think, a better term than school choice. That's broader. Parental empowerment, which is really what this is, and this is an important distinction here, is that children are a gift from God, according to Scripture. We are charged as parents, first and foremost, not the state, not the church, not the community, but the parents charged with the upbringing of our children. And as a result of that, then we are now then given into a system collectively where we are now forced into a one-size-fits-all program in the government school system too often that is failing families of every demographic, and very frequently, and most frequently, the greatest victims of the worst education in both the environment as well as academics are in the urban areas where they're heavily minority. And a lot of our churches fit that category. This allocation of $10,000 per student, we believe is adequate, it's sufficient. It's not all comprehensive, but I will say this. I've been talking to pastors of churches with church schools, charter schools over the last number of years, and I have not found a single church school or a single charter school that does not have a substantial waiting list. Okay, what we have is a massive market of people out there desperately looking for other options that don't have them because they can't afford it. Working families are the ones that are suffering the most. And this income category variety and levels of this bill really does cover a substantial part of that category of those most in need of just a help, an opportunity to provide that choice and that parental empowerment for their children. We support SB2.
Thank you, Pastor Welch. Members, any questions? Yes. Okay, Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pastor Welch, I think you made a very good point. because the area that you work, and I happen to be familiar with your board, is they're majority minority, okay, and you have many pastors that reflect their congregations in your group, and the facts are that the public school system is majority minority. The overall, Texas population, it will continue to move to be majority minority for as the long as the foreseeable future is, by the way we define that. And more importantly, this is a solution for people that need help. Okay, those families and those kids that are looking for a way out of a failing school or a failing school district, and they need another option, because that's really what all this is about. Fundamentally, there's no question statistically all the data that we're seeing from all the other 32 states is that the users of this are majority minority. Am I missing any of that?
No, that's absolutely true. And I will say this also, the church schools that we're familiar with across the spectrum, denominationally and geographically, are highly ethnically and otherwise integrated. The diversity is profound, and I think that's what's important, is that there's no distinction. Churches do not look at, we're charged with not looking at what's on the outside. The value is in the person and in the family, and that they're wanting to provide any opportunity for the families that come to them as a church unit. And this is another point, by the way, this has been raised in opposition and sometimes criticism of this type of legislation. It was the last session, is that in these rural areas and often suburban areas is the lack of, quote, private schools. Well, when you've cut off and choked the marketplace because there's no choice, no opportunity, for the parents, they're economically strangled because they're paying taxes and they're paying to find someone to sacrifice for their children's education. That cuts off the supply system of potential schools. What we know in the state of Texas is this, that limited regulation and limited government provides maximum opportunity and great innovation. And so we have small businesses exploding across the spectrum. What we will see happening, and I promise you this, because I have churches all over the place waiting to start a school, in those forms of school, and this is to get the great innovation is, well, won't be one size fits all. They'll be able to, this church may want to do a homeschool co-op. This church may want to do a hybrid. Church may want to do a full-on staff church school. That's their choice based on their families, what they need based on that community. That's the empowerment power of this type of legislation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation. How do you make certain that in starting these schools that the quality of education is sufficient? How do you do that?
Well, the safeguards in this legislation are very robust and profound. That's number one. I think that's important.
Okay.
So the oversight there is very clear. Number two, we trust parents, and we have to trust parents. The combination of the partnership between the parents, their church, for example, or that school's leadership, and the oversight that this brings, we have to trust and believe, because if they weren't seeking greater excellence in the service and the quality of the program that they're getting now, they wouldn't be going there. So for me, this is let's push this out there, watch it carefully, but trust in the hearts of the people and the parents that they want something better for their kids, and know that especially those often with the least are the ones with the greatest heart and passion to want more for their kids, and that's what we've seen.
Do you think that lower income kids in struggling school districts should be prioritized?
Well, absolutely.
Over a kid that may want to go to a private school because they're being bullied.
I believe that, again, as was mentioned earlier, I do think, again, the income levels here, look, I think that every family ought to be treated equally. And I think the families that are low income, middle income, upper middle income are all struggling right now, and often the cases. We need to provide this opportunity to the maximum number of people we can. I think this program does give the greatest amount of flexibility. We can nitpick at varies, but this is a great, huge starting point that I think is important to low-income areas right now are hurting, and they're hurting often the most. Crime, poverty, social decay. But look, let's look at the greater issue here. Is that this also those are the areas that are suffering from the greatest disintegration of the family unit. We've got to work harder on a baseline level, and that's what our churches are doing. And so that's our first call, is to change lives, restore lives, redeem families, rebuild futures. That has to happen. The schools can't do that. And a lot of the schools are suffering often from what's happening around them as much. So the combination of this brings is to put that kind of back together, put resources back in the hands of those parents, as broad as a perspective as we can, to provide them an opportunity, and then work together toward restructuring and rebuilding to where things are starting to happen at a social level, personal level, family level, community level, and ultimately educational level, that they can be without the stranglehold of a monopoly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Hinojosa.
Madam
You're
Chair,
up.
thank you. This is a question for the both of you. I'd like for each of you to just answer kind of short on this. As a senator from Senate District 27, South Texas, predominantly majority Hispanic population, and including some of the including some of the most impoverished counties in the entire state. There is a rather large Catholic private school imprint in my district, and we heard from Ms. Aleman from the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, and she was expressing their support of this bill, and also explained how it can be further expanded to minority populations and people who are impoverished. Do you both agree, we also from Mr. Tiskus and Mr. Rainey, on the sentiment that if this were to pass, that it would actually diversify in your private schools even greater? Do you agree with that sentiment, each of you?
I think it's unique to each district. A district like yours, which is so predominantly Hispanic, it might to some degree, but not as much as it would in the inner city or in more urban areas of Texas. But I do think that it would. I do agree to the degree that it can. By the way, I compliment you on what you have accomplished in being elected to that position in a predominantly Democratic area as well. And that took a lot of hard work, and I commend you for it.
Thank you.
But in terms of diversification, I think it would depend on the area.
Look, I think that what this does is empower those parents and those communities to come together in ways that will help, that put programs together, whether that's a church school or an independent program, co-op, that will reflect the community and reflect those specific needs on that, and in ways right now that they just simply don't have those options. So I think that's what we'll see happening in those areas, and it's, again, as it should be, because it will look like the region, look like the area, and meet those families' needs in a very unique way.
And that's very valid as far as the demographic breakup of different areas. But I think my point being, with a lot of people share the sentiment, is that it does provide greater access to minorities and impoverished families for private education if they so feel that that is the best option. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Question.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Members, are there any other questions? Pastors, Doctor. Thank you all very much.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we get started, could we get a quick question for the LBB as a resource witness on their fiscal note? I think Chairman Creighton agrees.
Do you need the fiscal note right now? LBB, are you here? Can you give us a quick answer to whatever question he's going to ask? So, okay. So that y'all can get your questions answered. Who's going to speak for LBB?
Yes, ma'am. Avery Sachs, LBB.
All right.
Avery, the fiscal note on this, was not surprised for the 2006-27 biennium, because that was limited by the bill pattern's overall $1 billion expenditure. Was surprised, however, by the out years. So two things. One, if we have a bill pattern that has a set limit, that will govern in the future, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so So therefore, that the out pattern bill number being higher than the $1 billion is really up to the legislature, true?
Yes, sir. It would be up to legislative discretion.
Now, if I could, with just the understanding of what's the assumption in those out years being roughly $3 billion in that fiscal note?
Yes, let's see. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yes, the FY27 was the 1 billion. And then we have FY28 about 3.0 billion, 3.3, 3.8.
Sure, not quibbling with the round off error. Can I ask what your uptake percentage is in the assumption of homeschooling or private schooling using the program?
Yes, sir. So we applied an assumption of 50% of current homeschool and private school students in the first year, and that grows by 5% each year in the out years.
That would seem to be a pretty aggressive, assumption. Where you all provided additional data that it should be lower than that, approximately 30, 35%?
TEA submitted different assumptions in their fiscal note response. The 50% is an assumption that our office has used historically for several biennia. So to provide some consistency there, that's the assumption. But we do call out all of those assumptions in the fiscal note to make it clear that costs would vary depending on the actual uptake.
Well, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure everybody understands that the $1 billion bill pattern would override, any fiscal projection. But I do think that I would love to see you recalculate back to the what I think is a more balanced assessment than 50%, because that's not what other states have seen. And I think it would be something to talk about for a revision to that at some point in time, because this bill obviously is going to be, moving out of the Senate to the House, and I expect the debate will continue. So could we get a listing of what the TA's input suggestion was? Was I correct? It was approximately 30%, maybe 35?
It also varied by year and grew over time. I think the first year was 20. The first year would have been a 20% uptake, and then I think it grew to 30, and then 5% a year thereafter.
Well, and I just want to submit that there's a big difference between starting at 20 and 30 and then starting at 50 and moving at 5% up. That's almost an order of magnitude when you do a compounding over a period of time, because you have that tremendously differentiated start. So maybe we should get some revised numbers into the committee, at least at this call, at the discretion of the chair and the vice chair.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Members, are there any other questions to LBB? If not, thank you. Are you still going to be around just in case? Well, do we have our questions answered by LBB as far as we're aware? I think we could find where you stay, so, okay. All right, with that, we will now continue with public testimony. The chair calls, and please, everyone silence your electronics. It can be distracting, as well as side conversations can be distracting. So we'll hold all that to a minimum. Are y'all ready for Senator West? We're going to go ahead and start open public testimony. So side conversations in a low voice and silence your electronics. The chair now calls up Tijuana Hudson, Lindy Perkins, Dr. LaVonda Loney, thank you, and James Dickey. I don't see James Dickey. Maybe he's in over. Oh, there he is. Hi, thank you. Okay, so, and I don't know if the person on the end can see the light in the middle. Are the water pitchers, did they fixed it? Thank you very much. You'll have 2 minutes, please. Say your name, who you represent. If you're on, for, or against the bill, you'll have 2 minutes for testimony. And who do I have?
I am Dr. Lindy Perkins.
Do you mind? Let's have you go first. Dr. Lindy. I don't have doctor on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Lindy Perkins, and I am a TPI fellow here today to provide a brief insight regarding the historical implications of school vouchers. In 1955, Milton Friedman introduced school vouchers in his essay, arguing they could create a free market education system and improve quality through competition. However, early voucher programs were marked by systemic inequities. By the late 20th century, advocates rebranded vouchers as school choice to empower families, with the first modern program launched in Milwaukee in 1990 for low-income families. School vouchers and public payments for private schooling often come as direct payments of tax credits. Their origins are linked to efforts to maintain segregation after the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision, with many southern districts using vouchers to fund white-only private schools. This exclusionary practice continues today as private schools can screen applicants and often require additional fees that burden low-income families. The shift of public funds to private institutions undermines public education, which serves all students. Understanding the origins of vouchers is essential for evaluating their impact on education equity. While marketed as empowering, their legacy highlights ongoing issues of exclusion and segregation, making public schools crucial for ensuring access and equity for every child at every grade. We cannot let vouchers widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots. By amending the program with safeguards, we can ensure it lifts all students, protect public education, and serve its intended purpose. Thank you for listening on today.
Thank you, Dr. Perkins. And next to you is
Tawana Hudson.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton, members of the committee. I represent the Texas Educational Policy Institute, or TPI, and I'm here in opposition of SB2, and I want to express my concerns regarding the bill. I believe that it is premature to adopt the policy as written, given the lack of robust data on the academic impacts of Education Savings Acts around the nation. 18 states have adopted ESA policies, but no state currently evaluates their programs with all 4 critical data points necessary to ensure equitable and effective outcomes. These data points, as outlined by the RAND Corporation, include things like sufficient program size, the age of the program, comparable funding, and comparable data between ESA and non-ESA students. The current bill does not address accountability standards for private institutions receiving ESA funds, such as standardized testing requirements or disaggregated performance reporting. Diverting funds from public schools without ensuring quality standards in private schools risks draining resources when we are already underfunded, given the fact that our basic allotment has not been increased since 2019. If SB2 is to move forward, please consider adding safeguards to the bill, because without them, low-income students and students of color who historically face educational inequities could be placed in low-quality private schools with no means for families to be able to make informed choices. So I have got 3 amendments to suggest. 1, mandatory state assessment participation requirements. Transparent reporting of academic performance, and public audits to ensure accountability for curriculum quality and for student outcomes. ESAs may have the potential to expand educational opportunities, but we should move forward with policies that lack evaluation and accountability measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Boy, almost right on time. Thank you very much. Would you be Dr. LaVonda Lone?
I am.
Okay, pronounce your name correctly for the...
My name is Dr. LaVonda Loney. You said it correctly.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and members of the committee. I am here representing the Texas Educational Policy Institute, and I oppose the bill without amendment. As we know, the demographics of students using ESAs vary by state and program. Generally, these programs tend to benefit wealthier families and students already enrolled in private schools, many of whom have never attended a public school. These families use taxpayer money to help pay tuition costs. For example, in Arizona, families in the wealthiest 10% participate in ESA programs at 5 times the rate of those families in the poorest 10%. This raises an important question. Who are the students receiving the ESAs? Well, unfortunately, the reality is we just don't know. According to Ed Choice, programs across 18 states only have 5 collect any form of demographic data, and only 3 report subgroup demographic data. To ensure transparency and accountability, ESA programs in Texas must require mandatory reporting, including annual demographic reporting on race, ethnicity, gender, disability status, socioeconomic status, programmatic participation, just as public schools do. They also need to have application versus acceptance data to show how many students apply versus how many actually are admitted and complete. They also need to have economic accessibility thresholds that reflect families closer to the poverty line, ensuring ESAs truly support median income families. So in closing, ESAs have long been part of Texas' educational options, but only primarily serve families with financial means to afford private schooling. Without proper safeguards, we risk furthering inequities rather than addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lonnie. James Dickey.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members, I'm James Dickey. I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and Liberty for the Kids in support of the bill. Just move. They should just move. That's what the Texas Public High School coach told me online when I said that I wanted to fight for more educational freedom for the 50,000 folks who are signed up with Liberty for the Kids. Well, I have just moved. I moved when our youngest was born. We moved from 2 blocks away from Skyline High School in Dallas to Flower Mound High School. And my kids did just fine through all the public schools and had a great experience. And then when our youngest was in elementary school and it came time to move to the Austin area, I just moved. And we had the resources, so I moved to Lake Travis High School, and it's a great district and had a great time. And even there, at the end of 8th grade, after a year of not being able to get anything done about the bullying she was faced, my daughter came to me and said, please, please let me homeschool next year. And we did. Now, we were concerned, but we didn't know how to make sure she had a great curriculum, so we put her in UT High School, which was great and cost a few $1,000s a year, and we could. Well, I don't think it's right that we live in a state where I can do that, and that high school teacher tells me that everyone else should do that. Well, guess what? For my friends near Skyline High School, for my kids at Polytechnic High School, who I graduated from high school with in Fort Worth, they don't have those choices. And I want them to. And I want their kids to. And now that I'm a grandpa, I want them to.
Good stories, Mr. Dickey, James Dickey. Thank you so much. Members, any questions for this panel? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And you all were prepared and had your message, so right on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
The chair now calls up, it's okay, Rachel Barlow, Anita Scott, Shalenta Perez. Did I have 4 already or just 3? It was moving. Yeah, Rebecca Renfro. So that's Rachel Barlow. Okay. So I've got some more coming. What's your name? Rachel. Oh, you're Rachel. Okay. All right. So I'll have you, for the committee and for recording, you'll each state your name when it comes your time to be at the mic, speak into the mic. Thank you so much. You'll have 2 minutes. If you do have any written literature and you want it passed out for the committee, we just need 15 copies. And let's go. You're Miss Barlow? All right. Let's go ahead. Thank you.
I'm Rachel Barlow, the proud parent of a 14-year-old named Ace and a 10-year-old named Stevie. These are two wonderful neurodivergent children who needed accommodation to reach their full potential. Their ACE scholarships have enabled them to get that accommodation in spades at the Vine School in Victoria, Texas, and it's had a profound impact on my family. Imagine with me you are 10 years old, waking up in your bedroom, your eyes open, your mother reminds you to start getting ready. You start to cry, begging not to go because you know what's coming. Your classmates tease you about your struggle to read, and your teachers are irritated with having to stop to help you understand the assignments. This is what my daughter faced in public school every day. My daughter has dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD, and even though we wanted to get her tested right away, we faced opposition at public school to do so, and we paid for it at our own expense. We chose to move her to the Vine School in the midst of her second grade because the gap between her being able to read and her peers was significant. We made the same choice to move my son Ace because he has autism and his needs were not being met in the public school either. We paid for our schooling through ACE scholarships because we are the people that you are discussing in depth today. I urge you all to listen to the testimonies of parents and to take this matter very seriously. I am for school choice because I am representing my children, and I know that I can make the best decision for them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barlow. And next to you is
Anita Scott.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and committee members. My name is Anita Scott, and I am testifying in favor of Senate Bill 2 on behalf of the Texas Homeschool Coalition. We advocate for the interests of up to 650,000 homeschool students in Texas and have over 100,000 of those families on our Texas mailing list. My homeschool journey began in the 1980s when my parents chose to homeschool. Two parents homeschooled 8 children in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home. Eventually, my mother, a certified teacher with a bachelor's degree, not only homeschooled us, but also started homeschooling other children from families seeking an education free from the onslaught of the negative influences that our school districts offered. In fact, when I was in elementary school, a school in the southern sector of Dallas where I lived, Carter High School, made the news. The Carter Cowboys' string of successful victories in football led them to win the state championship at the Texas Stadium in 1988. The Dallas Cowboys hadn't won a Super Bowl since 1979, so Dallas was writing about the Carter High School Cowboys. Unfortunately, the Carter Victory Parade and the pomp and circumstance of the state championship ended all too soon when several of the high school players were arrested, with some of the players receiving sentences for up to 25 years of imprisonment. The reality is what happened at Carter High School during that time was not and is not representative of all the schools in the Dallas district, but this is what is true, and I've expressed this before. My neighbors often use family members' addresses to send their children to higher-rated schools outside our district. In other words, they were stealing the addresses of their family members to experience choice. I've seen parents share a common concern. They want the freedom to make educational choices for their children to ensure they receive the best education possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. And just one thing for clarification, you said you've seen others using the address of the district that they want to move one child from a public school to another public school, just a different district.
Yes, ma'am.
But now there is that option. Sometimes there are burdens or hurdles to get over, but that is an option. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Ms. Perez?
I am. I'm Dr. Shalente Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. If you'd go ahead and...
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Dr. Shalente Perez. I'm one of the co-founders and director of curriculum of Texas Autism Academy. You heard my business partner, Carrie, speak earlier, and she gave a little more insight into our school. When we speak of private schools, many think that parents have a significant amount of money in order to be able to enroll their children in private school. This is not the case, especially for parents of students with autism and other disabilities. These parents work so hard to be able to enroll their children in a school that can meet their academic, social, and behavioral needs at their individual levels. As a former public school teacher, special ed teacher of 6 years, I saw firsthand the struggles educators in public school faced because of the lack of training and knowledge of meeting the needs of students with autism and other disabilities. I gained more knowledge while working on my dissertation that focused on general education teachers and the struggles they face while teaching children with autism. This is not to bash the public school system. I know a lot of amazing teachers who are public school teachers. But when you have a population of students that so greatly need a specific type of teaching method or curriculum, it can be very hard when you are not fully trained in that area. That is why we opened Texas Autism Academy. We use research-based, TEA-approved curriculum. That curriculum is taken and it is tailored to the student's individual needs. Imagine what doors would open for so many families that need tuition assistance in order to access a specialized and nationally accredited private school that is equipped with the skills, curriculum, and knowledge to meet their child's needs at their individual level. Help offset the cost of tuition for families so that they don't feel like they have to settle, because there's so much more greater opportunities out there for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Okay, Rebecca Renfro.
My name is Rebecca Renfro, and I am a parent of a child at the Texas Autism Academy, and I'm in support of SB2. Senator Creighton and esteemed members of the committee, it is a privilege to be able to speak to you today. I'm a parent of a teenage son with autism. He was diagnosed at the age of 2, and since then, his daily life has been a steady stream of doctors, therapies, and educational interventions. As a third-generation teacher, I enrolled him in public school, trusting that supports would be in place for his educational needs. However, my faith and optimism quickly faded as I saw my son marginalized, abused, bullied, and largely ignored in the wake of a school system that was overwhelmed and ill-equipped to educate a child with an autism diagnosis. As a result of this stress, my son quit eating and had frequent meltdowns. I could tell he was not progressing in a way that would help him become a functioning member of society. In the 3rd grade, we pulled him out of public school and began homeschooling him. This was a workable solution, and my son thrived. However, I know that I was not equipped to navigate his complex needs as he neared his middle school years. We discovered Texas Autism Academy in 2018, and our lives have completely changed. Because of his experience at this private school, my son is set to graduate with a high school diploma. He plays piano and sings in the church choir. He volunteers at the local animal shelter. He is now planning a life after high school, which includes college and a career. However, I'm a single mom, and private school is expensive. My parents are spending their retirement savings to help me pay for my son's education. There are many families who do not have these resources, and their children are left to fall through the cracks. This legislation would go a long way in giving hope to families who just want their children to thrive as human beings. My son's name is Owen, and his name means gracious gift of God. Thank you for your work to help children just like him.
Thank you, Ms. Renfro. Members,
Chair.
are there any questions?
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Bennett.
God bless them. Okay. There isn't a family probably in the state that is not affected by autism now because of the tremendous increase in the diagnosis. And so with that, I really appreciate it, because I mean, all families have experiencing this, to whether it's a cousin or whether it's a family member directly. So thank you for taking the time to come testify. Where is your Autism Academy located?
It's in Magnolia, Texas.
Okay, well, I'm sure that it's a wonderful pursuit, and I'm glad that you've taken this on.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The chair now calls up Jorge Borrego, Steve Leakey, Octavio Cifuentes, and wait for it.
Thanks.
Mary Helen Frazier. So, on the end, what's your name?
Steve Lakey.
Okay. And your name?
Jorge Borrego.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Mr. Borrego, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Creighton and Senators. My name is George Borrego, and I serve as the Education Policy Director at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I am testifying in strong support of SB2. In my role, my work often revolves around data and statistics. While fulfilling, I'm often mindful that these numbers aren't just abstract figures, but they represent the lives of millions of Texas students and the hopes that their families have for their futures. Instead of just simply presenting statistics today, I want to bring them to life by sharing the story of Anthony and Wendy Contreras, hardworking parents living on San Antonio's west side. As any San Antonio will tell you, and I believe Senator Menendez will be in agreement, that the west side is steeped in cultural pride and tradition, but it is a community that struggles with educational challenges. Consider the high school to which the Contreras family was zoned to. Only 26% of students were on grade level, and just 9 were proficient in math. Wendy and Anthony refused to let these statistics define their child's futures. They sought out a private school, and their children flourished in an environment benefiting from both high-quality curriculum and a values-based instruction. But tragedy struck when Anthony died unexpectedly. No longer able to afford tuition on a single income, Wendy made an extraordinary sacrifice. To cover the tuition, she sold her family's home and put their children's future above all else, even at great personal cost. No parent should ever have to make that decision. This is why SB2 matters. SB2 makes tremendous progress from the work done and led by the Senate last session. Let us honor Wendy and Anthony and the sacrifices of thousands of parents here in Texas by passing SB2. Thank you, Chairman Creighton and members of the Education Committee. I'll be glad to take any questions after my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. And once again, I'm going to call up Mary Helen Frazier. And are you Octavio?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavio Cifuentes. I am a senior at Faith Christian Academy, a proud A scholar, and an advocate for school choice legislation. Let me tell you why. My parents are special people. My mother is a teacher at my school, and she works very hard to support our family. One of the reasons she has to work very hard is that back in 2015, my father got a virus that severely damaged his heart. We moved to the Houston area to seek medical help because if we didn't, he would die. Now he's on a heart transplant list, and we hope he'll get a new heart soon, but for now he's unable to work, and someone from our family has to be with him to manage his care at all times. Ever since I was little, I think God made me good at math and science, and I'm grateful for that. In fact, I'm well on my way to getting my associate's degree and have already taken college algebra and pre-calculus. The smaller, more personal environment at Faith Christian Academy has helped me thrive academically, socially, and spiritually. My parents taught me the importance of hard work and serving the community. My family and I work concessions and do repairs on the school building. My mother's an amazing baker, and she makes cheesecakes that we sell to local restaurants to make extra money. One of my biggest dreams is to retire my parents and give back to them for all their sacrifices for our family. An A scholarship made it possible for me to attend Faith Christian Academy, where I received the academic preparation and life skills I needed to pursue my dreams to become a cardiologist and give back to others. Not every kid gets that chance, but you as a leader can provide that chance to many more Texas students by passing choice legislation. Don't we want the best for Texas' future? That means giving struggling families like ours the educational freedom to choose a school that equips them to do big things like becoming a cardiologist. So we can give back to our community. Supporting school choice is the matter of the heart, and I hope you'll look deep into yours to make it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Cifuentes. How old are you?
17.
17. Well, you're inspirational. I pray blessings over your family, and you have great aspirations, and not only to be cardiologists, but to give back. And that is wonderful, a blessing. Thank you. It's an honor to meet you. Mr. Leakey?
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Lakey. I'm here in favor of Senate Bill 2. I'm also representing Texas Autism Academy. First, I would like to say this has been a very enlightening committee, and I appreciate your all's public service, and I learned a lot about the bill and this whole process today, so thank you. Also want to give special thanks to Senator Brandon Creighton. I've been working with him in his office for how many years, Senator, on this whole subject, because we believe our school is a prime example of how this can really help. We give many, many tours to parents whose children would be a good fit for our school. And you're right, Senator Betancourt. Everybody knows somebody with autism. It's a wide. You heard the numbers from Ms. Moyenetto. It's in the tens of thousands of students who need this. We think we have a very transportable model for a school that can help kids on the spectrum. And again, there are many families who want to be in our school who simply cannot afford it. And Senate Bill 2 will go a long way to help solving that problem. And the earlier we can help children on the spectrum, the more likely it is that we will have a positive impact on their lives and that they will be able to lead successful, productive, and happy lives on their own. So we thank you for your support. And again, we are very much in favor of Senate Bill 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakey. Members, are there any questions of this panel?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator.
Question for Mr. Prego. There's been a question earlier about the average cost, I think, of a private education in Texas. I think your organization did a study on that and came up with a median cost of a private school in Texas. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, the median cost of a private school in Texas is just a little bit over $9,000. So the ESA at a full $10,000 amount would cover the median cost of tuition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Creighton?
I also had a question. TPPF is published on a number that's different than, let's say, Raise Your Hand Texas, on the number of dollars, the dollar amount itself that a public school student would average across the allotments, right? So there's a lot of comparisons to why is the ESA at a dollar amount that's above the basic allotment, which the basic allotment is the initial allotment, right? It's separate from K through 3, or it's separate from Comp Ed, it's separate from many other allotments that are available, correct? And so Raise Your Hand Texas, that usually a lot of teacher organizations quote, they say the average public school student receives around $11,000. TPPF, they're quoted at 16,000 plus.
That is correct, and that's using data from the TEA. The average statewide expenditure for per student is $16,792.
And then our bill, that I'm carrying once again, with as we were in Senate Finance yesterday, and it's interesting when people tell me that's not the real number, because we literally were in Senate Finance yesterday, and this is all like triple and quadruple audited, but when we put $96 billion into public education and there's 5.2 to 5.3 million students, when you divide that out, that's 18 plus. Let's just say that's a little high. But how do you arrive at your number?
Again, we're looking at PEMS data. So the most after the fact, after TEA releases their actual figures after they've been audited, we look at them and we break them down by the campus, and we are able to arrive at a per campus pupil amount, and then extrapolating that out to a state average.
And I understand there's some wealthy districts that don't get much more than the initial allotment, right? And then there's some other districts that receive a tremendous amount of dollars more, and those may be 8 miles down the street from each other. And there's incredible differences, as we've had 40 years of litigation on fairness within school finance formulas. And many of us, like myself, we don't like the impact of exactly what happened in the 80s with Ross Perot's effort for what led to Robin Hood and recapture, and we've actually reduced our reliance on recapture over the past 3 sessions by over 30%, and we're continuing to work on that. But this has been decades of a budget culture, and there are many districts that would rather keep more money of their tax money at home. There are many districts that need more money sent to them from other parts of the state. But when we talk about what we fund in public education, those numbers are accurate, and I wanted to know if you could help me delineate between why Raise Your Hand publishes 11, why TPPF publishes north of 16, and why many would still look at this bill and say the true comparison is the basic allotment compared to 10 grand.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, to delineate between the two, so groups like Raise Your Hand Texas, they will prioritize only looking at the base, the smallest amount without any of the extra allotments, while we take into account the whole totality of what the public education system and what the taxpayers fund on a per student basis. I do want to also add some further clarification. That $16,792 amount is not including any recapture amount. So that is just looking at before that. So those districts that do pay a little bit more in recapture, if you include that, it will go up. So that's just exactly what stays within the bounds of the school district.
Got it. And our number for the ESA is not tied to a certain percentage of the M&O. It's not tied to school finance. It's more or less giving families that need help the most a shot at an average tuition across the state for a private school experience, right? And so, but there are many comparisons, and as we put $39 billion new dollars into public schools over the past 10 years, and we have an unprecedented lift on public school money of nearly $5 billion just this budget cycle, and that could continue to grow. The trend that I'm seeing is we normally put new money into public schools, $1.7 to $2.3.5 billion a biennial budget. This number's 5. So we're at about a 2x factor plus inflation on the number that we have now, and I just think it's historic. And so I don't quite understand why that's not being celebrated, but it tells me that there's frustration with the formulas, which we all share. So I just appreciate your perspective, and anything you could get to our office on that, I would love to see the comparisons.
Yes, sir. I'd love to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bentoncourt. And then
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Menendez to follow.
Quickly, your 9,000 estimate on the average private school cost, it factored in scholarships, I would assume, to that number?
I believe that is before scholarships.
That's before scholarship.
Correct.
So the actual impact number would be less.
Correct.
Do you have any estimate yet, or can you get one?
I could get that to you.
And then to follow up on Senator Creighton, I assume the numbers you're dealing with from TEA are post the landmark SB2 property tax relief, because that dramatically reduced recapture around the state. You know, HISD, for example, was paying over $170 million in recapture, and they're now paying $0.
So the numbers we look at, because they do take time to be audited by a TEA, the most recent figures we have is for 2023, that school year.
So that school year. So you don't have the recaptures, the big reduction from SB2 yet because you're not looking at 23-24 yet, right?
That will be published in around March.
Around March. So we should have that information before the session's out. And just last question, where's your school, your autism school located, sir?
It's the same one that they talked
Oh,
about.
it's Magnolia
previously.
before?
It was in the Woodlands, and it's now in Magnolia,
And
about a quarter of a mile.
What's your total enrollment?
We have 35 students.
And there's no question that early intervention makes a huge difference.
Absolutely none. The earlier, the better.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Yes, good question for the gentleman, Mr. Borrego. On that figure that you talked about, the 16,000, does that include bond debt?
It does include INS.
It does include the interest and servicing for the bond. Is that what you're telling me?
It does.
So is that fair to include that when the $10,000 ESO is not going to go to build any new schools? It's going to be for instructional. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison.
I would respectfully, Senator, disagree, because that is a burden on the taxpayer, and that new bonds, as they are built out, new schools are built out, it is going to go into the M&O operations fund as soon as the building is built.
But you know what they're building. They're building doors. They're building the new security. This is for 30-year buildings. This is not for instructional, classroom instruction. All right, let me ask you another question. Do you know if private schools are required to receive training on the science of reading?
I can't speak on the on anything, the requirements that the accreditations at the private schools that they might have.
I guess sometimes it feels, just I think is where the chair was going, that he wanted to see an apples to apples comparison, but I didn't feel like we actually got an apples to apples comparison in your response. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you very much. Thank you, panel. And we look forward to those numbers. Jorge?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. The chair now calls up Ellen Berkey, Stephen Aliman, Jackie Bustamante, Benestante, and Rachel Abel.
I think Ellen's your district.
Who? Oh, Ellen?
No, she's in mine. I just remembered. Ellen, the first one.
Okay, let me call again. Ellen Berkey, Stephen Aliman, Jackie Benestante, Rachel Abel. That was my third choice a while ago.
Am I the only one?
Okay. Go ahead and give me.
Okay.
Got Rachel here.
Gosh, man.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call some more. Nancy. That's Stephen.
Yeah.
All right. Nancy Mossman. Wait, let me get Stephen. Stephen's here. Rachel. Ma'am, are you Nancy Mossman? Thank you so much. Myra Bim. Myra may be an overflow. Let's go ahead and start. And again, your name was?
Rachel Abel.
Rachel Abel. Thank you so much. State your name for the record, whether you're on or against the bill, or for or against the bill. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank
you. The yellow light tells you you've got 1. The red light stops you. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
My name is Rachel Abel, and I live in Grapevine, Texas, and I'm a mom of 4 children, and I deeply value the school choice Texas provides. As a former private school parent and a recipient of a school voucher in Florida, I recognize that private schools are not bad, and for some families, they can be the best option. However, I am testifying against Senate Bill 2 because I have seen firsthand how vouchers can harm families and public education. When my private school began accepting vouchers, tuition increased, creating additional financial burdens for families. At the same time, these schools continued to hand select their students, leaving many others behind. Under SB2, private schools in Texas would be allowed to take my tax dollars without being held to the same accountability standards as public schools. What's more, SB2 values private school students at thousands of dollars above public school students, prioritizing some children over others. It also doesn't require the voucher funds to be tied to attendance, as public school funding is. This creates a double standard that disadvantages the 90% of Texas children who attend public schools. This bill is not about parental choice because that already exists. It's about shifting public resources to benefit private institutions while reducing support for public education. We should focus on investing in public education, which builds the Texas workforce and strengthens our economy. My high school senior is completing his vet tech certification through our public schools career and technology education program. Public schools like his are preparing students for real-world jobs that benefit our communities and industries. These programs need more resources, not fewer, to help fill the gap caused by inflation, underfunded, and unfunded mandates. Let's prioritize strengthening the public education system that serves all children.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Ms. Mossman?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about my concerns regarding Senate Bill 2. I'm the Reverend Nancy Mossman, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. During my ministry, I had the opportunity to serve the community of Ozona, Texas, as the pastor of the Methodist Church there. At the time, I had 2 teenage sons. One was a junior and one was a freshman when we moved to Ozona. They both graduated from Ozona High School. While our church welcomed us and made us feel at home, it was the Ozona High School which provided a community for our sons and encouraged and supported them during their high school career. My concern is that communities like Ozona will be harmed by the unintended consequences of Senate Bill 2. There are no private schools in communities like Ozona. There is only the public school system, which is doing a remarkable job even though it is underfunded. In communities like Ozona, public schools need more funding. A bill like Senate Bill 2 takes public money from public institutions and uses that money for sectarian institutions. As a person of faith, I support the constitutionally mandated separation of church and state. Public tax funds should be used for the good of all citizens and not sent to private religious schools. Thank you for this opportunity to share my concerns.
Thank you, Reverend. Are you Myra Bim? Did I pronounce that right?
Mara.
All right, Mara, go ahead, please.
Oh.
Your name and
Sure.
you start.
Hi, my name is Mara Bim. I'm from Plano, where I live with my husband and 8-year-old daughter, who is a second grader in the public school system. I'm a former educator and a candidate for ordination at Royal Lane Baptist Church. I am opposed to SB2 and have two major concerns. The first is the bill's definition of low income, which I know that many have discussed today. In order to qualify for SNAP benefits, Texas's Health and Human Services says low income is only 100% of the federal poverty level. So a single mother of one child can make no more than just over $32,000. And as Senator West pointed out, the U.S. Census says the median middle-class salary in Texas is just over $72,000. Yet in this bill, the upper limit is $105,000 and change for a mother of one child. That's higher than the Texas median middle-class salary and substantially more than a mother would receive for SNAP. My second concern has to do with the problem that this bill proposes to solve. Since Brown v. Board, under the banner of religious liberty, racists have been trying to reinforce strict racial boundaries and to promote a fundamentalist brand of Christianity. There is nothing preventing Texas parents from choosing a religious school for their children. In fact, this committee has already pointed out that many parents choose to homeschool for that reason. Article 1, Section 7 of the Texas Bill of Rights says that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury for the benefit of any sect. If this bill passes, it will be challenged in the courts by parents like me who are faithful Christians and who want to maintain the constitutionally protected separation between church and state, between religious schools and public tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aliman?
Good evening. I'm Stephen Aliman with Disability Rights Texas, and I'm here registered opposed to SB2. I'm speaking from the perspective of students with disabilities collectively across Texas, and we've identified 5 key deficiencies in the legislation, which leads to my opposition. Of course, you've heard a lot about the needs of students with disabilities already this evening. I'm going to focus on one provision, although my testimony that I've submitted in writing covers other topics. I'm going to focus on one illustration of why we have a problem with the bill. This has to do with the norm reference testing provision. Of course, we don't oppose accountability. The issue is how does it work with...
You still have a minute.
Thank you. The issue is how does it work for students with disabilities? In public schools, students with disabilities have committees that consider what accommodations are needed or allowed on a norm reference test. That process, of course, does not exist in the private school setting. So while you say, on the one hand, everyone has to be subject to norm reference testing or STAR participation in some form or fashion dictated by the private school, how are the needs of students with disabilities addressed in that process? We cannot rely on the good faith of private schools to vary in their treatment of students with disabilities. We believe that the legislation needs to address this concern and require, for instance, that committees be assembled to review and adequately address the participation of students with disabilities in that accountability provision. This is just one illustration of a problem with the bill that we hope is addressed and needs to be addressed. Otherwise, we cannot stand in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Aliman. Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day. You waited a long time, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair now calls up Shelley Leslie, Tammy Marone, Kathy Sweeney, and Joanna Close. And we'll have Phil and Beth Dorcas in the shadows ready to come out if we fill the table at this time. So that's Shelley Leslie, Tammy Marin. Marin. Thank you. Kathy Sweeney and Joanna Close.
Is it just us?
You can be anywhere.
Anywhere? Thank you, ma'am.
I like to start at one end or the others. So, I know we have Tammy Marone. What's your name?
Shelley Leslie.
And Shelley. And ma'am?
I'm Reverend Kathy Sweeney.
Reverend Sweeney. So Joanna Close? Don't have that. Okay, go ahead, if you would. Sit.
Okay.
Yes.
My name's Tammy Marin. I'm new to Austin, and such a great city. I am seriously concerned about, and I'm against SB2 vouchers. After hearing all of the expert testimony, this has an incredible sectarian component to it. I was grateful, is it Senator Middleton? You at least mentioned somebody Jewish. I haven't heard anything about somebody Muslim or somebody that's atheist, and that, so it seems to be all focused to Christianity and schools that teach Christianity. That is my concern. I'm Methodist and I was baptized and confirmed Lutheran, so, but everybody should have a choice, and I'm concerned that that choice is being narrowed. My other thing that I heard, and like I said, I understand about the challenges with autism. What's the student-teacher ratio in several of those autism schools that only have 50 students? I suspect if a public school or whatever had as much support, they might have some greater, successes. I gotta hurry here. I'm also concerned that this committee has given up on funding public schools. You've made it very clear when, Senator Betancourt, maybe Middleton, keep asking all of these witnesses up here, how much more money do you need? I hadn't heard anybody ask the public schools, how much more money do you need? You haven't increased the basic allotment since 2019. Yes, I know that there are add-ons, but nobody asked the public schools. I volunteer at Lively Middle School. I speak with the journalism teacher. She's got 8th graders and that who put together an incredible digital newspaper. I see what they're capable of and what they've accomplished, but I also see her needs. Additional funding would help that. Maybe spending a few hours in the schools would help you understand what they need. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Reverend?
Hi, my name is Reverend Kathy Sweeney, and I am a mother, I am a wife, and I am an associate pastor at Arapahoe United Methodist Church in Richardson, Texas. My husband Steve and I raised 2 children through the Richardson schools, and they did attend public school through their whole time. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 2. I understand the desire, and I appreciate the desire to seek equity and to help those who need help for additional educational requirements. But I would prefer that all of your allocation and efforts go toward increasing of funding in the public schools. I would prefer that you address adequately setting the base allotment in the public schools before you talk about ESAs and funding that at a significant level. This is just the wrong way to go about it from a process standpoint. I agree with Senator West that there is a disproportionate percentage and a totally unacceptable level of what is considered to be low income. I heard the answers, or I heard the reason why that number is so high, yet it does not address the population that is in need of the ESAs should you choose to fund them. I am advocating for the low income. I understand that the tensions around the uses of public money for sectarian purposes will be strong, and there is an uneven distribution, I believe, of these vouchers or ESAs. This is why I and many of my community recommend setting the bill aside and focusing on full funding for the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Shelley, Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, as was stated, my name is Shelley Leslie, and I've come from Georgetown, and I come before you today as a special education mom. I want to first start off in thanking Chairman Creighton for talking about special education and how we've gone through a lot of changes in this bill to make sure that special education is not forgotten. For 11% of our students are in special education, and as so many people who sat here before, it's growing, and it will be something that we need to always look at. My concern is a few items which I would like to quickly say. One is that they're receiving an additional $1,500. I feel this amount is not sufficient to meet the needs of the special education students. We have heard today how there are academies that have kids with autism and that they are private institutions. And I think that this is wonderful for those students. It helps and it works in a small way, but for the rise and how much is on that spectrum and the kind of aid that these students need. My son is a high functioning, a term we used years ago when that was a term, but there are other students who need so much more than what that amount of money could give. So, I think about it contrasting with the Arizona law. They give a minimum of $3,000. That's just the minimum for special education, and it can go up by those needs. So I'm curious as what happens when that cap is met? What happens to services when the money runs out? Do the children still have the right to receive these services through their local school districts, or is it be like in Arizona that they forfeit the right to receive any money from the public school system? I know that the witness has stated that the ACE and some Catholic charities have been able to supplement. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the panel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chairman.
I just wanted to remind and assure each of you, I think your testimony was excellent. We really appreciate you being here. I do want you to know sincerely that all of our members spend an incredible amount of time in our public schools and with our public schools, in classrooms, sitting with the students, learning the scaffolding on the walls, to the curriculum, to the classroom instruction, the teaching methods, special needs. And I have 7 public school teachers in my family. So meeting with administrators, of course, but really spending the time with the teachers and walking the halls in the day in the life of, and understanding what those teacher surveys even mean when teachers are surveyed about their experience, and are they staying in the profession for a reason, or are they leaving for many certain reasons. And we are all very determined. It may seem like we're sitting up here in ties, but in the year and a half that we're not actually in Austin, in the Capitol, we spend an incredible amount of time in our districts learning, studying, and asking questions and listening. With that, the low income threshold in the bill, I just want to clarify for the members, it's up to that certain threshold where a teacher and a firefighter married and with 4 kids could qualify, but it doesn't mean starting at that threshold. So we're very aware of that. Senator West made some good comments on it. We're going to continue to work on that. That's always the toughest thing in this building, is to take 4 corners of a piece of paper and determine like some start and stop on the math. It's always very interesting how we arrive at those conclusions, and it's also very frustrating because at the end of the day we leave some out and we bring some in that may not should be there. But we're going to continue working on that. And I just, with your comments being appreciated as much as I feel they are, I just wanted to make those clarifications. Madam Chair, we need to keep going.
Yes,
with
we do.
the
Thank you
witness
so much.
list.
Anything you'd like to submit written, then just get 15 copies.
I was just going to give it to Senator West.
Okay.
Because I heard that you didn't attend.
Okay, thank you. The chair now calls up Phil Dorcas, Beth Dorcas, Ann McLean, Marsha Lindahl. Ann McLean, Marsha Lindahl, thank you for telling us that. Sorry. Lenora Bolton. Lenora Bolton. Marsha Lindahl. Which one left? Ann McLean.
She left.
Ann did, right?
So
Susan Schneider. Is it Ian? Ian Perez Valdez. Pretty sure I messed that up. Emma Ray Brown. So Marsha Lindahl is not here. Thank y'all for being patient while we... Susan Schneider. Emma Ray Brown. What's your name?
Perez Valdez.
Thank you. Sorry Flores or Sorry Flores. And you are? Brown. Okie doke. Shall we start? Mr. Dorcas? We'll go from your end.
Yes, my name is Phil Dorcas.
Yes, sir.
I'm here with my wife Beth on behalf of Texas Impact and the United Women of Faith, of which I'm an honorary member. We live in Fort Worth. I was born in Fort Worth. I am opposed to Senate Bill 2 because of the disparity between public education and SB2 education regarding reporting, accountability, and transparency, regarding standardized testing. And I also have concerns about Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, regarding non-sectarian curriculum teaching. I have concerns about the poverty level as stated. I am a successful software engineer. I'm a senior engineer at Omega Airline Software. I consider myself to be upper middle class. I don't even come anywhere near the poverty level mentioned in the bill. But there is also another concern, and I share that concern with Senator West, and that is data security. Applicants for Senate Bill 2 will be sending personal sensitive data to the state. And the security of that data cannot be checked off with a simple check mark with a generalized statement in the Senate bill. There are standards for cybersecurity, and the hackers are getting more and more expert at hacking data. In my work as senior engineer and project manager for Omega Airline Software, I work with cybersecurity and have written security policies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorcas. Security is always a concern. Mrs. Dorcas? Yes.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
And so you have written policy, and briefly, would you be able to help provide some information about what you'd be including in the policy?
Yes.
Okay.
The international standard, which is widely accepted around the world, is a standard called ISO 27001. That's International Standards Operations 27001. It is a standard which, if you have the certification for that, you have some very clear protections in place.
Okay, well, I'd like for you to make sure we get your information with my staff so we can kind of look at that to figure out whether or not there needs to be some parameters. In
Thank you, Senator West.
May I finish, please?
Cool. Yeah.
So we can make sure there's some parameters in the bill if the chairman decides to take it, okay?
I'll be glad to send that to you.
All right, thank you.
So if you would send enough copies that we all can get that, because it's a good question, and we'd like to have that information. Ms. Dorcas?
Thank you. My name is Beth Dorcas. We're United Methodists, and we are in Fort Worth. I'm here for me, I think, more than for another organization. I've had experience both as a public school teacher and as a private school teacher, and I have concerns about the accountability of the educational standards where the money is going. How can the I appreciate all the work that the committee has done, that Senator Creighton has done, and others to do the research and know. And I think the parents should have a choice, but we also have really good public schools in many places. I'm not saying they're all wonderful, but we have some good schools. And when we have special ed kids coming into the school, either public and sometimes private, there are special plans made for that particular child, and there's financing in the public schools to help cover all the extra needs, even to the point that if a child is housebound, special teachers can be sent to the house, or that's been in my experience in the past. I don't know what the laws are now because I'm officially retired from teaching. But I am very concerned that whatever standards that are held, that public school teachers, counselors, administrators, anybody dealing with the public school students, even down to the bathroom bill, if it's applicable to the public school, it should be applicable to where our money goes. And I realize that the private school, the money being offered for the kids, these can't think of your acronym for the money given to the kids. I realize it's not being taken from the public school funds, but there was a big bunch of money in the beginning, and this went to this school. That's it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Dorcas. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Perez.
Good afternoon. My name is Ylen Perez-Valdez, and I am testifying in favor of the bill. I am from Miami, Florida, and I am here with you because I personally benefited from a school choice program. My mother was an immigrant, and she understood the importance of getting me a good quality education. But unfortunately, she's a single mother, and she struggled with many financial hardships. On top of that, I was also diagnosed with 3 autoimmune disorders. This meant that during the school day, I needed different medications and treatments to be given to me. Unfortunately, at the school, public school that I went to, I was not given the medication, the treatments that I needed. Therefore, that ended up with me being hospitalized, and I had to repeat kindergarten. My mother knew that I needed a different environment for me. School choice gave me that opportunity. I was able to go to a private school where I had a nurse to take care of me, teachers that understood the need that I had, and I was just able to get the education that I deserved. School choice quite literally saved my life. I now go to the University of Miami to study psychology and public relations, and I'm on track to become a physician assistant. I am the first in my family to attend university, and none of that would have been possible without school choice. I'm here sharing this with you today because I believe that every kid in Texas should be given the same opportunity I had. I was given a lot of opportunities, but school choice was the best one. I've heard a lot of people say that school choice doesn't serve students with special needs and financial hardships. However, my story proves that that is not true. I needed school choice to get the education I deserve. This bill is trying to give students in Texas the same opportunity I had. I'm happy to talk more about my story and how school choice has affected my life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Good story. Emory?
Good afternoon. My name is Amoy Brown. I'm here in favor of the bill. It's always been me, my brother, and my mother. And me and my brother have both received a school choice opportunity scholarship. And in public school, it was really just full of violence. Kids are getting beaten up all the time, kicked in the head. There was either a moment where it was a student cutting herself in the classroom, and I notified the teacher about it, and she was like, "What do you want me to do about that?" And on top of those issues, my brother was also diagnosed with mild autism, cerebral palsy, for being stillborn for 9 minutes, and essentially had to be yanked out of my mother. My school choice scholarship really benefited us because without it, we wouldn't. My mother knew we wouldn't be able to afford a good education without it. My school choice scholarship also helped me excel and have a better education, and also helped my mother support my little brother by applying for an education savings account for him to help with other things such as therapies and other adaptive equipment. I often hear that school choice also leaves people behind as well. I'm here to say that's not true because I have friends that also received a school choice scholarship as well, and we've all went to the same school, and now we're attending different universities, about to graduate. I'm here all the way from North Carolina to advocate for Texas students to receive the same opportunity that I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Did you travel from Florida?
I did.
And you came from North Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for caring enough about our schools in Texas to come here. The chair now calls up again Flores, Sarai. What? Swaya. No, Sarai. Sorry. Okay, I failed her first name. Guillermo Gudino, Isa Sanchez, Jessica Kane, Steve Swanson. Is there any movement in overflow? Do we know? Oh, here comes someone. What's your name, sir?
Guillermo Godino.
Thank you. Isa Sanchez, Jessica Kane. Probably should have you look over the list. Thank you so much. Steve Swanson, Dash Kostka. Steve Swanson, Isa Sanchez. Go ahead and give me some more. You know, it has been a long day. Thank you all for staying. We so apologize for it being so long. Robert Norris. What's your name, sir?
Swanson.
Okay. Let's start. What's your name again?
Guillermo Godino.
Thank you, Guillermo. Can you pull him back up? He's gone. So, state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes.
And who's standing? Are you here to testify, sir?
I'm sorry, I'm Robert Norris.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The last one I called.
Hey, all right. Good to see you.
All right, Guillermo.
Thank you. My name is Guillermo Godino, and I'm a policy fellow testifying against SB2 on behalf of my organization, MASPA, School Board Members for Latino Equity. Our organization represents 5.5 million Texas public school students, 55% of whom are Latino. SB2's proposal to implement ESAs and school vouchers threaten to divert critical resources from public education. Research shows that a quality public education system is the cornerstone of strong communities and thriving economies. SB2 would undermine these priorities, further straining schools already facing significant challenges. Texas is experiencing a historic teacher shortage, with 13% of teachers leaving the profession in 1 year. Schools increasingly rely on uncertified teachers, particularly in high-demand areas like bilingual and special education. In Texas, 1.1 million Latino students are served by bilingual education. 12% of all Texas students are in special education. Teachers are linked to boosting high school graduation rates, college completion, and future earnings. Recent data also shows that teachers make $8,000 less annually in Texas than the national average. ESAs destabilize public school funding by diverting taxpayer dollars to private institutions without accountability. Texas ranks in the bottom 10 states for per-student funding. In Arizona, the expansion of school vouchers has contributed to a $1.4 billion budget shortfall, and their current education ranking, 50th. New Hampshire's Free Education Freedom Account program ballooned to $14.7 million in costs. Families already have the choice to select magnet school campuses, public charter schools, public online schools, or more traditional K-12 options. Voucher programs, including ESAs, do not solve the teacher crisis or address public school funding. SB2 undermines our shared goal of ensuring high-quality education for all Texas students. We urge you to prioritize public education by investing in teachers and schools instead of diverting resources to voucher programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dash.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Dash Koska. I'm here on behalf of myself, and I wish to speak in opposition to SB2. I'm a junior music education student at the University of Texas, and upon my graduation, I plan on pursuing a career as a public school music teacher. I suspect that those of you supporting this voucher scam will hide behind the political cover that the budget will also include a $4,000 pay raise for teachers. Let me be clear, I see through that. Last session, our state enjoyed an enormous budget surplus, but Governor Abbott held a teacher pay raise hostage if this legislature did not pass a voucher bill. If Greg Abbott and the rest of you actually cared about the well-being of teachers, you would have used that surplus on teachers, even if you didn't get the exact political victory that you wanted. But no, the pay raise died, and you are responsible for it. You don't get to pat yourself on the back for something that should have been done years ago. Supporters of school choice need to stop playing political games with public school teachers. And make no mistake, once this legislature passes SB2, it will open an unclosable Pandora's box. In fact, I suspect this legislature will make every effort to expand vouchers. The amount of money provided for these ESAs isn't even enough to fill the seats in Texas Memorial Stadium in a state with 5.5 million students. I fear this legislature will expand vouchers until it chokes public education and teachers like a boa constrictor. I've noticed over the course of today's hearings that supporters of this voucher bill claim that Texas public schools are failing and people need better options. But wait a minute. Republicans have been in charge of governing the state for decades. Republican majorities in the legislature since 2002, the largest uninterrupted streak of Republican statewide victories of any state in the country. The problem is not our public schools, and instead of exploring new options for private schools, the people of the state should consider new options for who governs their state. I feel under attack by Governor Abbott. I feel under attack by this legislature. I feel under attack by your party, and I feel under attack by this bill. I urge opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dak. Let's hold off any outbursts. Thank you so much. Sir, Steve Swanson. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening. I'm Steve Swanson, and I'm a 30-year volunteer in Texas education. This includes experience with schools, districts, universities, and the state. And I'm here on the bill. This experience, with support from the Texas Supreme Court and the state bar, and with research, have revealed that each state senator and each Texas lawyer have the most important and vital role in governing education. And that the state needs your help today. Help to start lawfully governing to prevent loss in our schools, including lives. The handouts I've given you provide steps to take for each senator and lawyer to help the state, including honoring the Supreme Court's The Texas Lawyers Creed, complying with the bar's rules of professional conduct, and following existing laws for improving schools. The handouts include the Lawyers Creed and a pamphlet furnished by the State Bar and Bar Foundation. To educate the public, there are highlights of the creed and rules, and there is a report and a book on lawfully governing Texas education, preventing loss in our schools. Before considering or voting on new education legislation, please be encouraged to stop and help the state. Contact the state's lawyers to honor the creeds, Lawyers' Creed, and rules, and contact them and senators to help start lawfully governing to prevent loss in our schools. I welcome your questions and hope you find the handouts useful.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Now, Mr. Norris.
Hi, my name is Robert Norris. I'm the founder and lead of Grandparents for Public Schools. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization whose purpose is to give grandparents and grandfriends a way to advocate for public schools and students. Our chief concern is that we're opposed to Senate Bill 2. Our chief concern is that Education Savings Account program would result in a loss of much needed state funding for Texas public schools. This is because school districts are funded on the basis of students in attendance. So when students leave a school district, the result can be less state funding for the district. At this critical point in their history, Texas public schools need more state funding to address important challenges such as the loss of federal COVID funds and increasing operating costs due to inflation. In fact, an ESA program could be a real problem for school districts who are already running deficits and are looking at drastic measures to offset those deficits. We're concerned that private schools do not have to follow the same curriculum standards as public schools, and they do not have to provide the same federal protections to disabled students that public schools do. The last concern is that the bill would provide a subsidy for families whose children are already in private schools. They would save $10,000 on private school tuition and $11,500 for disabled children. The family may not actually need the money, but they would get the subsidy anyway. We want the legislator to focus on adequately funding Texas public schools rather than creating a new program that could result in school districts losing much-needed funds. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Members, any questions, this panel? Thank you very much. The chair now calls Ray Piniansky. Oh, yeah, I wasn't even close. I'm so sorry.
Got it.
I got close enough. Nicole Hutchison, Ashley McCurry, Jessica Irfin. Irfin. And you're Ray. Got that. I'll look too. And what's your name?
Ashley McCurry.
Ashley McCurry. And what's your name?
Nicole Hutchison.
Nicole Hutchison. Jessica Irfin. Joyce Bowlesy. Herb Krasner. Come on down, sir. I'm giving.
All right, Mr. Pianzik, you're up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is, and thank y'all for those that have stayed here during the day to listen to us. My name is Ray Pianzik, and I represent over 2,600 ag teachers in Texas. My words today will simply say that SB2 is not right for our educational system in Texas. We need to fund our schools that serve over 90% of our school-age children. Why don't we focus our money on our underfunded and financially strapped public schools? Why take that money that could be used as resources to train our students to be productive workers in our society? We should not give funds to students already enrolled in private schools. As a career and technical educator for the last 20 years, I saw the value of our CTE programs to develop our students' work skills. We even heard that from a parent just a few moments ago. Why don't we take a look at this, using this money for career and technical education? Have any of you ever seen any private schools who offer CTE programs? I've had a tough time finding, but I know there are some STEM schools, and I know there are 11 private schools that teach agricultural education. I ask you to consider putting this money instead into our public schools. Making private schools accountable for taking these ESAs would be much better than just giving them the money and letting them have free reign to do it. Our public schools need help. If they don't have open enrollment, they should not be getting our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Hutchison, you're up.
Senator Creighton and the Education Committee. First, I'd like to thank each of you for serving the great people of Texas and providing an opportunity to voice my concerns regarding Senate Bill 2, which I oppose.
My name is Nicole Hutchison, and I live in Joshua in Senator King's District 10. I have to be honest, when I left Kentucky more than 2 decades ago, I thought graduating from Texas A&M Commerce, marrying a cowboy with an engineering degree, and watching our son get his first dove limit meant I had reached peak Texas experience. But standing in front of this Senate committee today, inside the Texas Capitol for the first time, as a God-fearing, freedom-loving mom is something that I will cherish forever. I am asking this committee to seriously reconsider the dangerous ramifications of SB2, specifically for families who choose to homeschool. While SB2 currently limits regulatory oversight, it creates a very scary precedent for future interference. As the state's involvement expands, I worry about new regulations or restrictions placed on families who refuse government funding and prioritize their independence. SB2 provides little detail about its regulatory standards. The thought of curriculum approval, standardized testing, and other reporting mandates are intrusive and, quite frankly, an insult to every homeschool family who values a personalized approach to their child's education. Such broad and undefined authority undermines the very freedom that makes my Christ-centered education at home a unique one. As it is written, SB2 is deeply flawed and would harm many Texas families by compromising personal and religious beliefs and restricting homeschool independence. I respectfully urge this committee to oppose SB2. Thanks for your time. I pray you make wise decisions, and God bless Texas.
Thank you. Ms. McCurry, you're next.
Senator Creighton and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and thank you for your service. You have a very weighty decision ahead of you that will impact generations, and I am praying for wisdom and discernment for each of you. My name is Ashley McCurry, and I'm a homeschool mother of 2 sons. Our family has experienced education through public, private, and now homeschooling. After adopting our youngest from foster care and seeing how severely behind he was academically in public school, homeschooling allowed us to tailor his education to address his unique needs. Thanks to this flexibility, he has far surpassed the academic expectations set by our local public school system, given their limited resources. I am here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 2, which proposes the creation of education savings accounts. While I understand the intention behind the bill is to expand school choice, I have serious concerns about its potential long-term consequences on parental rights and educational freedom for homeschoolers and private schoolers. I also want to remind everyone we've had school choice for decades now. Thanks to very brave homeschooling families who fought to maintain their parental rights at great sacrifices. First, SB2 creates a system where government pre-approval is required for how parents use ESA funds. As the bill states, these funds may only be used for services from pre-approved providers or vendors. This means, under this system, parents would no longer have full autonomy over their children's education, and private schools accepting these funds will be limited to only approved educational resources. Instead, the government would decide which educational resources are allowed. This is deeply concerning because Texas's current education system is rife with backdoor deals for subpar curriculums producing abysmal educational outcomes for this generation. SB2 also proposes that ESAs be funded by the General Revenue Fund. In essence, this turns the program into a government subsidy, not a genuine savings account, as seen in subsection C. My main concern is verbiage in this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Krasner.
That'd be me. Yeah, my name is Herb Krasner. Oh, hi. My name is Herb Krasner, and I am an independent retired taxpayer. And my basic issue is kind of one of math. You'll find out I'm a big fan of facts and data. So when I hear statements like, the money for this bill won't come from the public education fund, okay, but then I look at the fiscal note and it refutes that statement. So I have a very specific math problem for you, primarily for Senator Creighton. So in the Conroe ISD, there are 74,000 students. Okay, and this year they're operating with a $12 million deficit projected for $17 million next year. So using your take-up rate, if let's say 1,000 of those students decide to take you up on the vouchers and they move to a private school, that's $10 million per year. And so my question to you, sir, is how much of that $10 million is going to be taken away from the Conroe Independent School District and the property taxpayers of that district? Thank you.
I think it's important for everyone to understand as well that the school choice plan, as it's designed today, is a savings to the permanent school fund for the 3 years on the outlook from the first year that it is implemented. So we have decisions as appropriators on what to do with that savings. We could pivot and use that savings. It's a great point, and it's an opportunity actually for me to expand on the point. We have to decide what to do with that savings to the permanent school fund that funds public schools. So, for instance, if we pivoted and directed 100% of that money to teacher pay raises to continue the budget culture that we started 3 sessions ago, that would be an opportunity with the savings from the benefit of passing school choice that would help public schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the ladies from the homeschoolers, I was just sent some information, and I'm not saying that I know Chairman Creighton wouldn't put it in this bill, but in the future, Missouri's ESA program requires a background check of everyone over 18 in the home.
Correct.
Not saying that this would happen here, but don't know.
My concern is not this year, next year, or 3 years down the road. My actual concern is for future grandchildren that choose to educate their children at home, because we know government oversight always grows.
Yeah, very much. Thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to extend off of Senator Menendez's very valid point and your very valid point, I can tell you as the author, you're not going to need to worry about Senate Bill 2 on passing on strings that are onerous to homeschool families. You need to worry about 11,000 other bills filed in this Capitol. Senate Bill 2 is not the only bill that could pass on government overreach or strings or something onerous to homeschool families. Absolutely not. So you don't see that in this bill. I would continue doing what you're doing, which is advocating for what you believe in. That's what I want you to do, whether you agree with me or not. But continue to watch the rest of the legislation that's filed in this building. Good job. You've watched one bill. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your service. All right, next on deck we've got actually coming up Daphne Hoffaker, Jean Lehman Lopez, Susie Lofton Bullis, Heather Bland Ho, Oh, okay. You were called earlier? Okay, we'll add you back, don't worry. So let's see, if you could let me know who you are so I know.
I'm Jeannie Lehman Lopez.
Okay, you're Jean Lehman.
I'm Daphne Hoffaker.
Daphne.
Susie Lofton Bullis.
Susie Lofton Bullis. And then Heather?
Heather.
Okay, so we'll start with Jean. Since you're right here on my right, go right ahead.
Hello, I'm Jean Lehman Lopez. I am against SB2. I'm a longtime public school parent. I have a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old in Texas public schools. My older son actually benefits from school choice in his public magnet school. I'm also the mother of a 25-year-old whom we raised in our past home state of Indiana, which I've heard a lot about today. Vouchers passed when she was in 6th grade, but we were that low-income family that qualified for the voucher, tried to get it, but couldn't find a suitable or affordable private school in Indianapolis to access it. Indianapolis, not some small little town. By the time she was finishing 12th grade, her school looked worse than ever, and it's only continued to get worse since we left in 2020. I wasn't against vouchers when they passed, and I'm not against private schools now, but the way our public school book fees went up, the way our facilities fell apart, the way my daughter's class sizes ballooned, the way we lost extracurriculars, the thousands we had to pay just for her to play sports in public schools. How are you going to ensure that that doesn't happen here in Texas? Funding is already a mess here. I couldn't believe it when I moved here. Recapture, what is that? It's just crazy. They're consolidating public schools districts in Indiana right now. They're working on that right now. They're consolidating them and trying to make them charter districts. The state is dissolving 3 urban and 2 rural public school districts. Where is the parent choice in that? How are you going to ensure that doesn't happen to our schools here? My taxes went up 21% this year, and yet my boys' schools are already struggling more than ever. Since you haven't given any new funding since 2019, how is this okay? Why are we talking about subsidizing a whole new set of schools while our public schools flounder, the schools where 90% of Texas children attend? I heard testimony asking legislators to ensure that voucher increases with inflation. Can we do that for our existing public schools? Can we do that first? Our recapture payments sure keep going up. Why is the voucher for $10,000 and our public school basic allotment still sits at roughly $6,200? I understand that there's some private school, other money in public school, but private school also gets tuition too. So the voucher program in Indiana has only continued to increase since it passed. Is that going to happen here? If so, you're going to have a state full of parents that are furious that their taxes keep going up, their fees keep going up, and yet their school's quality keeps going down.
Ma'am.
You're taking away our choice.
Ma'am, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's just we're trying to be equal
Thank
to
you.
everybody. Okay, Miss Daphne, I think you're up.
Yeah, hey y'all, my name is Daphne Hofecker. I'm first and foremost a Texas parent. Thank you for being here and hosting this vital discussion. I'm here to oppose sending public money to private schools no matter what you call it. I'm a Texas parent who believes in parental empowerment, but this is a very old, very bad idea, as Senator Royce has been trying very patiently to explain. It's a false choice. Parental empowerment isn't about this false dichotomy of choice over lack of choice. My kid has choice. I have all kinds of choice for my dyslexic kid. I could take your coupon and reduce the $42,000 tuition for him to go to a school for dyslexics that would address his needs. I could get your coupon and reduce that by $10,000 with your handout, but it would still leave me with $32,000 that I would have to cover. Even I'm a wealthy, not a wealthy, but a comfortable Texan. We couldn't afford that, right? And so most of the people I know can't pay that. But that doesn't even matter because once you take a kid out of public school, he loses his federal protections, and I, as a mom, lose my voice. It is the opposite of parental empowerment, and it's nuts that we're talking about this. The only place I have a voice is in the public school system. I elect my school board. I can take part in campus and district advisory committees. It is the ultimate local control. I moved here from Nevada 35 years ago. I expected this to be a conservative state. Local control is fundamental to conservatism. This takes this away. It is the ultimate parental empowerment. My sister was a principal for a private school. Her parents were not part of the decision-making process in any of it, not the way I am in my public school. Religious schools are even more autonomous. I've heard you call this parental empowerment bill instead of a voucher bill. I reject both. Just as parents in Colorado, Kentucky, and Nebraska recently rejected embedded voucher programs in their states just months ago. I support parental empowerment. This is a false version of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Lofton-Bullis, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Susie Lofton-Bullis. I'm a public educator with 22 years of experience, 12 of those serving as an executive leader in a small district just down the road. You're welcome to come visit. I'm also the proud mother of 3 school-aged boys, one of whom is still in preschool. They are probably watching this, so Mommy loves you. I respectfully oppose Senate Bill 2. Texas has a constitutional obligation to make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of public schools. Respectfully, our state has failed to honor this obligation. And now, when we're faced with a critical teacher shortage, budget deficits, stagnant wages, unprecedented need, and underfunded classrooms, the answer from this body is to propose taking public funds that could address those needs and instead use them to pay for the private school tuition of other students. It's simply unthinkable. Texas has school choice. Parents can and do make educational choices for their children every single day. My own child is an open district transfer student. Public charters, private schools, and homeschooling are alive and well in this state, as you've seen today. The question really isn't whether or not people support school choice. They do. The question is whether or not taxpayers support being forced to pay the funds for private school tuition when our public schools continue to struggle with inadequate resources. and a cataclysmic teacher shortage. Governor Abbott's teacher vacancy task force raised critical points about improving the teacher pipeline, yet we've seen no meaningful legislation to address this. It's easy to say what I'm against. I'm against funding public funding for private interests, but let me be clear what I am for. I am for fully funded public schools where every child has access to a quality education, and I'm for vouchers that fund teacher preparation programs,
Thank you,
not private school tuition.
Thank you, Doctor. Next is Ms. Heather Blandho.
Good evening. My name is Heather Blandho, and I'm a proud Texan and a proud former public school teacher. I'm here to ask for two things. I'm speaking against the bill, but I recognize the hard work and the passion that has gone ahead, and I learned a lot by sitting here listening today. But I'm asking you for two things. To, number one, fully and finally fund our great Texas existing public schools, and to vote no, now and in the future, on ESAs or vouchers and the like. This feels existential to public schools, and you need to understand that. For the last few years, public schools have been deliberately starved of funding. It's been held hostage by our governor and by a handful of billionaires' wish for school vouchers. We have been told there would not be an increase in the basic allotment until a voucher bill passed. And we fear that it will only get worse as time goes on. So I hope you can understand our frustration and our fear. Very few of us are opposed to parental choice. It's just we fear that parental choice and these ESAs and vouchers will kill public schools. I'm speaking today as a public school teacher who tried out private schools for my own children, and the results were not positive in our family. 2 of my 3 children regret their private school experiences. Do not make the mistake of assuming that private schools are a magic bullet. They're not automatically better. They're often messy, unstructured, and lack accountability and oversight. In terms of our family, what we experienced when my student ran into issues, there was no remedy, no teamwork with teachers or administrators to address the issue, no sense of responsibility. It was my way or the highway. And that's very different from the experience that we had in public schools and the experience I gave families in public schools.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the panel? No, thank you all for your service. Appreciate y'all. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Joyce Bowles. Amy Moore. Ken Moore. Jessica Efron. Yeah, I remember. You've got her? Okay, Jessica, come on down. So I'm still waiting for Amy Moore, Ken Moore, James Digbo. Ehedibo. Sorry, James. First time to see that. Let me see, where else? Sharon Perry, are you still here?
Sharon has gone.
She's left, okay. Elise Eaton. Elise, are you present? Don't see, I can't tell. No one's as excited as on The Price is Right when they called her. I don't know, I can't, you wave, you jump up, run on, come on down. I know. That's just aging myself now talking about The Price is Right.
Good session, yeah.
All right.
8:30, I think.
Are you?
To be done.
Did we call?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we called.
It will be. Yeah.
So let's see.
All right. One of y'all take a seat, and then we'll call you the next one up next. All right. So, Jessica, go ahead. Ms. Efron, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes to tell us who you are and your position on the bill, and you've got your testimony.
Hi. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day for everyone. I have free quality education for all is the cornerstone of a thriving society, and I oppose this bill. My name is Jessica Erfan, and I was born in Houston. I attended Texas public schools my life and received my undergraduate and graduate degrees from Texas state schools. I firmly believe that my success was built on the strong foundation of a wonderful public education. It not only gave me strong academic roots, but it invaluably exposed me to people of diverse cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds that shaped who I am today, and private schools would not do that. I am deeply concerned that Texas ranks in the bottom 10 states in per student funding. As a proud Texan, I believe we should be in the top 10 states. Quality public education benefits all Texans. It connects us to our neighbors. It makes Texans more competitive with college admissions, prepares them to be a skilled workforce, and ultimately makes them more competitive for jobs compared with their peers in other states. This creates a stronger economy for Texas and nurtures future leaders in all industries. Aren't we proud when we see a Texan make a positive impact in our society? Imagine how much more we could accomplish if our public schools were better equipped to prepare the next generation of Texans for success. As a parent, I'm also concerned about the proposed plan. My child was recently identified with a learning disability and admitted into the special education program. I did not know how much work goes into these services until my child became a part of it. I am so grateful for our public school for identifying these needs and supporting her very well. This bill will not solve these challenges. Its proposed would come at the expense of my child's education, as well as the education of 5.5 million children in Texas whose schools are funded based on enrollment and attendance. But imagine if Texas public schools were among the top 10. Every child, including those with special needs, would get the education they deserve and would be able to retain talented teachers.
Ma'am, your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. James, you're up.
Good evening, esteemed members of the committee. My name is James E. Hedibo. I'm an owner of 5 Kiddie Academy preschools in the Houston area. After a decade in the NFL as a Super Bowl champion and with the Baltimore Ravens, I've transitioned to a business owner here in Texas. While I'm deeply committed to the success of students in Texas, today I focus on pre-kindergarten child care, particularly those eligible by the state funding education program in SB2. I fully support the expansion of the school of choice, especially with our youngest learners. However, I strongly urge the committee to include private licensed early child care centers like Kiddie Academy in this legislative scope. Private licensed early learning center providers consistently deliver exceptional results for preparing children for kindergarten. Examples for this, approximately 95% of students from our private kindergarten programs enter kindergarten fully ready compared to the average 65% of public school children in these programs. These figures illustrate the undeniable impact that private child care providers provide for early childhood education. It is important to note that private providers like Kiddie Academy are licensed, state-regulated, and held to rigorous standards. We offer individualized attention, robust curriculums, and strong partnerships with our parents, which are key contributors to the success of preparing our children for kindergarten and beyond. The expansion of SB2 should include private providers which ensure that our families, regardless of their preferred setting, have access to the best possible care for their children. I realize that this vision, to realize this vision, I respectfully urge the committee to amend SB2 to explicitly include private licensed early child care providers in the ESA program. And furthermore, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your service and thank you for what you're working on. Next, we have Mr. Moore.
Okay. Good evening, committee members. My name is Ken Moore. I am in favor of this bill, and I'm representing myself. I had testimony prepared for this. As I sit and listen to other testimonies, though, I have to change some of what I wanted to talk about. And it's very simple. I want to remind you of things you've heard all night. A one-size-fits-all solution is not good. You have students with special needs that public schools are not well equipped to deal with. I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying that they're not well equipped with. This is something that private schools and other solutions can be found for. Competition always yields strength. Competition, the fruit of competition is excellence. The fruit of monopoly is mediocrity and failure.
Always.
This is true always across all industries, across all enterprises, every effort. We have predicted several apocalypses over the years. When we first started talking about homeschooling, it was going to take students out of schools and it was going to collapse the system. Oh dear. In New York City, other places, when they started talking about magnet schools, same thing. It's going to collapse the system. People will take their students out of public schools. The apocalypse never happened. In fact, the opposite happens. It forces schools to become better. It forces them to address student needs. Now, as long as you have school officials who are determined to ignore a lot of these needs, and in many cases that is what happens, parents are going to need choices, and that includes parents who do not have six-figure incomes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Eaton, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Elise Eaton, you're up.
Hello, good evening. My name is Elise Eaton, and I live in I'm with Texans for Homeschool Freedom. I'm from the Woodlands in Senator Creighton's district, and I'm against SB2 as written. I'm a former public school teacher, and I founded a 501c3 homeschool co-op in the Woodlands almost 20 years ago, and it's still operating today. I first want to say that I am 1,000% in favor of education choice. But what I'm not in favor of is government-dictated choice. My primary concern with any school choice bill is the effect it would have in small private schools, independent programs like the one I started, homeschoolers, and really any education option that is innovative and unique. God does not use cookie cutters to make kids. Yet these bills always seem to use financial incentives to herd everyone into pre-approved, government-controlled options that are run by experts. I'm here to tell you that accredited schools, certified teachers, credentialed experts, state-approved curriculum, and standardized tests do not necessarily equal a quality education. Our public schools have all of these things, and yet they are accredited and run by experts, but they clearly have many problems. Parents want real choice. A better way to empower parents would be a property tax credit for families with a child not enrolled in public school. With the tax credit, the government never controls my money or my choice. You will find in your folder 2 samples of 2 ESA tax credit bills that would work for both property owners and renters, or could be incorporated into your bill. And if we're going to empower parents to make choices, then regardless of where the funds come from, we need to put them directly into the parents' hands in actual savings accounts instead of vouchers. ESAs already exist as Coverdale accounts and other types of accounts, and that's what we should be using.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. Appreciate y'all. Members, any questions for the panel? If not, thank y'all very much. Next, we have Ms. Amy Moore, David Fincher, Paula Broadway, and Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo. All right. Sabrina, if you go ahead and start.
Amazing, thank you. Good afternoon or evening, Chair Creighton and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the ARC of Texas. We are a statewide advocacy organization dedicated to advancing the rights of Texans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The ARC of Texas opposes SB2 due to its negative impact on students with disabilities. These concerns are detailed in the press release on page 2 in the handout before you, which we signed onto with our disability right partner organizations during the 88th legislative session. Among the many concerns, the loss of critical legal protections for students and families is particularly significant. Therefore, we urge the committee to consider the following recommendations. First, we recommend that private schools receiving ESA funds be required to comply with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. These laws are essential to ensure that students with disabilities receive the services, accommodations, and protections they are entitled to under federal law. Without these protections, students may face discrimination, exclusion, and a lack of necessary support. And similar requirements have been incorporated into programs across the nation, including Wisconsin's Special Needs Scholarship Program and Ohio's John Peterson's Special Needs Scholarship Program, both of which require participating private schools to implement the child's most recent IEP. Additionally, we recommend that families receive clear, comprehensive, and accessible information about how an ESA program will impact their child's education. While SB2 requires a special education notice, we believe it should be expanded to fully explain the loss of IDEA rights and other federal protections when enrolling in a private school. Furthermore, we recommend that private schools should be required to provide a clear description of the services they intend to offer. This information is vital for parents to assess how an ESA will impact their child. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Mr. Finch. Mr. Finch?
Yes, David.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is David Fincher, and I am for SB2. And I'm going to do something I shouldn't do.
Well, then
I'm not going to do the testimony that I get put in front of you. I've listened to so many articulate people describing reasons for SB2 to be for SB2 and others who had reasons not to. But I'm going to tell you that I'm here speaking for the 50% of the 5.5 million kids in public school who cannot read at grade level. I'm here speaking for the 68% of third grade students in Fort Worth ISD who cannot read at grade level.
Please, no outbursts. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm here to speak for the 70% of the third grade students in Mesquite ISD, where I'm a resident, who cannot read at grade level. If a child can read, the child has the ability to learn and learn to do anything. But if a child cannot read, by third grade, apparently, they're not likely to learn to read in our public school. And I have many educators in my family, and I'm not pointing fingers at classroom teachers, but we're not doing something right. And it's not the kids' fault. They don't have an innate inability to learn to read. It's our fault. It's the adults' fault, and we need to figure out what to do. And so, Senator Creighton, thank you for making an attempt at figuring out what to do. And the data is out there that proves that school choice is best for many children.
Thank you very much. And your name is?
Hi, my name is Amy Moore. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your service to Texas. I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 2, and I have lots of facts and figures in my prior versions of this, but I'm going to just go a little off script too. I grew up in Hereford, Texas, up in the Panhandle, where my mom taught third grade for 40 years and my dad owned a water well drilling business. I'm a UT grad. My 3 kids all went to public high school here in Austin. One's now a UT grad, one's a Texas Tech grad, and that last one hopefully will graduate from Texas State and get off our payroll soon. I don't want to give you my whole life story, but my worldview is kind of important. We're a public school family. We have been for generations in Texas. I got to think about public education, my family, supporting a community a lot on my drive to and from Hereford this past weekend. I drove over 1,000 miles round trip to get to my nephew's basketball game in Vega. I saw about 8 courthouses, 50 or so churches, 12 Dairy Queens, but I didn't see not one private school on my drive of 500 miles. I didn't see a tutoring company. The only education service provider I passed were those small town independent school districts. The thing I kept coming back to on my drive is that this isn't the Senate Bill 2 just really isn't the Texas that I grew up in. It doesn't reflect the small town values that I still hang on to living in the big city now. The Texas I grew up in, where the wind blows 24 hours a day and most people's livelihoods are dependent on the weather, you didn't invent problems to solve because God, honestly, had already given us plenty to deal with. Senate Bill 2 is addressing a problem that was manufactured by billionaires instead of properly funding our public schools. Those schools that haven't had a raise in over 6 years and educate 94% of our Texas children. The Texas I grew up in taught me to say, you don't rob Peter to pay Paul. And so I'm trying to really figure out why we would take $1 billion and take it away from the public schools. I get that it's not from the same pot, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Basically, the Texas I grew up in wouldn't solve a manufactured problem with $1 billion. They'd fund our great public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Paula Broadway. I'm a longtime homeschool mom, homeschool advocate, and a member of Texans for Homeschool Freedom. I have many concerns about this bill, and I'm vehemently against it. My biggest concerns, in addition to the cost and efficiency issue, is how this will impact homeschoolers. The hallmark of Texas homeschooling are total independence and total autonomy, the very opposite of government involvement and consequent regulation. This bill creates an oxymoronic new category of government-controlled homeschooler. We're often told, well, you don't have to participate. Nobody's forcing you to take the funding. Well, yeah, of course. Nobody's forcing any family to participate for now. But the program funding will impact others who don't take the funding. How? According to the bill, people who educate students receiving vouchers must have a relevant licensure. That means the homeschool moms at the local co-op who create an atmosphere where students are excited about history and biology or writing, yet they're not certified teachers, would not be able to teach if one single child in that co-op were paying for classes with the voucher. Money does not empower. Freedom is what truly empowers. Homeschool parents of all income levels already have total freedom. Yes, even families under the poverty line. For homeschoolers, school choice bills really aren't going to help. They only serve to bring them under the jurisdiction of the government. That is not empowerment. That is entrapment. Every set of study done in the home is not homeschooling, so just leave real homeschooling out of this picture. Where do we draw the line? That's a good question. We don't want to be managed or legislated or anything by the government, but accredited schools already are. So just leave out the unaccredited schools and just deal with the accredited ones.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this panel? Thank you very much. Thank you for staying. I know it's late, of course. The chair now calls up Brenda Howard, Jerry Davis, Caitlin Cash, Brunella Davis. I'll go through those again. Brenda Howard, Jerry Davis, Caitlin Cash, Brunella Davis. Looks like we're getting to groups that were able to stay. Sir, what is your name?
I'm Pastor Jerry Davis.
Jerry Davis?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your name?
Caitlin Cash.
Caitlin?
Brenda Howard.
Thank you. Brunella Davis? Brunella Davis. Christopher Wilkins. Christopher Wilkins. Terry Kosobud. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Davis, if you want to go. Pastor Davis.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Senators. Appreciate you being here. I appreciate very much the chairman. I'm Pastor Jerry Davis, and I'm testifying for SB2 and for school choice. To me, this is a parental rights issue. I represent 100 pastors in Montgomery County and 1,000 pastors on the Texas Pastors Council. Dave Welch testified earlier. I'm also representing my church and our private Christian school, which is now in its 10th year. My twin daughters taught 10 years in the public school system, and they now head our school. Psalms 22 says, "Train up a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they shall not depart from it." Now, God didn't give that directive and responsibility to government or to government schools. He gave that command to parents. Therefore, parents have the God-given right and the responsibilities. Now, our pledge in America and our pledge as Texans is a pledge of allegiance under God. Why do we have such a massive moral failure in children in our state? Why do we have such crime and drug problems with children? Somebody failed to train up their child in the way they should go. And I'm not blaming the parents. I know there's so many things involved, but when we've taken that responsibility, we have to answer for that responsibility. So I'm saying, why have we had such division in our state? Why do we have a nation with individuals who are Marxist or racist or anarchists? That's because somebody failed to raise up a child in the way they should go. I wish you could see the love amongst our school children in our small Christian school. They're black, they're brown, they're white, they're Asian, and they love each other so much. If you just could witness that yourself, it would tell you this is the answer. This will solve the problem. So I urge you today, we pastors know that the ABCs, we believe in the ABCs, we believe in the 1, 2, 3s, but we know it's not intellectualism that will save our nation and state. So vote for this bill,
Pastor,
and
thank
let's
you.
see what God will do for us all. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Cash, and I'm here as a concerned parent that is opposed to Senate Bill 2. This bill will take Texas public funds and redirect them to private institutions through the ESA program, creating a dual system. Public schools, which are already underfunded, would be left with fewer resources, while private schools would benefit disproportionately. I already have a choice about my child's school. My son attends a public school where I elect the school board, and I have a voice through committees like the PTA. I don't want a credit to send my child somewhere else where I don't have a voice or a vote in my child's education. I became a public school mom last fall when my son started kindergarten in Austin. Within the first 6 months, it's been baptism by fire in school funding. At my very first meeting, I watched as the other moms adjusted the budget for the PTA to make sure that we were covering critical education software that teachers relied on but could no longer afford due to budget cuts. That same month, our principal held a fundraiser to pay for a part-time tutor to fill in gaps in services that our students desperately needed. Then in the next PTA meeting, we had to vote if we were going to support AISD's Proposition A, a tax increase that would help give Austin teachers a much-needed raise. When asked why, I said, why couldn't AISD afford this raise? It's because we send over $800 million to the state's recapture program, a program that we've been told is necessary to help fund education across the state. I happily voted to increase my property taxes to ensure that my teachers got paid and that Austin did its part to support public education for districts less fortunate than ours. But now I'm hearing that we have $1 billion to create a new private ESA program instead of investing in public schools. So I ask, which one is it? Do you need our $800 million or do we have $1 billion? I have dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD, and I am very familiar with the personal stories that have been told here today, but I am living proof that public schools can do this. My disability was caught by a public school teacher. So, because I'm almost out of time, if you are dead set on setting this ESA program, Austin ISD students would respectfully ask that you return our $800 million.
Thanks so much, Miss Cash. Brenda.
Hi, my name is Brenda Howard, and good evening to Chairman Creighton and all the members. I am speaking for myself, and I am speaking in favor of SB2. I'm an advocate for school choice because I've seen it work in my own life. We moved to Arizona after my husband retired from the military, and my son was to finish his senior year in the Metro Phoenix area. There were 2 public schools available for our zip code, and the best school was filled up a year in advance. So my son was going to have to attend the school that struggled. I wasn't too worried because he was an Army brat and he attended the worst and the best schools our nation has to offer. He could be successful in any school. Unfortunately, I ignored him. He told me this school was terrible, it wasn't safe, and it was run by gangs. I told him to buck up because he was a tough kid. Near the end of the first semester, my 17-year-old son came to me and said, I've made an appointment with a principal of a different school, and he says I can graduate as a junior. If you know 17-year-olds, they don't always show that kind of initiative. So when my son did this, I knew I had failed him. We met with the principal. He transferred, graduated as a junior. My happy-go-lucky kid returned. His joy for school returned, and I was so grateful that Arizona offered school choice. I know that it works. I know that public schools do not die, and I know that it saved my son. It is past time for the great state of Texas to step up and offer options that will empower parents and students.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Thank you very much. Pastor, have a lot of passion there. Everyone does. The chair again calls Terry Kosobut, Jaime Puente, Eric Bonhard, Deborah Leiva. Of course, I had a 50-50 chance, and I messed it up. And you are, sir, you are, who that one? What's your name, sir?
Eric Bonhard.
Thank you, Eric. Jaime Puente, Terry Kosobud, Parol Shah, Holly Flemons. No, Flemons. Now, if I called you, we have all, it looks like we have all 4 seats. Hold on, ma'am.
Oh, me?
Yes, because I was calling too fast. I have 5 at the table.
Okay.
What's your name?
I'm Holly.
Thank you, Holly. We'll put you the next table, the next panel. What's your name, sir?
Terry Kosovan.
Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead from your end, Miss Leva.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Deborah Leva, and I'm an educational advocate, a mother, and a grandmother who has personally dealt with autism and learning disabilities and advocated successfully for hundreds of other children across Texas for nearly 30 years, fighting for their rights under IDEA and 504 and other federal and state laws. Unfortunately, our children are being harmed and left behind. I want to bring to your attention that we already have school choice. However, an educational savings account or school vouchers will not benefit all children. Many, if not all of these, speaking in favor, have an invested interest in their prospective entities. Additionally, much testimony was surrounded around other states, but we forget we're in Texas. And I have been in Texas all of my life, and I have dealt with education in Texas, not just for my own family, but for other children. Instead, these initiatives will harm the ability of private and homeschool programs to operate independently and teach free from government interference who make final decisions on the compliance. We do not have a money problem. We have an accountability problem and a mismanagement of resources, which continues to harm children in the process. An average parent spends $2,000 in less than 6 months on any one therapy. The accountability process involved basically is a self-reporting procedure and lack of true benchmarks to determine meaningful benefit. I challenge each of you to identify a private school that has the resources to provide such basic, that doesn't provide just basic tutoring at $11,000. I guarantee that school does not exist. The bills highlight that parents must be informed that they will not receive these critical services, which is yet another way of our children being robbed when we allow private schools to ignore federal and state protections that ensure children with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education and most won't accept children with disabilities. According to Matthew 19:14, Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to these." I ask that you vote against.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leva.
Thank you.
Sir?
Yeah, I'm Terry Kosobut, and I'm a member of Grandparents for Public Schools, and I'm here to say, please vote against SB2. Here's the thing, though. I want to take a minute to thank Governor Abbott. You know, at the very end of last year, Governor Abbott bragged about the fact that Texas is a $2.6 trillion economy. You know how much money that is? It's an unbelievable amount of money. We're rich. The state is rich. Governor Abbott has driven like a race car driver. He's driven that car so fast, he's won all the races. Texas is a fantastically successful state. But you know something? Like a good race car driver, he hasn't maintained his race car. And year after year after year, he doesn't put the funds in to maintain the car or maintain the public schools. Shame on Governor Abbott. 40 states do a better job of maintaining their race cars than Governor Abbott does maintaining his. And now we want to give him a $1 billion new bureaucracy to manage. I say ask him to take the money that he already has. We are $2.6 trillion and use that on public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Shaw?
Chairman and Senate members, my name is Parla Shaw, and I am here to testify for SB2 with a very significant amendment that is going to change things for young children throughout Texas. There are 24 children missing from my center. Their parents had to make an agonizing decision. We've known their children since they were infants and toddlers. Their parents cried when disenrolling them, but they had no choice. Public school pre-K is free, and licensed centers like mine simply can't compete. While SB2 attempts to provide more choices to parents beyond public schools, it fails to provide choice for parents of preschool and pre-K children because SB2 does not include licensed early learning centers. In so doing, it excludes the option to enroll kids in the single most successful model for pre-K education. It is licensed learning centers that pioneered pre-K education, not public schools. To this day, pre-K children enrolled in private licensed centers outperform those in public pre-K. We are held to higher standards than public pre-K. We provide year-round continuous learning rather than shutting down learning for 3 months of summer. And most importantly, we help raise these kids from infancy. We know their learning styles, how to motivate them, and we have collaborative relationships with their parents to help these kids thrive. By including licensed child care centers in SB2, you not only promote choice for parents of pre-K, you also support the child care ecosystem. You see, pre-K children's fees subsidize our cost to care for infants and toddlers. Without pre-K enrollments through private school vouchers, Texas risks losing a significant portion of child care centers. It is simply impossible to continue operating without tuition from pre-K enrollment.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Eric?
Yes, my name is Eric Bonhard, members of the Texas Legislature, thank you. I am here not to necessarily for or against the voucher program or SB2. I am here today to address the urgent care for reform in the state's child care system. My wife and I have owned and operated the Goddard School of South Lake. It's a child care center in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex for 7 years. In 2019, our school district expanded its services for 3- and 4-year-olds, including students who did not meet typical needs-based criteria. The district tripled its classrooms, focusing primarily on non-qualified students, causing a steep decline in demand for local private child care services. As a direct result, our school experienced a 30% loss in revenue at the start of 2019 to 2020 school year. The financial impact was immediate and severe. We are forced to lay off teachers, reduce spending, deplete our cash reserves, and restructure our debt. We came very close to bankruptcy, relying solely on the strength of our curriculum, dedication of our teachers, and the trust we had built with the community to survive. Since then, tuition rates at our school have risen over 35%, while employee compensation and benefits have increased by approximately 60%. Despite our efforts to raise wages to retain quality teachers, many of our staff still struggle to cover basic living expenses, such as rent, food, and utilities. The cost of child care also weighs heavily on our families. When faced with the second child, many parents make the difficult decision to have one parent stay home, impacting our enrollment, but also local employees who lose valued employees due to the high cost of child care. We're deeply committed to providing a safe, nurturing, and educational environment for young children. We hold national accreditations in Cognitive and NACI. I'm running out of time, but what I really wanted to say is just make sure you add the private preschool industry to
Thank you.
to.
Thank you, Mr. Bonhard. Members, any questions of this panel? If not, thank you very much.
Done.
Oh,
I just want to thank you all for coming, first of all, and Mr. Bonhart, I'd love to come. I'm blessed to represent the area there and touch part of South Lake, and I would love to come and see the facility. And so I want to thank you for coming out and sharing your story and being personal with us. That makes all the difference, and how we conduct ourselves and how we put together policy. And Deborah, thank you for making the drive down as well for Denton County. I appreciate your perspective and sharing your views here tonight with us. I know it's getting late, and appreciate you all being here. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you. The chair now calls Holly Lemons. Lemons?
Lemons.
Lemons, okay.
Lemons.
Eve Margolis, Don Williams Richardson, Brian Van Dyke.
Hi, Ms. Blanca. I believe you called me a minute ago.
A minute ago. Well, hang on. Let me see what I get from the four. What did you say? Oh, Jaime. I did. So I know I have Miss Flemings at the table.
Hey, girl.
Who's sitting? What's your name, ma'am?
Dawn Williams Richardson.
Don Williams Richardson. And sir, are you Brian Van Dyke?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, ma'am. Van Dyke.
Eve Margolis. Eve. What was his name? Jaime, go ahead and take the last chair, if you would. Miss Flemings, go ahead. I'll remind you all, you've got 2 minutes. For the record, state your name and where your status is on the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, Miss Flemings.
They get one piece of paper. Hold on. Try to move a little fast. Hi, I'm Holly Clemens, and I'm the mom of 3. I am a Tarrant County GOP precinct chair and an area leader. I am against this bill because I am a conservative that is standing with the Republican Party principles that were voted on in 2024 by over 9,000 delegates of your most dedicated Republican voters. Number 5, personal accountability and responsibility. That's not what this bill is. A free enterprise society unencumbered by government interference or subsidies. This is a subsidy. I want to remind all of you Republicans, Rule 44 changed at the last convention. You can be censured if you break 3 of these principles or priorities. This is 2 right here. Also, the plank on school choice, no strings attached. I heard you guys talk all today. It doesn't have strings. Yes, it does. It's the assessment. I don't care if it's the STAR, MAPS, or Iowa. It's the assessment. The other thing that was talked about was that there's a survey that black, brown, white, Republicans, Democrats, they all want it in the entire state. The entire state is 30 million people. This survey was done by 2,257 people. I personally knocked on 10 times more doors than that during this primary. Not one voter said that they wanted school choice. Not one. The primary before that, I did another 10,000 doors. Not one person. This is a vendor bill. Senator Creighton knows this is a vendor bill because he admitted it to me last session that all of his bills are vendor bills. You are creating 5 new businesses that you are going to be taking our tax dollars of $10 million for each one of these businesses. That is who this is being created to fund. And if you truly cared about children, you wouldn't be doing all of this session after session for 100,000 kids.
Thank you
Take
very
care of
much.
the public schools.
Don, no outbursts, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Richardson.
Want to say good evening. Thank you to the panel, Senator Creighton. My name is Dawn Williams Richardson, a 39-year retired educator, and I am speaking against Senate Bill 2. As a private school product myself, from first grade through college, I am totally against vouchers. Vouchers came about after the Brown versus the Board of Education as a way to keep segregated schools. Public money should not be going to any school where there's no accountability for that money. I know every dime spent in public schools has to be accounted for. If I had to request money to spend, I had to justify why and where it was going to be used for, followed by a minimum of 7 signatures. So most times I paid out of pocket. So at a minimum, because I'm not going to repeat what a lot of other folks said today, at a minimum, Texas should increase educator pay to or above the national level. Teachers in Texas make $9,000 below the national level, which shows in the number of folks leaving the profession and less new educators coming into it, which increases our class size. And when you have too many students in a class, we can't teach reading. We can't teach math. We need to get our class sizes down. Along with increasing teacher pay, all auxiliary and support personnel, transportation, etc., deserve a raise as well. Every employee that directly interacts with students needs a substantial increase in pay needed for the cost of living in their area. I know so many young teachers who are leaving because they can't afford to live here. Districts should be funded by need and not by attendance, so they can offer or continue to offer a wide variety of courses to prepare students for what they want to pursue in the future and what future employers want from them. We need the mental health folks in our schools. We need trained counselors in our schools. We need to be fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson.
My name is Brian Van Dyke. I am for SB2. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Brian Van Dyke, along with my wife Megan. We are proud owners of 2 Kitty Academy locations in the Bryan College Station area. We have seen firsthand the profound impact early learning can have on a child's development, and I'm here today to share our experiences, particularly as they pertain to the needs of pre-kindergarten children eligible for the program under Section 29153B. I want to commend the committee for advancing school choice, an initiative that I believe is crucial to the future of Texas education. However, I ask that we extend the vision to include private, licensed, early learning providers such as Kitty Academy. Over the years, we've witnessed the remarkable difference in a strong early learning foundation and what it can make. While the data across Texas shows that children in private kindergarten programs entering kindergarten are ready to succeed, we have seen these benefits firsthand in our own classrooms, where children are not just ready, but they are excited and confident to take on their learning journey. This is in stark contrast to the lower readiness rates for students in public pre-kindergarten programs. The success we see every day in our own centers speaks volumes about the value private providers bring to early childhood education. I praise the inclusion of eligible pre-K students in the ESA program. This is a step in the right direction, as pre-kindergarten often marks the first significant decision families make about their child's educational future. However, many working parents require care that extends beyond traditional school hours or needs that are unique to their child's development. Expanding the ESA program to include private licensed providers like Kitty Academy would offer families the flexibility they need while maintaining continuity in their child's learning environment, no matter the setting. By making this amendment, we will ensure that all Texas families, regarding the income or location, have access to the highest quality early education available. This would also allow parents the opportunity to make the best educational choices for their children and would strengthen a vital part of the state's child care system.
Thank you,
For your
Mr.
time.
Van Dyke. Jaime Puente.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. My name is Jaime Puente, Director of Economic Opportunity for Every Texan, and I am here testifying in opposition to SB2, precisely because, as we've heard many times today, vouchers violate Texan values. Not only does the voucher program in SB2 violate the spirit of nearly 150 years of Texas values as an out-of-state vendor bill, by directing tax dollars to private school pockets, this legislation divides the values expressed in Article 7 of the Constitution, as we've heard several times today. According to the Legislative Budget Board, inflation-adjusted classroom funding dropped to $50.6 billion, or $9,948 per student in 2025, compared to the $10,655 in 2019. Despite claims of historic levels of spending on education, public school districts across the state are facing deficit budgets. Instead of addressing the needs of Texas students, we're here talking about SB2, a costly voucher program that, by our analysis at Every Texan, and we'll be happy to share that with your offices, you should have an electronic version of this in your email. It would cost the state $2.25 billion if only 5% of Texas students take up and use this particular voucher. In districts at the local level, such as Conroe ISD, Senator, our estimate is that, they adopted $11.92 million budget deficit this year. The loss would total $29.6 million. In Senator Hinojosa's district in Brownsville ISD, itself cut $18 million from its 24-25 budget, Brownsville ISD would stand to lose over $15 million with the 5% loss of students to the voucher program. Texas school districts are already facing difficult choices because the legislature chose to keep the basic allotment stagnant since 2019 and has yet to address school funding.
Thank you, Mr. Puente. Members, any questions of the panel? Thank you very much. The chair now calls up Misty Poe, Blake Evans, Mariana Castillo, Laurel Swift. That's Misty Poe, Blake Evans, Mariana Castillo, and Laurel Swift.
Laurel's your constituent.
Oh, San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Alamo Heights.
Go first.
Well, let's see. Who is? What's your name, ma'am?
Laurel Swift.
Thank you, Laurel. Are you Misty? Thank you.
Blake.
Blake. Mariana Castillo. All right. Miss Swift, we want to start with you. Just start with this end and move.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much for staying this late to hear all of our opinions. My name is Laurel Swift. I'm from San Antonio. I grew up there, and I am a product of public education. I went to the same high school as my parents, and I've raised 5 kids in public schools. My oldest started school in 1997, a couple years after George Bush, whom I voted for, was elected, and my youngest graduated from high school in 2021. I witnessed the decline of public education. I did. I mean, and I noticed from my oldest child in middle school to the youngest child. And it bothered me. It upset me. But what I can't quite comprehend is why our schools are in decline over the 30 years that I had kids in school, 25 years that I had kids in school. And I know, I'm pretty sure it's because we've been underfunding our schools. I had a lot of other things to say, but they've been said very well. So I just wanted to say, most parents do and would choose to go to their neighborhood public school. They want their kids to go to school with their neighbors. They want them to be friends with their neighbors. They want them to have play groups with their neighbors. But if we aren't funding our public schools well, and they're not succeeding, whose fault is that? We're not paying enough for them. And the fact that we are talking about establishing an entirely different set of schools and paying for them when we haven't taken care of the 94% of the kids that are in education right now in public schools, I don't understand it. And the fact that the funds that were appropriated last session were withheld makes me not trust that you're going to do the right thing by our public schools. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Ms. Swift, thank you. Ms. Poe?
Hi, I'm Misty Poe, Superintendent of Catholic Schools for the Diocese of Austin. Here. I stand before you today to express my appreciation and my support of Senate Bill 2. This initiative is not just a policy proposal, it's a pivotal step towards enhancing educational quality, accountability, and most importantly, access for all students across our state. I've had the distinct honor of serving as the Texas Catholic Conference Accreditation Commissioner for the past 6 years, and of those, I've served president for the last 3 years. In addition to serving as commissioner, I've served as accreditation chair and an accreditation member. I attest to the rigorous accreditation process that ensures standards and benchmarks are being met. Accreditation is not merely a formality, it's a commitment to excellence that ensures our Catholic schools meet high standards of quality and accountability. I have 19 schools in the Diocese of Austin with an enrollment of 5,202. These students, it's our mission to provide diverse and innovative education models to cater to the unique needs of our students. We offer Montessori programs, dual credit AP classes, STEM programs, classical education internships, and also programs to serve students with learning differences, all designed to cultivate critical thinking and a lifelong love of learning. As part of our mission, we have a responsibility to serve low-income students and students with learning differences. Currently, 22% of our students have a diagnosed learning disability, 17% qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 32% of our students receive tuition assistance. This past year, that equated to $7 million we provided. Recognizing the growing need for our tuition assistance, the past year we launched a new tuition assistance program to help families who chose to send their children to Catholic schools in our diocese. In addition, I just want to highlight the invaluable collaboration that takes place among the Catholic superintendents across the country. With robust school choice programs, my colleagues and I continue to network and engage in conversations, equipping us with the insights, strategies, and best practices necessary to successfully implement this program.
Thank you, Ms.
My name is Blake Evans, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of San Juan Diego Catholic High School in Austin, and I stand before you to strongly support Senate Bill 2. At San Juan Diego, we are deeply committed to ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to a quality education that prepares them for success. This bill aligns perfectly with our mission and values. At San Juan Diego, we embody what it means to be a school that works. Our student demographics reflect a diverse population representing various racial and ethnic backgrounds. We proudly serve students from low-income families and those with learning differences, ensuring that our community is inclusive and supportive. Many of our current students qualify for Title I services and would be considered at risk in the public school system. At San Juan Diego, we embrace innovation. We have implemented creative teaching strategies and personalized learning opportunities, accommodate students with learning differences, and offer robust extracurricular programs, and partner with some of the most prestigious companies in Austin to offer our students a one-of-a-kind, unique internship program. All of our programs prepare our students not just for college, but for life. Our low tuition costs are available through our corporate internship program, which places students in a company. They work for the company. In return, the company pays us to offset the cost of their tuition. With increased funding, we will be able to welcome more students to our school. Many of our students have achieved success in college. We take pride in the number of our first-generation students we serve, which is over 60%. Their impressive college completion rating of 68%, which is above the national average. We have accomplished a 100% college acceptance rating since the founding of the school. And for us, this is not just about providing an education, it's about creating generational wealth for the families that we serve. I urge you to support Senate Bill 2. For those who struggle to make ends meet, the financial investment in their child's future can feel overwhelming, but with proper support, we can alleviate that burden from our families and let them get back to what's important, which is with their children's education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Members, any questions for the panel?
Quick question, Madam Chair. The last two Catholic testimonies were based on what type of tuition on a per yearly basis, or?
So I represent the Diocese of Austin, so our average tuition is about $8,000.
Tuition at our school is about $6,500, and that's due to the internship program.
And that's an average with scholarship, or just the published rate?
So that's the published rate, but we offset that. The cost to educate is $13,000, so we offset that by $7 million.
Okay. So the 10,000 number obviously fits well within your.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
Chair,
Senator
quick
Bennett.
question.
Yes, Senator.
I just wanted to ask, because you handed this out on the back, it says here the annual tuition at San Juan Diego is $13,800. I was trying to reconcile what you said to the senator with what it says back here.
Yes, sir. That's the actual cost of tuition. Once the child participates in the internship program, the $6,500 is what's left after the companies pay us.
Does everybody? But if you don't participate in the internship program, it's $13,800.
Correct. Which we don't have any students that don't participate, but that is an option.
Okay, so everybody participates in the internship.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
The chair calls out Ms. Pignon with the children, and do you need any assistance at all? Okay. Tell him. Can you come here? Oh, perfect. He's already helping. I want them to have a room for the child. Excuse me. Okay, so we have, is it Dr. Pignon?
It is, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is this Felicita?
Felicita Pignon.
Felicita. Okay. Welcome. I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record and 2 minutes to speak. And if you need to help her in any way, please do. Go ahead.
Felicita Pignon.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Felicita Pignon. I am in 6th grade and I use a power wheelchair because I have cerebral palsy. I love school, dancing, and being with my friends. My mom has tried to get me into private schools before, but they said no because I'm in a wheelchair. They didn't want to deal with things like ramps. Public schools are the only place where my siblings and I can go and feel comfort and feel included. They give us the support we need, like teachers who help, technology that works for us, and spaces that are made for kids like me. Private schools don't offer those things, and they don't have to. Instead of giving money to private schools that don't take kids like us, please help public schools get better. Fund them also. All students can have the chance to learn and grow. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you very much, Felicita.
You did terrific.
Yes, ma'am. Doctor, you go ahead now.
My name is Dr. Liz Pignon, and I'm a mom of 4 children with disabilities, including cerebral palsy, autism, and dyslexia. I am also an IDRA Education Associate, where I work to ensure that all students, and especially those with underserved communities, have access to equitable and high-quality education. And I was appointed to the State Board of Educator Certification Bilingual Special Ed Educator Standards Advisory Committee to provide expert advice and in the certification and the process. I'm here today to strongly oppose State Bill 2 because it fails to serve our Texas families, especially those with children with special needs. Let me be clear, this bill does not provide solution. It creates greater inequities. Vouchers are being sold as choice, but for children like mine, there's no choice. Private schools in Texas, and trust me, I've gone to many, reject our students with disability. They're not legally obligated to accept or serve these students, and they often lack resources, staff, and willingness to provide accommodation. My children, like so many others, would be excluded. While public schools, the only institutions required to educate all children, will lose critical funding and be left to pick up the pieces. The financial realities of this bill also expose its inequities. The average cost of my private schools around Fort Worth need schools is over $22,000 a year. SB2 offers $11,500 for students with disability. Where's a working family supposed to find that remaining $10,000 or more? Families like us already are burdened with medical bills, therapies, equipment. This so-called choice is an impossible dream. Meanwhile, wealthy families who can't afford private school will use this as a discount. This program makes the rich richer and leaves the poor poor, particularly children with disabilities, worse off. Instead of draining money from our public schools, why not fix our system that serves our children? Why not fully fund public schools so students like Felicita with disabilities get what they need? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you both.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Bentoncourt.
Yep, Doctor, I just want to tell you, we do have a special education bill coming. We passed it out of the Senate last time. I did not get a hearing in the House. It has several $100 million for special education children. I'm carrying it. And it will have an intensity model so people can get evaluated through the public schools. And so I just, when you get a chance, or we'll send it to you, the bill's about ready to be filed. And I expect Chairman Creighton will give it a hearing here in the Senate like he did 2 years ago. And we hope to have it passed through the entire process this time.
Thank you, Senator Bentoncourt.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm at
Dr.
your
Pino.
disposal. Thank you.
Okay, now the chair calls up Lena Artunian. Thank you for that help. Mary Elizabeth Castle. Chloe Latham Sykes. Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes. Duane Rudis. So are you?
Linnea.
Artunian. Okay. And ma'am, your name is?
I'm Duane Redus.
Duane Redus?
R-E-D-U-S.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And are you, what's your name?
Mary Elizabeth.
You're Mary Elizabeth, okay. And do we have Chloe Sykes? Awesome. Lena, how do you pronounce it? Linnea. Would you like to go ahead?
Hard name.
And just a reminder, state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you.
My name is Linnea Hartunian, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on this very important topic. I say no to government, what I see as government education, which will turn into like a welfare system. I've pulled 2 kids out with no government interference, and we have school freedom now. I believe in the freedom of parents to oversee and choose the best education for each of their children. It is in the Texas Constitution with equal rights under the law. I know we've discussed the Constitution of Texas. There's nothing in the Constitution about home or private schools being under government control. This is unconstitutional. To legislate school choice is to usher in more government control and accountability. The Texas legislature has proven time and time again that government is not the solution. Government is the problem. Bad education bills are abundant in Austin, Texas. They have taken us down a road of more technology in public schools with OERs, SELs, and Common Core, to name a few. We need no more vendor bills. Thanks to Alex Newman's reporting on UNESCO and school choice, I have information regarding non-actors in education. Non-state actors are private and home schools. In the 573-page book, of which I copied a few pages for you, I pray you will see the forest for the trees. UNESCO goes over regulating all schools through public-private partnerships. That includes giving tax money to non-state education providers. With this comes the imposition of DEI, accountability, and government-controlled curriculum. UNESCO says the state is the duty bearer of education, that this is a shift from parental rights in education, which is in direct conflict of the Texas Constitution. Parents are the duty bearers, not the state. It should never be the government dictating in legislation what a parent can and cannot do to educate their child. Wow, that was quick.
It is quick.
Okay, so in the end, this is wolf
you
in
very
sheep's
much.
clothing,
Thank
and
you.
I say vote no.
Chloe, go ahead. Chloe
Appreciate your
Sykes.
time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes. Thank you, Chair Creighton and members of the committee. I am a Deputy Director of Policy at IDRA, a proud colleague of Dr. Pignon and her family, and am testifying against SB2. It presents an inefficient and ineffective educational program for Texas students and families. The attached brief to the testimony that's been distributed is from Public Funds Public Schools at the Education Law Center, and it contains several peer-reviewed studies and legal concerns for private school voucher proposals and how they could take effect in Texas, including education savings accounts. Our testimony highlights a few of those concerns, one being it's an inefficient mechanism for the general knowledge diffusion under state standards. It does not lead to increased educational achievement from what studies show, and presents severe fiscal strains on state budgets and to school funding. That point has been well covered, so I'll focus on the other two. First, that this does present an inefficient mechanism for general diffusion of knowledge, which the bill states is its purpose, and which is the constitutional duty of the state legislature to provide. For public schools to do this, we have a state-approved curricular standards, student and staff trainings on safety and well-being that are required, and other standards for student success in high school and college and career readiness and military readiness and beyond. In contrast, Senate Bill 2 does not lay out any of these types of academic standards or the same type of accountability or transparency measures, even for simple reporting that we hold to our public schools. And this presents a really inefficient way to assess the state standards that we have deemed are necessary for students to succeed. Secondly, on page 2 of the brief, you'll see several studies noted across multiple states over long periods of time indicating negative effects of voucher programs on students' academic achievement. For instance, in Indiana, whose program does require statewide testing, and you heard about today, students in elementary grades experience significant declines on testing, and
Thank you,
available
Ms.
for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sykes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Duanne Reedus in Hayes County, Wimberley. Been there 25 years. I am a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and I understand learning needs. Student needs are different for all my kids and grandkids and great-grandkids. I'm finding out even more. I've enjoyed understanding more about what you're up to in this proposal, and my concern is the out of balance. I just seek more balance between public education and other choices. Wimberley has a charter school, we have a fabulous public school system, and we have a one water school that shows that public education can be creative, and it's totally run by rainwater. It's one of a kind. I'm concerned about property taxes funding education, and I'm just hoping that we can find ways that we can get other means of revenue for school system. It's imperative, and I hear both sides of the story, and I understand, but I want us to go further in understanding that, I mean, Hayes County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state. You know that. And water's a big deal. We don't have water. So, and by the way, I haven't been able to have a drink of water in the last 4 hours because we can't open our water bottles. And I don't think that's very fair. So I just want to mention that. Yeah. Well, after my 1 minute, okay. So anyway, I compliment you. I'm for you, but I'm for the others of us who have lived the public system and still live in a good public system in our small town. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reedus. Ms. Castle.
Good evening. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values. It's time to make diversity of education as options available to all students. That's why we're in support of SB2. And this includes private schools, but also traditional public schools, charter schools, and home schools. And while making sure that each child is successful and well educated well-educated has been central to the conversation. Whenever we bring up this conversation, there has been a lot of sensitivity regarding the performance and outcomes of public schools and public school teachers. And proponents of diversifying educational opportunity may have at times been unnecessarily critical of the state of affairs of public education when the sum of the parts is not always representative of each individual school district and city. But much can be deciphered about the performance of public schools at the appropriate time when the legislature has discussions with our Texas Education Commissioner. However, an important element of this bill today and what should be central to the conversation surrounding education savings accounts that is often left out is the parent's fundamental right to raise and educate their child as they see fit. It has long been argued that parents' fundamental rights are guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, which is why many states, including Texas, have considered passing a Parents' Bill of Rights. Each parent knows their child. They know their child's abilities and limitations, their likes and dislikes, their life experiences and lack thereof, and much more. A parent should have the option to choose what is best for their child. That could be a public school, but if that is not the case, as we've heard many testify today, money should not be a barrier if a parent needs a different option for their child. And that's why SB2 is a good option for those parents. Thank you so much for considering this bill, and we hope that you voting in support. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Castle. Members, any questions? Thank you, panel.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much.
And we're going to try to turn the yellow light on when you've got 30 seconds left. I notice people are, it's hard to go just from green to red. So we'll try to clear the intersection a bit. Got it? The chair now calls up Caitlin Kalb. Kalb. Well, thank you for helping with that. Caitlin Kalb, Rhonda Miller, Casey Wright, Tim Kaminsky.
Oh,
She is called. That one's called. That one's wrong. Okay, I think we'll start with Caitlin Cobb.
yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me for messing up your name,
No, you're
mispronouncing it.
Okay.
So, one, state your name for the record, as we've been doing. You have 2 minutes. But what we haven't been doing is turning on the yellow light when there's 30 seconds remaining. We're going to see if that'll work this time for us. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Yes. Hi, my name is Caitlin Kolb, and I am testifying in opposition to this piece of legislation. I'm a student at the University of Texas studying government and law, and I am a proud graduate of a Texas public school. I stand firmly against the implementation of any voucher program in the state of Texas. And that's what this is. It's a voucher. We all recognize that the state of Texas's education system needs improvement. However, diverting even more money from what is already one of the most underfunded public school systems in the country is not the solution. As representatives entrusted with the education of every child in the state of Texas, you should be strengthening the public school systems that serve more than 90% of our students, not funneling millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, into programs that will benefit less than 1% of students. Public dollars should be supporting public schools, period. One of my greatest concerns is the impact of students with disabilities. The bill explicitly states that private schools receiving vouchers funds will not be held to the same standards of public schools in providing services to students with special needs. This means that many children will be left without the support that they need to succeed, undermining their right to fair and equal education. One of the also very troubling parts of this is that, thank you. Okay. Allow private schools receiving vouchers to opt out of state testing requirements without consistent academic standards and oversight. We have no way of understanding how effective these programs are and the effectiveness of using taxpayer money. Students Texas students deserve better, and I urge you to reject this harmful proposal instead focus on our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb. Tim?
Okay, I'm going to try not to jump when that thing beeps.
I thought it worked.
Hi, my name is Tim Kaminsky, and I am president-elect of the Texas Licensed Child Care Association. TLCCA represents thousands of licensed child care programs, licensed home care providers, owners, directors, and child care teachers across this great state of Texas. I'm here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 2 with one caveat. Prior to 2019 and the passage of House Bill 3, licensed child care programs and home care providers around the state were providing very robust and effective 3- and 4-year-old pre-K programs, both to private pay families and subsidized families. The research has shown that the children in these programs consistently outperformed the kindergarten readiness scores of children who attended a free public school pre-K program. However, in the fall of 2019, when House Bill 3 was implemented, all of the child care centers start to see a decline in their enrollment. That leveled off in 2020 to 2022 when the public schools closed for COVID. However, from 23 to the present, private pre-K enrollments continue to decline with public schools reopening. Not only was free pre-K available, but many ISDs started charging private pay tuition for pre-K at reduced rates, not something we can compete with. I do want to say one thing. I operate a business in Texas. I, as a business, pay school property taxes. I'm writing a check tomorrow for $40,000. So that $40,000 will cover 4 of the kids in this program. So I'm not taking somebody else's tax money, public tax money. I'm taking the money back that's already given to me. We do want you to include private child care centers as the approved, on the approved provider list that can receive the voucher funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. Casey Wright.
Yes. Hi, Senator Creighton and the members of the Education Committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Casey Wright, and I'm an Education Policy Fellow with IDRA. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Legislative Education Equity Coalition, TLEC. TLEC is a statewide collaboration of more than 38 organizations and individuals with the mission to improve the quality of public education. TLEC strongly opposes SB2 because research has shown that voucher systems across the country are ineffective for students and divert necessary public funds away from public schools. As a former school teacher myself, I have witnessed firsthand the supports that our students need, and I do not believe ESAs or any program that does not prioritize the financial needs of our students will help. Each school I have worked at has tried to do more to increase opportunities for students, but the increase in inflation and staff turnover is making schools struggle. The voucher system would be a step in the wrong direction to help those schools. Voucher systems are expensive, and the proposed budget would designate $1 billion to be invested in the program, while state school districts across the state are having to close schools and cut resources due to budget deficits. Austin ISD, a school district I have taught in, was facing a $112 million budget deficit and had to do a voter approval tax rate election just to cut it down to $89 million. This is due to the state not increasing the basic allotment. Investing in the basic allotment, it supports all students and uplifts all schools by giving them the opportunities to create successful programs and pay high-quality teachers. These investments will be far out of reach if we invest in SB2 and drain money from schools by putting pressure on the state budget and reducing districts' attendance. If the state truly wants to pass legislation that will help and impact the millions of Texans who are currently in public schools, the first step is to improve the current education setting by investing in the basic allotment, investing in special populations, including emergent bilinguals and students experiencing special education, and of course, keeping public dollars in public schools. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Perfect timing. Ms. Miller?
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rhonda Miller, and I'd actually typed up a testimony, but I think I will talk about something that hasn't been yet addressed tonight. We are talking about the devastation that's taking place in government schools, not only in the great state of Texas, but across the entire nation. And that isn't being addressed. We're coming up with a Band-Aid for the symptom, but not addressing the real problem. My husband and I just moved here in the fall of 2024 to the great state of Texas, where we believed that Texas stood strong and stood proud, and they didn't allow people to infiltrate. Well, if you look at the historical context of what's happened in government schools, you will find that they've been overtaken by an organization called Arabella Advisors. If you're not familiar with what Arabella Advisors is. It is a large interlocking network of foundations that are working behind the scenes. As Renee Wormser said in the foundations, their power and influence, they are the fourth branch working behind the scenes. This is what has been controlling education, along with everything else going on in our economy and our country. I would encourage you to get to the root of the problem of what's happening with our schools across the nation, because this isn't the first time that this kind of infiltration has taken place in schools. Mao did it, Hitler did it, and others did it because they knew if they wanted to control a nation, they had to control the kids and the education. So I would implore you to take a look at that and really understand if you want to fix education, you need to get to the root of the problem. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Members, any questions for this panel?
Short question,
not-
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Casey, the Austin ISD reference here is a little more complicated. That one is a situation where 10 of the prior trustees all said don't approve that voter-approved tax rate initiative. The problem is that the school board decided not to wait, even though Senator Creighton and others have $4 to $5 billion on the way. And as a result, only 27% of that money actually got to the schools. The others got caught up. The other 73% got caught up in Robin Hood. So if you want some more information on the Austin ISD.
Robin Hood is recapture. I just want to clarify that since 2019, the basic allotment hasn't been raised, correct?
Well, no, it's because we've done small moves even in the property tax bill that raised the basic allotment by result, and also for those schools, they received over $600 million of INS money just in the property tax bill. And recapture was knocked down dramatically. Some school districts as big as HISD don't have to pay $172 of recapture at this point. So $1 million of that. So I'm just trying to say that you have to dig in a little deeper in this, and I'd be happy to give you all the information out of my office because we actually looked at that voter-approved tax rate election because so little of that money actually got to the school district. 73% went to the state. And quite frankly, we didn't want the money.
Thank
Okay?
Thank you,
I just
Senator.
want to say that an increase in the basic allotment, which is the building block to school finance, would be a great step to help our public schools.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Thank you, panel.
Thank you all for being here.
The chair now calls up Justin Hawk, Alice Lenahan, David Carter, and Crystal Main. I'm going to pass the gavel. Let's see. So what's your name, sir?
Justin?
Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, your name?
Alice Lenahan.
Okay. Got, who's coming to the table?
David Carter.
Mr. Carter? David Carter? How about Crystal Main? Okay. Then we will, when she gets up here.
All right. Well, I guess as soon as Mr. Carter sits down.
Great. Crystal? Thank you very much. So you've got 2 minutes. State your name for the record. The yellow light will come on when there are 30 seconds left for your testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Linehan, since you're
On this
on
side.
that side, why don't we go ahead and start? And you go ahead and start when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Alice Lenahan, and I am Vice President of Women on the Wall and founder of Voices in Power, but I'm here as a mom of 3. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about the dangers of Senate Bill 2, a government-regulated school choice bill. While the proposed ESA program may appear to offer freedom of education choice, it gives the illusion of choice while placing significant restrictions on parents and giving unfettered authority to unelected bureaucrats. Republicans and Democrats have quietly aligned to implement a global technology-driven P20W education system through state and federal laws. Initiatives like Betsy DeVos's school choice programs, Obama's Connect All Schools, Jeb Bush's Learner in a Networked World, Bill Gates funded TASA's New Vision for Texas public schools, and TEA-backed HB 1605 Open Education Resource Curriculum Management System all advance centralized control through education technology using America's children as test subjects for experimental reforms. Government-regulated school choice is the access point to private and homeschool students. Under Senate Bill 2, parents cannot direct funds to the schools or vendors they believe best meet their children's needs. Instead, they are limited to a pre-approved list of control by the Comptroller's Office. In conclusion, Senate Bill 2 may claim to expand school choice, but in reality, it centralizes control, undermines parental authority, and lacks protections for families and taxpayers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoke, you're up next.
Howdy, my name is Justin Hauk. I am a dad, and I am here to speak for SB2. I had the privilege of speaking before this committee on October 10th, 2023, and the honor of receiving the title of shortest testimony on record, which I'll reiterate. My children are spending way too much time on a screen and not enough time learning. That is not an education. Since we last spoke, my wife and I opted to remove our children from public school and homeschool. I'm proud to report that thanks to the Herculean effort of my wife, my children have advanced 2 grade levels to the point in which my 9-year-old daughter asked me to explain the importance of the Baroque period as we made dinner the other day. My comments today are about a few of the bill's structural elements. I understand the anti-fraud provisions in Section 29.359B3B. However, if I read the bill correctly, a certified teacher who taught at a private school and opted to remove their child from public school and enroll them in the private school they taught at would not be allowed to use ESA funds to pay for tuition. I suggest amending 29.359B3B to read, unless they meet the requirement under Section 29.358 B3A 1, 2, and 3. I also suggest adding type of program enrolled in to the list of data being collected in Section 29.3715. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colonel Carter, you're up next.
May I have a handout? I only have 14 handouts. It said 13 on the committee alert. You ready? All right, I'll begin. David Carter, and I'm 1,000% for homeschooling, private schooling as alternatives to any public schools that might happen to be in that class of being unsatisfactory to the parents. I acknowledge Ozona, it was testified of today. I can very well understand that they probably have a very good curriculum and good outcomes for their students, but not every public school does. Yeah, that is the problem. You can't fix the problems of bad public schools, and they're not all bad. You can't fix those problems with money. It takes other things to do that, and this bill doesn't really address that. I want to tell my personal story. My middle child, my daughter, third child, third grade, started school. She came home early on in the first few weeks with a textbook. And it was just kind of a government or sociology textbook. I forget how it was actually built, but it was about government. And the first sentence in the first paragraph of the whole book said, the purpose of government is to see that everyone has, and you fill in the blanks from Delano Roosevelt, see that everyone has food, clothing, and shelter. Well, having been a conservative constitutionalist for decades, a decade before that, that was pure Marxist dogma. So with 30 seconds left, I'll say that we went to the first teacher conference in 6 weeks, and we didn't tell the teacher our political things, but we just chatted with her. And she had her own curriculum to go along with this textbook. And it was dedicated, she wrote it herself, and it was dedicated to a Marxist front group that was listed in the 4 volumes biographical dictionary of the left. And the whole process in Creighton's bill is effective.
Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate your service. Next, ma'am, is Ms. Main, Crystal Main.
Yes, my name's Crystal Main, and I'm a grandparent. And my grandkids are currently in public school. But when I had my daughter, as a single parent, working 2 jobs, I managed to, at various times, homeschool, private school, public school, and charter school. And I did it on my own without any government assistance. I don't want government assistance. I made the sacrifices to be able to do that. I have school choice. I can choose where to send my child. ESAs are an involuntary wealth redistribution program. Most people do not pay $10,000 in property taxes. So if you are giving a parent $10,000, whatever they're not paying in property taxes is coming from somebody else. And if they have more children than that, they're collecting that much more money. I may or may not approve of where they're sending their children, and I don't want to be funding it. You mentioned it being universal. Well, it's universal for the few that you will allow to use it above the disabled and the low income, but it is not truly universal. Accountability has been mentioned. Most homeschoolers and private schoolers don't want government accountability. They've taken their children out of public school because they don't want public school type of education. They want to be able to choose their own without the government saying it has to be an accredited school that uses a particular curriculum that they have to be tested. They want to choose the school, whether it's accredited or not, and the curriculum, whether it's accredited or not, without the government telling them what to do.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions for the panel? If not, thank you all very much. Appreciate you all staying. Next, we call up Ms. Jennifer. Next, we call up Jennifer Lee, Claudia Torres Yanes, Kathy Turner, Pastor Kiev Tatum. So Pastor Kiev Tatum, Ms. Kathy Turner, Ms. Claudia Torres Yanes, and Jennifer Lee. All right. I'm going to go out on a limb, say that's the pastor. I'm going to say, okay, I can't guess anybody else. Right here on the right in the red, ma'am, what was your name?
Jennifer Lee.
Miss Lee, why don't you go ahead and start us off whenever you're ready.
All right, my name is Jennifer Lee, and I am representing myself for right now. And this is my son, Brock.
Hello, Brock.
I am a single mom, former public school teacher for 13 years at both high school and elementary. And my son is currently a 3rd grade public school student. And I'm here in deep moral and significant opposition to this bill. And I know that you've heard so many different reasons why it's awful and terrible and a scam. And anytime you have a bill that is automatically has scam added to the name of it, that should be your clue that this is not the direction that we should be going. But I will remind you of the history of the voucher. And I know that it came up earlier when we were talking about the Great White Flight from public schools so that, we didn't have to have the integration. And because that keeps coming up, again, that should be your clue that you're not on the right side of history with this. So let's look at some of the other things that we haven't really talked about. Someone mentioned House Bill 1605 earlier, when we're talking about what educators have started to call kind of a drag and drop sort of method of teaching. And we're talking about high quality instructional materials. And the reason why I bring that up is because that has become a mechanism to deprofessionalize the teaching profession for public educators, meaning that you're looking for anybody and everybody off of the streets to teach public schools because you've already given up on them. You've already called them failures, and you've already decided that those educators do not deserve the funding that we should have. It's interesting to me when we say, oh, your public schools have been struggling for years. Well, try to run a marathon with a hobbled leg, Try to run a marathon when somebody's kneecapped you just before you started. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Claudia Torres Llanes?
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Creighton, committee members. My name is Claudia Torres Yanez from Pflugerville, Texas,
Sorry, yeah.
speaking on behalf of myself against SB2. I want to address the Milton Friedman claims that I heard earlier from a great analysis I found by Curmudgecation, a retired teacher blog, on things Friedman got wrong that I am going to quote. Friedman said, the great value of a free market system is that it does not care what color people are. It does not care what their religion is. It only cares whether they can produce something you want to buy. It is the most effective system we have discovered to enable people who hate one another to deal with one another and help one another. The great stumbling block of libertarianism is dealing with racism. As demonstrated in different ways from lunch counters to real estate, the market may not care what color people are, but racists operating in the free market care a great deal. Our history is filled with racists being compelled to stop behaving badly by force. And we've never heard a libertarian offer a convincing explanation of how an unregulated free market would have solved issues like slavery and segregation, nor of how to create a school choice system that does not empower racists and segregationists. Friedman also said that education spending will be most effective if it relies on parental choice and private initiative, the building blocks of success throughout our society. But he's forgetting a third building block of success coming from a family that has wealth. That building block is unfortunately already well wired into public education. It's unlikely that free market schooling will do anything about it. The free market and freedom are not synonymous or even in some cases compatible, and the free market certainly doesn't provide high quality for all, nor does it provide any sort of restraint on certain kinds of human behavior. When looking to Friedman on education spending, please also consider the shortcomings and vote against SB2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yanez. Pastor Tatum.
Yes, good evening, committee. My name is Keith Tatum, and I serve as pastor of the New Mount Rose Missionary Baptist Church in Fort Worth and president of the Ministers' Justice Coalition. I rise in favor of the bill. In fact, Chairman, I want to thank you and everyone who has continued to push this bill forward. 30 years I've been coming up here. Jim Sherrick and Steve Murdoch back in 95 told us if Texas doesn't do something about changing and reforming the public school system, when the majority of the public school students will become black and brown, we're going to be in a mess. 30 years later, we're in a mess. I represent the Fort Worth Independent School District. 80% of our black kids can't read. Today, it was 50% back then. Nothing is changing other than we're putting more money into a failed system. I want to tell you, I have a member of our church, Mother Pruitt. She bought me this hat, y'all, and I told her I was going to wear it down here to remind you all, to tell you thank you. For 66% of black Democrats support school choice.
Yes.
And while our leaders are ignoring the people to partner with the very institution that is created the largest school-to-prison pipeline, yes, the largest dropout factory, and our kids can't read and write on grade level. Not one time have all of those people who called y'all a scam or have denigrated this bill have acknowledged the failure rate of black students in public schools. So I tell you, as Mother Pruitt told me, when I'm up preaching and I want to go around, she says, stay in the pocket. And I'm telling you all, stay in the pocket. Pass the bill because the people, not the politicians, but the people, the black people, are dependent on you.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Pastor, I just wanted to ask you, what was the 80 percentile quote that you just...
They can't read.
Tell me again, though, how you said it exactly.
Well, it's reading. So in Fort Worth ISD...
Repeat again the statement that you made.
In which part?
The 80% of black students...
Black students in Fort Worth ISD can't read on grade level.
In Fort Worth ISD are below grade level in reading.
Cannot read. And there is no program in place for the last 30 years to alter that.
Is that statement what you believe to be fact?
Okay, I'll say this.
Yeah.
Majority the majority of black kids. In some instances, it's up to 80, 87%.
Yeah, we show the data to be north of 75+%.
Absolutely.
So I was just wondering, is that statement racist?
Absolutely, it's not racist.
So if you and I both agree that we are both working on a plan to help those very students with options, don't you feel like that's a good thing?
I think it's an absolutely fabulous thing. That's a $1 billion blessing.
Do you feel like 32 other states in America have passed a scam under Democrat and Republican governors and Democrat and Republican legislatures?
I'm offended by them using that word because Obama, when he was walking out the door, realized that public schools were not going to change and became a supporter of more options for kids outside of the public school system.
Yeah, the only scam is leaving these kids behind.
Absolutely.
And talking about power, politics, money, control, and institutions instead, which so much of this opposition testimony today was about all 5 of those things, but very rarely about the kids.
Yes.
So I appreciate the clarification.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Chairman, and I've heard it here and I've supported it, what about those licensed early childhood development centers becoming participants in this program? I think that is a marvelous idea. How do we do that?
It's a great point. We're even before this hearing, we've been having coalition meetings with them in particular, not just about this bill, but about legislation we've passed in the past that have disenfranchised them and set them back, not knowing that some of our pre-K policies in public schools that didn't address that early on were hurting some of those that really perform the best for those early childhood years. And we're seeing it in early childhood reading and outcome numbers. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for mentioning that. Yes, we're working with them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. I think next is Ms. Turner. Ms. Kathy Turner.
My name is Kathy Turner. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I'm testifying in favor of this bill. I'm going to come at this from a little bit different angle. I was a state employee for 33 years for the Department of Human Services, the Texas Workforce Commission, and the Health and Human Services Commission. And during that time, I was associated with the team for the child care program. And we instituted the Child Care Management Service in the late 1980s based on the concepts promulgated by Milton Friedman of choice and limited government regulation. That program won the John F. Kennedy School Award for Innovation, and that's Harvard University. It became the model for national child care, and even though we are sitting here 30 years later, more than 30 years later, that program transferred between 3 agencies and 2 different delivery models and is still successful today. So in that regard, I have 3 things that I think need to be changed about the bill. Number 1, the rules have got to be out before May 15th, 2026, in order that contracts can be done, in order that people can be enrolled, and so payments could be made in a time frame by the start of the school year. Number 2, we need to have the lottery be by family. If the lottery picks one child out of a family, that family needs to have the option to have the rest of their children go into the program. And my final one is make it track the state fiscal year. The 4 quarterly payments should be June, September, December, and March.
Ms. Turner, you have some excellent suggestions. I think
Appreciate the solution-oriented.
Solution-oriented. Turn them in. I'm sure anything you have to add will make this bill better. I'm sure of it.
A lot of experience went into that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it, and I do plan to turn in pages of things, some of which would apply to the bill, and some of them are implementation issues for the concern and care of the comptroller's office.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Turner. Any other questions? No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you traveling. Thank you.
Sorry, we already had her. How about Marissa Bryce? The chair now calls up Marissa Bryce, Andrea Chevalier, Ulissa Chavez, and Michelle Vengas Matula. Well, who do I have at the table right now?
Marissa Bryce.
Andrea.
Thank you. Ulissa Chavez?
Over here.
And right there. And how about Miss Matula? Venegas Matula.
Hey, how's it going?
Paul Colbert? Paul Colbert? Do we still have people over in overflow? No.
Oh, my name's
So everybody's here's what we've got.
Oh, okay. All right, you're good. No worries.
All right, let's get going here. Thank you. Kelsey Black. Let's go ahead. Marissa Bryce. Again, you've got 2 minutes. I think the yellow light's working. Gives you 30-second notice. State your name for... Oh, and your name is?
Kelsey Black.
There we go. Thank you. Marissa.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Bryce, and I'm representing the Family and Consumer Sciences Teachers Association of Texas. Thank y'all so much. I originally had good morning on here, but we know it's not morning. And I'm the Executive Director of Family Consumer Sciences Teachers Association of Texas, representing thousands of dedicated educators who prepare young Texans for successful futures. I'm here today to express strong opposition to Senate Bill 2. A school voucher program that poses a direct threat to the funding and sustainability of Texas public education and the critical career and technical education programs that prepare students for life and the workforce. SB2 proposes creating educational savings accounts with $10,000 per student or $11,500 per student with disabilities to subsidize private school tuition. While this may appear to provide more educational choices, the reality is very different. With the average annual tuition of private schools in Texas is approximately $11,240, I know that's debated, leaving many families unable to afford the remaining costs. Public schools, which educate 94% of Texas students, will lose funding as taxpayer dollars are redirected to private institutions. This will create devastating budget shortfalls, disproportionately affecting rural and underserved schools that are already stretched thin. Our concern is particularly urgent for career and technical education programs, including family and consumer sciences, which are integral parts of preparation and preparing students for real-world success. FCS courses teach essential life skills, financial literacy. I will repeat that, financial literacy, nutrition, parenting, and more, and offer career pathways such as culinary arts, early childhood education, hospitality, and interior design. The teacher shortage crisis will also worsen with SB2. Public schools are struggling to retain educators and are diverting funds will only further erode salaries, benefits, and working conditions.
Good job. Thank you very much. Andrea?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Andrea Chevalier. I'm with the Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education. We represent about an annual membership of 1,400 special education leaders in Texas public schools and charters. TCASE does oppose SB2 and school privatization in general, just because we believe it infringes upon the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act and could lead to the segregation of students in Texas, and we believe in inclusion. However, being solution-oriented, I heard that phrase earlier, we do have a few recommendations just to try to avoid any unintended exclusion of students with disabilities or any unintended harm to them. So I'm going to talk about a few things. One of them is that students who are 3 and 4 year old who have disabilities are eligible for early childhood special education, and those are the only ages where children can actually dual enroll in private school and public school, and so they would be generating ADA, but could also attend a private school. So because they would be generating ADA, they would be ineligible for the ESA under the bill. so their parents wouldn't be able to access those funds to access their right to dual enrollment. Another potential exclusion, students with disabilities are eligible to attend public school until their 22nd birthday, even if they graduate from high school. So for students who might graduate but who might still have some needed services until their 22nd birthday at an 18+ program, maybe the private school wants to continue providing services to them to help with independent living skills. They wouldn't be eligible for that ESA anymore after they graduate. So that's another consideration. Also, we have some questions about the eligibility for students with disabilities. So reevaluations are required every 3 years. So just clarifying in the bill that disability eligibility for the child, does that need to be reevaluated every 3 years for that to be valid? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chevalier. Andrea. Now, Ms. Chavez?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ulissa.
Good afternoon, Committee and Chair. My name is Yulissa Chavez, and I'm here to represent the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, otherwise known as CTD. CTD has grown to become the oldest and largest consumer-driven cross-disability organization in Texas. CTD works to ensure that persons with disabilities may work, live, learn, and play and participate fully in the communities of their choice. I am here to very clearly state that CTD is against SB2. Private school vouchers do not equip, prepare, or support students with disabilities. An education savings account diverts taxpayer money to private education that does not benefit students with disabilities. Many people have already harped on this point, so I'll move on. Students with disabilities need more robust and revised provisions than what is provided in Senate Bill 2, as introduced to receive equal opportunity and equal access. For example, states that have school choice programs, 19 have been out of IDEA Part B compliance for 1, 2, or more years. This is a major concern. Instead, students with disabilities are being provided a flat rate of $11,500, which does not satisfy conflicting proposals based on service intensity. Additionally, private schools often charge additional fees. Finally, private schools do not require a legal notice to inform parents of the reason why their student has been kicked out. Parents will no longer have trust in their schools, nor will they feel empowered. As a former teacher and child development expert myself for many years, I advise this committee to instead focus on resources on our public school system, such as raising a basic allotment, for the safety and integrity of our school children, especially students with disabilities. I urge everybody on this committee to vote against Senate Bill 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chavez. Ms. Black?
Hello, committee members. Hello, committee members. My name is Kelsey Black, and I am a Democratic Precinct Chair for Travis County Precinct 182. I own the Book Borough, Pflugerville's only bookstore, and I oppose this bill. I was raised in the North Houston suburb of Conroe. My parents are still constituents of Senator Creighton and have been since 2007. My mother is a teacher and received her degree in education. She used the election where Creighton was elected as an example to teach me and my sister about our democracy. I was homeschooled until 2010 and went to private Christian school in Conroe until I graduated in 2012. I went to school with students from families with business empires and students with empty pockets and empty lunchboxes. Any student that needed it would get scholarships funded by churches and local nonprofits. These public ESA funds would add money to schools that are already funded better than most public schools. Private schools do not need more money. We, the people, need options that help all 5 million plus students in Texas. Our public schools are currently failing because they are underfunded. I am all for being fiscally responsible. However, we need a better funding for all education sectors. This committee has signaled this bill is going to pass regardless of what the public says. If so, I humbly ask for an amendment that this committee index the basic allotment allocated for all students based on interest rates or local cost of living and allows for all students to be helped by this bill, not just 2% of the Texas body of students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Members, are there any questions for the panel? Thank you for staying late. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. The chair now calls up Marshall Romero, Hayden Cohen, Rocio Fierro Perez, Janet Singleton. Not sure how I did on those names. So who do we have at the table right now?
13.
Who do we have at the table right now? What's your name?
Marshall Romero.
Marshall Romero. And you-
Hayden Cohen.
Hayden Cohen, did I get that right?
Yep.
So, Fierro Perez, Janet, I think that's Singleton, Jennifer Fleck, Amy Teal,
Woo! Contested, yes.
I'm assuming you're Amy Teal?
I am.
Very good.
She got the price.
Oh.
She got the price for it.
Being right, come on down.
There were
Yes.
concerns.
I heard that before. Jackie Bessinger. Let's go ahead and start. You want to start? So again, your name for the record, 2 minutes. Yellow light comes on when you've got 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Marshall Romero. I'm 16 years old. I drove over 200 kilometers from Houston, Texas today. I'm a student at Alief Early College High School in Alief, Houston. Among the many extracurriculars and organizations I'm a part of, I'm here to testify on behalf of students engaged in Advancing Texas. Students engaged in Advancing Texas is a movement of young people developing transferable skills and demonstrating youth visibility in policymaking. As a student-led movement, we recognize the students are primarily stakeholders in education and are most directly impacted by educational policymaking decisions, which typically leave students out of the conversation. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 2, which jeopardizes the integrity and future of Texas public education. Senate Bill 2 is not about educational freedom, as this House attempts to paint it. Vouchers are a direct assault on the public school system by funneling public dollars into private schools. This bill prioritizes a system with no obligation on transparency, accountability, or equity. While private institutions are granted the autonomy to discriminate under the guise of religious freedom, our public schools are left underfunded, unable to compete, and forced to do more with less. This isn't just bad policy, it is plain negligence. The average per pupil state funding in Texas already lags behind the national average, and Senate Bill 2 would siphon even more resources away from public schools, which serve 94% as Texas students, rural families, low-income households, and students with disabilities that certain lawmakers claim are supposed to be uplifted by this legislation will in fact be the most disproportionately harmed. How many rural families have access to private schools? How many disabled students will find themselves rejected because private institutions are not required to serve them? The annual audits required by Senate Bill 2 are another facade of oversight. Without stringent requirements for public reporting or uniform standards for providers, how will we track whether this program is effective or ethical? And when private students fail students or expel them mid-year, what happens to those students? They'll return to public schools, but not before this money has been wasted. This bill does not create choice. Vouchers create inequality, undermine public education, and leave our most vulnerable communities with fewer resources and fewer options. If Texas wants to lead the nation for public education, we must invest in the schools that serve every student, not privatize education for the select few at the expense of supermajority. You don't need to perpetuate your political...
Marshall. Thank you very much. You
Marshall,
did get a lot
are you on the
said,
debate team?
members.
Are you on the debate team, Marshall?
Yes, I do congressional debate at my high school.
Yeah. I've been to a debate before. You
Okay.
did very well.
That's great.
Thank you.
A little fast, but
That's what they do. That's how
I
they do it.
was. Is that right?
Yeah, only got
2 minutes.
I had a lot
Very
to say,
good.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You did very well. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, we'll ask questions at the end. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Hayden, a Houston ISD high school graduate and current college student from Houston, and State Policy Director of Students Engaged in Advancing Texas. I'm here to address the serious concerns surrounding ESAs and school vouchers. This bill is a scam designed to divert public funds away from our public schools and into private institutions. Institutions that often lack the oversight, accountability, and civil rights protections that our public schools are required to uphold. Folks who have testified are right tonight. Our public schools aren't supporting autistic kids and kids with intellectual disabilities. Our public schools are failing to curb bullying or hire nurses who can tend to students with physical disabilities. But here's the thing. The solution isn't to just find some money and give it to private schools for certain students who can get to the private schools and have the money to supplement any other additional costs or tuition. It's so clear. Put that money to public schools so they can cut down their teachers to student ratios, so they can hire full-time nurses and school counselors to address physical and mental needs and the bullying, pass policies that actually help curb bullying. May I suggest restorative justice practices?
You can say all you want that this isn't defunding public schools, but at the end of the day, these are Texas public dollars that could be in public schools but aren't. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hayden. Okay. Ms. Teal.
Amy Teal, the activist formerly known as Amy Headkey, opposed to SB2. There is nothing that protects homeschoolers in this bill. The word home is nowhere in this bill. Homeschools are private schools. Texas Homeschool Coalition lost huge amounts of trust from homeschoolers when they helped ram through the Tebow bill. They do not speak for all homeschoolers here. When Tebow finally passed, nothing changed for homeschoolers who opted out except for the new legal precedent that not a single homeschooler in Texas is to be trusted to decide if their student is even minimally passing. That's going to bite homeschoolers in the butt at some point, and many of us know enough history to realize that. History is not sensationalist, it is reality. We don't want Texas leading on fake school choice or high taxes or government spending. We want you leading in real liberty, limited government, and reduced spending. We need Texas to be a last line of defense against populist policies that expand socialistic tendencies. This bill doesn't do any of that. Homeschool pods registered with the TEA, strings. A couple of $1,000 of other people's money over here, bait. Another $10,000 over there, a few more vendor contracts each session, and voila. The free corn is scattered and the fences start going up around the unsuspecting victims. Not sensationalist, not a myth, just historical reality. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. This vendor bill is plunder. This is not a moral imperative, it is a moral failing. This anarchist doesn't see scripture telling us, do not covet thy neighbor's money unless it's for education. 5 certified educational assistance organizations? Who are the 5 that are bellying up to the taxpayer tit? Accreditation organizations? 10 million for THSC? Plunder. And while I hope this bill continues to fail in Texas, I will point out that the public school systems are so underfunded that they are shutting down every legally unnecessary stadium in Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Teal.
They're not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, any questions other than the debate team answer we got a while ago? Thank you very much.
There's
Thank
not
you very
11,000 bills
Thank you.
filed.
Thank
There's
you.
2,283.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. The chair
and
now calls up
991 in the Senate.
Nolita Lugo, Jennifer Easley, Mark Shall. Yes. Come on down, Mark. Rita Berry. Spencer Terry. Julie Umis. I messed it up. Jumis, is that right? Thank you.
Hold on.
All right. So we have Terry Spencer,
Mark Choquette.
or we have Mark Choquette. Let me just
Ma'am.
look up. I can do something even better. Rita Berry. Nobody. Julie
Jumis.
Jimis. And you are?
Jennifer Easley.
Got it. All right, Mark, if you want to go ahead and start.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Choquette. I'm in Pflugerville. I am against this bill. I'm a precinct secretary for our precinct 170 in Pflugerville. And I've been a state delegate a couple of different times. And I was at this year's convention. We've already argued over this at the convention on the floor. It wasn't pretty. Some of you were there, I think. You look familiar. And it didn't go very well. We ended up having to add no strings attached back into the bill over a pretty big argument. And now we're debating this here again, and there's no provision there for no strings attached. I don't know where it went between there and today. Somehow it disappeared. But leave the private schools private. Leave the homeschoolers alone. And if you want to do what you want with the public schools, go ahead and do that. But leave the private and homeschoolers out of it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Easley, President of Texas PTA, testifying on behalf of nearly 500,000 members, parents, teachers, and students. I'm here to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 2. We oppose diverting public dollars from public schools that are already underfunded and overregulated. All recipients of public funds should be required to adhere to the same accountability standards, assessments, and parental rights as public schools. Our concerns include these ESAs allocate taxpayer dollars to private institutions not held to the same accountability standards as public schools, including standardized testing aligned with state curricula. Funding for private schools should be based on enrollment, unlike the attendance-based standard for public schools. This is creating inequity in this bill. ESAs contradict fiscal conservatism by increasing government spending without ensuring transparency or efficiency. We urge you to prioritize fully funding public schools before you consider ESAs. Districts across Texas are moving to 4-day school weeks and closing campuses, leaving tax-funded buildings empty. Meanwhile, class sizes grow, programs are cut, and teacher morale plummets due to inadequate resources and inflation. This hurts kids. Public schools are the backbone of our communities. Diverting funds to private institutions jeopardizes this cohesion. To support public education, we recommend increasing the basic allotment, adjusting it for cost of living changes, and funding schools based on enrollment rather than attendance. We also believe the public's voice on this matter should be heard. Consider putting ESAs to a statewide vote to gauge genuine demand. Together, we can ensure that every one of our 5.5 million Texas school children has access to the quality education they deserve so that one day their potential is a reality. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Julie?
Hi, my name is Julie Jumis, a native Texan, here representing my family and in opposition to Senate Bill 2. Thank you for inviting testimony. In the mid-1990s, when homeschooling was legalized in Texas with the Leeper decision, the organic school choice movement, private education funded by parents, private charity, and scholarships began growing such that now we lead the world with over 1 million students being privately educated in our state, and that number is growing by over 50,000 students per year. If $10,000 per year is allocated by the state for the education of a child, then the parents of this movement are saving Texas taxpayers over $10 billion per year. And that number is growing by over $500 million per year. Is it any wonder that we have close to $24 billion surplus? And because of the growing trend, a real ability to eliminate property tax. Now contrast this with Ohio, who established their EdChoice voucher program in the mid-90s, right about the time of the Leeper decision. No surplus, but a close to $40 billion debt. Both Ohio and Texas have about the same property and sales tax rate, but Ohio also has a state income tax. I don't want a state income tax. I'm having trouble paying my property tax due by the end of this week, and 3 of my 6 grown children have to pay property taxes by the end of the week also. If we were empowered to work directly with our local schools in a no-strings way concerning how those education tax dollars are spent, I wouldn't be here. What I want is what I think that the state Supreme Court wanted back in 2016 when it ruled the funding of our system of public free schools marginally constitutional. I want you to do with TEA code something a bit like Elon Musk did to all those Sacramento X servers on Christmas Eve in 2023, just about the time the Texas legislature was finishing its 5th session that year.
Thank you, Ms. James. Members, any questions? Thank you, panel. Thank you for staying late. The chair now calls, and before, it looks like are these the last 3? No. First of all, is there anybody here, and we do have some that haven't been called yet, but is everybody here? Well, I guess you've all registered we'll find out. Okay, the chair calls Idona Griffith, Christine Reese, Zenobia Joseph. I don't think I've seen Zenobia. And she's right there, hopefully feeling better. Lauren Pena, Clayton Trotter. So let me go through. Is this everyone? I'm going to go through the list again. Alan Parker. Adona Griffith. Clayton Trotter. Christine Reese. Lauren Pena. Is there anybody here that I have not called your name, but you have registered to testify? I'm going to ask one more time. Is there anybody here that I've not called your name, but you have registered to testify? Anybody in the pit? Okay. Zenobia, looks like you're it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph. My comments are in the context of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I gave you a handout. I'll start with the information on page or number 3. My opposition, I would ask the chair to actually strike line 24, tuition and fees. Specifically, I just would call to your attention that you are not transparent as it relates to the funding. It actually prohibits the participant as well as the providers from sharing any information, and I would ask you to look at the Federal Educational Rights and Privacy Act. I would also ask you to look at state law and to recognize that Government Code Chapter 552, Section 552.023 gives a special right of access to records, and so that appears to contravene the information that you have in the bill. I would ask you to look at number 2. My second recommendation is Section 29.373, Section 8, which specifies that you're not awarding attorney's fees, and I would ask you to include that. If you're talking about serving low-income families, they're not going to be able to afford an attorney, and prohibiting attorney fees would prohibit probably an attorney from taking the case. As it relates specifically to Section 29.358, I would just ask you to recognize, and as it relates to tutoring, to include certified teachers with a proven track record, as well as individuals who have a law degree and those in the STEM fields. Just because a teacher is retired doesn't mean that they are effective with students who are struggling. I would ask you to look at the purpose, specifically to recognize that $10,000 is not enough, and for you to recognize specifically that some of the private schools actually have diversity, equity, and inclusion specified in their mission statement. And so if you are going to consider this year or then this session K-12 DEI, anti-DEI policy, I would ask you to recognize the need to address that for the private schools too. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you. Members, I think many of us know Zenobia, and she knows her stuff. Anybody's got any questions for her? Sure do. Please ask. Did you just give your testimony? You had your sheet in front of you, but did you have any notes on it? Or is it just all up here?
It's mainly in my head. I wrote the notes just in case someone asked a question and needed the specific section of the bill. But usually I just, I said too much.
No,
Okay, there it goes. So usually I just remember it. One of the things you did ask earlier, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you noticing that, it's a gift. But what I wanted to say is that you asked for research. And so I would just ask the chair and you as well to look at Fabello's longitudinal study from 2011. And that's specifically related to the disciplinary alternative education, juvenile justice alternative education programs. And so if you do have to narrowly tailor the bill to figure out who to serve, I would ask you to recognize that African American males actually received 83% of the discretionary referrals. And so that would probably be a reason to look at a lower income threshold. But if you have any questions, I'll answer them as well.
How about sending us that reference so we can look it up?
Oh, it's in your...
It's on the yellow sheet?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's actually...
Got it.
Well, I mentioned Fabello. If you look at the bottom where I have just before number 4, you'll see add the certified teachers, and just below that, it says Fabello 2011, but I can give you the actual citation
Thank you.
Breaking schools rules is what it was called. And there were actually hearings in the Senate Education Committee with the House as well. And so Dr. Fabello did come and testify. And so that would actually help, I think, the committee because, of course, you're not going to be able to serve all the students, but if you're actually trying to serve those students that need a second chance, I think that longitudinal study, because it was for Texas and it was about 1 million students, would be instrumental in helping you craft this legislation.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam
Chairman?
Yes, Zenobia, Miss Joseph, right? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to tell you, you're very impressive on your command of the statutes and your presentation and how succinct you can get your point across. And now that we're finished with your testimony, I want to tell you I was listening in Senate Finance as well with your testimony at that time, and I'm fully supportive of your advocacy for an ombudsman or a representative for those that represent themselves pro se in local courts. So I just want you to know I was listening to that, and I plan on talking to the Senate Finance back office about your request.
And I appreciate that. And because I don't often talk about my service as a military intelligence officer, I would just say I know the committee is passionate about our veterans as well. And what I went through, I do think is enough to push a veteran over to the edge. So if you're looking at suicidal ideations and things of that sort, I think that would be beneficial as well in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And a mobile, more kiosk, no, more mobile.
It was electronic virtual kiosk.
That's it, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We only have one in Austin.
Yes,
More
and I know we have to be germane to the bill, so I just will say,
Like
you know.
you said, we're off that. Well,
Okay.
off topic. Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you again, Ms. Joseph.
Likewise, Senator Menendez.
Hearing your testimony for years.
Thank you.
You said something very interesting on this when you talked about the fact that this bill, that many of the private institutions have DEI in their mission statement or in their, so what was your feeling about that? That because we're doing away with DEI or the legislature is doing away with DEI, we shouldn't fund those private schools, or what was your take on that? I'm trying to understand.
Certainly. So I actually looked and saw that the governor posted on X. He said, this session we will ban DEI in K-12 grades and cut funding. No taxpayer dollars will be used to fund DEI in our schools. And because that's his sentiment, I would say that it would be unfair to actually fund with public dollars private schools that actually espouse to DEI. If you're going to cut it, it needs to be at least apples to apples. So I would say maybe TEA would be able to parse through the types of private schools that actually have DEI, and you would have to ban those as well if you're going to be equitable in distributing the public dollars. Either that or I don't think it would be fair for you to ban it in the public schools as well.
What about homeschools that want to teach about DEI?
I think it needs to be, if you're going to distribute the funding equitably and it's limited dollars, then I think you have to be fair across the board and actually prohibit it across the board as best as you can.
I support DEI, but I think you make a very good argument. Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you as always, and I feel a little better.
Well, I'm glad.
Professional testimony, it's always excellent.
She was sick yesterday. Okay, if there are no one else to testify, then we will close public testimony. No one else is here to testify. On, for, against, Senate Bill 2. Public testimony is now closed. Members, we do plan on voting Senate Bill 2. Senator Paxton moves Senate Bill 2 be reported to the full Senate with recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton?
Aye.
Senator Campbell?
Aye.
Senator Betancourt?
Aye.
Senator Hagenbu?
Aye.
Senator Hinojosa?
Aye.
Senator King?
Aye.
Senator Menendez?
Nay.
Senator Middleton?
Aye.
Senator Parker?
Aye.
Senator Paxton? Senator West?
No.
There being 9 ayes, no, let me change that. Yes, 9 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 2 will be reported favorably to the full Senate.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for your patience through this long but thorough hearing. With there being no further business to come before the committee, and upon a motion by Senator Parker, the Senate Committee on Education K through 16 will stand recessed, subject to the call of the chair.